Chapter 1. Run. Don't stop. Keep moving. The big fat moon makes everything black and white, frost and shadow, life and death. Steve stumbles. The churned up mud's solid, up and down like a roller coaster. One foot catches the edge of a rock-hard peak and he goes sprawling across the icy ground. Tries not to cry out as his arm screams sharp-edged pain. Somewhere in the darkness, a dog barks. Big dog. Fucking scary big dog. You know, Rottweiler, Doberman, some bastard like that. Big and black with thousands of teeth, coming after him. Fuck. The word disappears into the night sky on a cloud of white breath. Big dog. He scrambles upright, stands there trying to get his balance, feeling sick. Far too much whiskey. Makes everything blurry and warm, even though it's so cold out here his fingers ache with it. Makes the world smell like it's burning. Steve lurches forward, arm clutched to his chest, hugging the shadows along the edge of the building site, trees blocking the searchlight moon. With any luck, no one will see the trail of blood he's leaving. The dog barks again, closer. But then, his luck's always been for shit. Steve speeds up. Lurch, stumble, struggle. His left foot cracks through an ice-topped puddle and he stops, holding his breath. Steve turns, looking back towards the site office. Torches sweep the muddy ground, muffled voices coming this way. That fucking dog yammering and yowling, leading them on. Keep going, keep moving, one foot in front of the other. Follow the 8-foot-high fence, chain link and barbed wire skirting the building site. This time when he trips, he goes head first into a ditch, slithering down the bank, branches snapping, pain ripping through his arm, something raking his cheek with thorny claws. A shatter of ice and then water so cold it's like being punched in the face again. He splutters to the surface of the little stream. It's not deep, but it's freezing. He thrashes against the brambles, pulling himself out of the water. Shivers like he's got a jackhammer jammed up his arse. Teeth chattering hard enough to chip the enamel. The dog barks again. Definitely closer now. Probably let the damn thing off its lead. Go on, you dirty bugger. Find Steve and tear his thieving, double-crossing throat out. Steve slumps back against the bank, trying not to cry. Frigid water soaking into his trousers, jacket, socks, every fucking thing. Why do these Scottish bastards call it a burn when it's so fucking cold? Rest. Just for a minute. Rest in the darkness, in the safety of the ditch where no one can see him. Not really so bad. Get used to the cold after a while. Just close his eyes for a second, catch his breath. Rest for a moment. And the next time he opens his eyes, something's looking right back at him. A big muscular shape in the darkness, breath steaming out between sharp teeth, black coat shining in the moonlight. Nice doggy. It barks, lurching forwards and back with every terrifying sound, spittle flying everywhere. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Knife. There's a Stanley knife in his pocket, but his frozen sausage fingers aren't working. They fumble against his torn jacket, swearing, tears, cold, get the fucking knife! And then he hears the voice. Fucking hell, Mauser. There's better no be another bloody rabbit. Footsteps crunching through frozen grass. Steve drags the Stanley knife out, holds it in his trembling hand, trying to press the metal slider down. Come on, come on, come on! And then a man joins the monster. The moon's behind him, hiding his face, making him a thing of darkness that breathes brimstone smoke into the sudden silence. Hey, Steve, he says. Where you going, man? We're only just getting started. Chapter 2. Inspector! A shivering constable grabbed the blue and white police tape, stretching it up and out of the way. They're over there, sir. Logan McRae clipped the locks on his mud-spattered Audi, then ducked under the tape and slithered his way across the pale sand, making for the knot of figures gathered outside the SOC tent. It sat between a pair of massive sand dunes, the white plastic sheeting flapping in the frigid wind that whistled in off the North Sea. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, but the low sun hadn't made it over the crest of jagged pampas grass yet, leaving the crime scene shrouded in deep blue shadow. Balmedi Beach wasn't exactly the Costa del Sol at the best of times, but at 10:30 on a cold January morning, it could freeze the nipples off a polar bear. Aberdeen, 2 degrees north of Moscow. If the city had a zoo, they'd have to give the penguins bobble hats in the winter. Inspector! Inspector McRae! An Identification Bureau technician dressed in the obligatory white oversuit and blue plastic booties waved him over. Same as all the others, sir. You were right. Brilliant. The one time he actually wanted to be proven wrong. Logan signed in with the crime scene manager, then struggled his way into an SOC suit. It fought him all the way, the wind snatching at the legs and sleeves, trying to help it escape. Pathologist? Inside, sir. Photographs and samples are done, so just give us a nod when you want us to remove... He pointed at what Logan knew was lurking in the tent. You know. The whole structure creaked and juddered, the wind moaning through the joints as Logan stepped inside. They'd set up a couple of arc lights, the harsh white glare bouncing back off the sand, making Logan's breath steam as he squatted down beside the pathologist. She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling above the mask that covered her nose and mouth, then back down at the head, lying on its side in the pale sand. It was a woman. Early 20s, eyes sunken and glassy, ginger hair bleached almost blonde by the arc lights, freckles dark against her porcelain skin, mouth open. A little drift of sand had built up behind her teeth, something golden glittering away in the depths. Just like the other 6. How did you know? The pathologist dug the severed head out of the sand. She was right where you said she'd be. Logan watched them ease Lucy's head into a clear plastic evidence pouch, seal and label it. One more to add to the collection in the mortuary. Time of death? Dr. Isabel McAllister snapped off her blue nitrile gloves, removed her mask and peeled back the hood of her SOC suit, letting her long, dark hair tumble over her shoulders. You know I can't tell you that. Logan opened his mouth to say something, then shut it as Isabel placed a hand against his chest. Her touch was hot in the cold tent. She stared up into his eyes. I've missed you. Isabel, Oh, no, you don't. One of the IB techs marched over, Samantha, scarlet hair painfully bright in the harsh lighting. She unzipped her suit, exposing a swell of pale cleavage surrounded by tattoos. He's mine, aren't you, Logan? Isabel bit her bottom lip, looked away. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. But maybe... Samantha stepped up close and ran her fingertips across Isabel's cheek. Maybe I'll let you share. Pain jagged across Logan's ribs. Ow! What was... Maybe we can all do something special together. I'd like that. Isabel licked her blood-red lips and cupped one of Samantha's breasts. I'd like that, Stop sodden snoring! Detective Sergeant Logan McRae struggled upright in his seat. I'm awake! I'm awake! Cold. Dark. A lung-rattling cough shook his body, ending with a shiver. God! Sniff. He ran his hands across his face, feeling the stubble rasp. What time is it? D.I. Steele was almost invisible in the darkness, but he could hear her shifting in the passenger seat of his manky brown Fiat. You were snoring! The inspector stabbed her thumb on the button for the cigarette lighter, waited for it to pop up, then pulled it out of the dashboard and sparked up a silk cut. The orange glow turned her face into a topographical map of wrinkles and shadow, train wreck hair hidden beneath a furry hat. Bloody freezing! Logan peered at the fogged-up windscreen, then cleared a porthole with his sleeve, looking out at the moonlit countryside. They'd parked down a small lane overlooking a sprawling building site just off the A90, Aberdeen to Ellen Road. He yawned. Need a pee. Shouldn't have drunk all that coffee then, should you? Knew he wouldn't show. I mean, what sort of idiot takes decaf on a stakeout? So where is he then? If I knew that, I wouldn't be sitting here in this crappy car listening to your bloody snoring, would I? Fine, be like that. Logan helped himself to one of the inspector's cigarettes, lighting it with a Zippo as he climbed out into the freezing night. Close this sodding door! Slam. He stood there for a second, shivering, drew in a deep lungful of smoke, then started down the lane towards a clump of trees. The ground crackled beneath his feet, grass coated in a thick rime of frost. Everything turned monochrome in the light of a nearly full moon, bright as day. Logan stepped off the lane and into the undergrowth. God, it was cold. Bloody steel and her bloody chiz. What was the point of having a covert human intelligence source if the sodding source was so covert you couldn't bloody see him? Zip. Rummage. Grimace. Ah. Oh, yeah. That was better. He stood there, in a growing cloud of bittersweet steam, cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. 12 days straight without a single day off. No wonder he was knackered. You could see the whole development from here, a swathe of frozen mud surrounded by chain-link fencing, piles of bulldozed earth, a cluster of pale concrete foundations. 20 or 30 houses looked almost finished. Another half-dozen were at the scaffolding and brick stage. Eventually there'd be 400 of the damn things, courtesy of McLennan Homes. Nasty boxy rabbit hutches for people with more money than sense. Christ knew how the bastard got planning permission. The site office was a little porta-cabin, and as Logan watched, someone opened the door, spilling pale yellow light across the churned-up earth. A dog barked, the sound of a radio. Then the door swung shut and the light was gone, replaced by the faint circle of a torch working its way around the perimeter fence. You'd have to be desperate, taking a night watchman's job on a building site in the middle of winter, knowing that if anything went missing, Malcolm McLennan would have your balls. Literally. Logan zipped himself up, then hurried back to the car, out of the cold. He clunked the door shut behind him. Baltic out there! He cranked the key in the ignition and turned the heater up full, holding his hands over the vents. D.I. Steele sat and scowled at the windscreen as it started to clear. Sod this! He's 2 hours late! I'm no buggering about any longer! Some of us got pregnant wives to get home to! Logan wrestled the gear stick into reverse, getting a loud grinding noise, then turned in his seat and peered out of the rear window, navigating by the light of the moon. The manky Fiat shuddered backwards up the lane. Told you he wasn't going to show. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying, no one's daft enough to rat out Malk the knife. Logan backed out onto the slip road, flicked on the headlights, then stuck his foot down, hoping for a bit of wheel spin, getting nothing but a dull groan as the car slowly dragged its rusty backside towards 50. Stop past Asda on the way home. We're out of ice cream. In this weather? Cravings. Susan wants double chocolate chip and cheese Doritos in the same bowl. And before you say anything, I know I have to watch her eating it. Steele scooted down in her seat. Doesn't this thing go any faster? No. They sat in silence as the moonlit countryside rumbled past, fields of frost-whitened grass, ploughed up earth, miserable-looking sheep, big round bales of hay wrapped in black plastic. Logan slowed for the roundabout on the outskirts of Bridge of Dawn. Fancy a pint? Celebrate my finally getting some time off. Dodgy Pete'll still be open. Pregnant wife, remember? Steele pulled out her cigarettes again. And I want you back at the ranch, 7 o'clock Thursday morning, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Don't want Mr. Knox thinking we're no pleased to see him, do we? Christ knows what the nasty wee sod would get up to. Chapter 3. The Eastern Airways Jetstream 41 was tiny compared to the British Midland 737 at the next stand. Logan stood in the shelter of a plastic-roofed walkway outside the terminal building, watching as the little blue and white plane edged in from the runway, twin propellers roaring in the drizzly rain, navigation lights winking in the gloom. The sky it had dropped from was the colour of wet clay, a solid blanket of dark grey that stretched from horizon to horizon, thin slivers of pre-dawn light barely visible around the edges. Bang on time! D.I. Steele dragged her hands out of her armpits for long enough to produce a packet of cigarettes, stick one in her mouth and light up. Mind you, bet we'll still be farting about. Hey, you! A little man in a high-visibility vest was scurrying down the walkway towards them. You can't smoke here! The whole airport's a no-smoking zone! Steele took the fag out of her mouth and told him to bugger off. Police! I don't care if you're the sodding Pope! No smoking! Oh, for God's sake! She took one last defiant drag and dropped the cigarette on the concrete walkway, grinding it out with a scuffed shoe. "There! You happy? Don't let it happen again!" He stuck his nose in the air, turned on his heel, and stalked off. Steele stuck 2 fingers up at his departing back, muttering, "Little Hitler dick!" The Jetstream's engines gave one last roar and the plane rocked to a halt, windscreen wipers slowly squeaking back and forth across the cockpit windows as the propeller blades whined down. Then men in grubby blue boiler suits and ear protectors hauled luggage out of the hold and stacked it onto a buggy. There was a clunk and the forward door popped open. Hinged on the bottom edge, the steps built into the back. One of the cabin crew stuck her head out into the cold morning, and a gust of wind whipped her long brown hair into a headbanger's halo. Her expression soured. She ducked back inside. Welcome to Aberdeen. Logan leaned back against the walkway's cold plastic wall and stifled a yawn. Steele wrinkled her nose at him. "How much you have to drink last night?" "Couple glasses of wine?" "Aye, and the rest. You smell like a tramp's wife fronts." "I was on holiday." 2 blissful days of sleeping in and not having to worry about Aberdeen's assorted criminal tosspots. "On the batter, more like." She dug in her pocket and came out with a packet of extra strong mints. "Eat." Logan did what he was told, crunching away as the ground crew finished with the baggage. A uniformed PC appeared at Logan's elbow, carrying 3 big wax paper cups, the bitter smell of roasted coffee beans mingling with the fading tang of exhaust and hot metal. PC Guthrie puffed out his cheeks and stared at the rain, pale ginger eyebrows almost invisible beneath the peak of his cap. "Maybe he'll take one look at the weather and bugger off back to Newcastle." Guthrie grinned. It made him look like a happy potato. Steele scowled. "You took your sodding time." Nature called. The constable handed over the coffees, then dug about in the pockets of his black fleece. "Got you a muffin as well." "Then I take it all back. Even the stuff about your granny shagging donkeys." The 3 of them drank their coffee and ate their muffins. A stream of people clumped down the plane's steps, then huddled along the designated path to the terminal, clutching their laptops to their chests, ties and suit jackets flapping in the wind. Steele checked her watch. 3 days' time, that'll be me. Only I'll be in the Canary Islands, no freezing my nipples off in sunny Aberdeen." The last of the passengers picked a small red suitcase from the cart and trundled it through the puddles and away. Steele stomped her feet, hands wrapped around her steaming paper cup. "You sure he was on the plane?" "Positive." "Then where the hell is he? It's no like—" She stopped. A large pink head had appeared in the Jetstream's doorway. What little hair remained had been cropped to about the same length as the designer stubble beard covering both chins. The face broke into a wide smile of perfect white teeth. "Detective Inspector Steele, I presume?" There was no mistaking the Newcastle accent. It boomed out across the drizzly morning, easily competing with the distant roar of the delayed BD 0671 clambering its way into the dismal sky. Steele pulled out the photograph Northumbria Police had emailed up, squinted at it, frowned, then leaned over and whispered at Logan, "If that's Knox, he's really let himself go." She held up a hand and waved. The large man hobbled down the steps, then stopped at the bottom, turned and stared back into the cabin. "Well, come on then. This was your idea, remember?" A thin face peered out. Richard Knox. Pointy nose, pointy chin, and a crooked teeth overbite that made him look a bit like a partially shaved rat. His hairline was receding, probably trying to get away from his face. "Cold." The big man closed his eyes for a moment, mouth working silently on something. And then he said, "We've been over this, Richard. You know what I'm saying?" "Just an observation." Knox's voice was nearly an octave higher, but still broad Geordie. He took a grip of the handrail and picked his way down the steps to the wet tarmac. "Not like this all the time, is it?" D.I. Steele grinned at him. "No, most of the time it's a lot worse. Why don't you try somewhere warmer? Like hell! That's meant to be nice this time of year." Knox stared back, expressionless. "Funny? You're a funny lady. And you're a raping wee shite bag." "Served me time, paid me debt to society like. God has forgiven us." My sharny arse! People like you!
All right.
The big man limped between them.
I think that's enough team bonding for one morning.
He stuck out his hand for Steele to shake.
Detective Superintendent Danby.
She looked at the hand for a moment, then grabbed it, her fingers disappearing into the DSI's grip. Detective Inspector Steele.
Excellent.
Danby nodded, getting an extra chin for his trouble.
Now, any chance we can go inside before we all freeze to death?
Knox didn't say much on the way into town, just sat in the back of the patrol car, sandwiched between Logan and PC Guthrie, clutching an Asda carrier bag to his chest while Steele drove. DSI Danby was a lot more chatty.
So, there we were. Half the bobbies in Newcastle and we still can't find our missing grandad anywhere. We've checked the shops, the post office, every shed and garage for 3 miles round his house. So it gets dark and we have to give up for the night. Newspaper appeals, radio, even got us a 2-minute spot in the local telly news. Nothing.
Knox shifted in his seat, rubbing against Logan in the confined space. Up close he smelled of lavender and peppermint, like an old lady's handbag. Do we really need to hear this again?
3 days later, the old boy turns up at the local library, still in his jammies, gabbling on about how he's been abducted by aliens. Of course, everyone knows he's got Alzheimer's, you know what I'm saying? So they pat him on the head and get someone to drive him home. Only, he keeps going on about how the aliens took him to the underground lab and did experiments on him. Anal probes and all that.
Danby sniffed, one hand wrapped around the grab handle above the passenger door, staring out of the window.
So, finally, his sister calls the doctor and he examines the old man, doesn't he? You know what?
Knox cleared his throat. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Spoiling things for us.
Just making conversation.
Well, don't. It's not funny.
Suit yourself.
The DSI went back to staring at the drab grey scenery. On a good day, Aberdeen sparkled. But this wasn't a good day. The granite buildings sulked beneath the heavy clouds, their grey walls stained dark by the never-ending drizzle. Headlights shimmered back from the wet road, taillights glowering red through a haze of spray. D.I. Steele flicked on the radio, breaking the silence. Annie Lennox, Aberdeen's favourite local girl made good, singing about walking on broken glass. The song ended. There was some banal chat from a DJ who obviously thought he was a lot funnier than he actually was, another record, and then the news. London grinds to a halt as snowstorms grip England. The A96 is closed between Inverurie and Huntly following a 5-car pile-up. McLennan Homes announced job boosts for the beleaguered northeast building industry. And a legal challenge is launched today against a proposed expansion to Donald Trump's golf resort. Hi, I'm Karen MacDonald. Today, the Balmady Dunes Preservation Society confirmed it would be issuing a legal challenge. PC Guthrie snorted. How come every time there's a 0.5 millimetre of snow, England goes tits up? What a bunch of wanky... He drifted to a halt. DSI Danby had swivelled round in the passenger seat to stare into the back of the patrol car. The constable's cheeks went pink. I mean, it's... He looked at Logan. Logan shook his head. No chance, you're on your own, sunshine. Idiot.
Come on then, constable.
Danby's voice rumbled through the confined space.
You have something to say? Let's hear it.
Cough. With the snow, and it's probably, unexpected, and the councils don't grit the roads. He wiggled in his seat. Got nothing against the English. Got lots of mates who are English. Danby looked at him.
How long you been in the force?
Guthrie licked his lips. 7 years?
Take a tip, constable. If you ever want to make sergeant, practice your lying. 'Cause right now you're crap. You know what I'm saying?
Chapter 4. Grampian Police Force Headquarters was a lot busier at 5 to 9 on a Thursday morning than it had any right to be. By now the CID day shift should have been out there, keeping the city safe from the people who lived in it. Instead they were hanging round the station, making the place look untidy. Logan picked his way carefully down the corridor, 2 coffees and a pair of tinfoil parcels balanced on a manila folder like a wobbly tray. D.I. Steele's office was the last one before the noisy main CID room. Logan stopped outside her door and carefully rearranged his hand so he could knock without spilling scalding liquid all over himself. Only he didn't get that far. Someone coughed behind him, and Logan turned to find Detective Inspector Beatty standing there with his arms folded. "Weren't you supposed to come and see me first thing this morning, Sergeant?" Sodding hell. D.I. Beatty, 16 stone of useless with a beard. "Had to go pick up Richard Knox." Beatty looked down at the carpet for a moment. "We were supposed to go over those counterfeit goods, remember? Handbags, MP3 players, cameras, perfume. What are we doing about them?" "Have you spoken to Trading Standards yet?" "No. I told you to go speak to them. Jesus, George, you're supposed to be a DI now, remember? I can't do everything for—" Inspector Steele's office door banged open and she lurched to a halt on the threshold, mouth hanging open as if she was about to shout something. She took one look at Beatty, then turned to Logan. "Where the hell have you been? Had to get your arse in here." She hauled up her trousers, stood back, waited till Logan was inside, then slammed the door in Beatty's face. Steele's new office didn't look anything like the old one. The knobbly ceiling tiles were still white, not coated in a sticky beige film of cigarette tar. The walls didn't have those greasy blue-tack acne spots, and the carpet was still a recognisable colour. Logan gave it 6 weeks, tops. Steele slumped back behind her desk, and Logan handed her a mug and a tinfoil parcel. She unwrapped the bacon butty and got stuck in, chewing and talking at the same time. "What we got?" He pointed at the manila folder, now with an Olympic logo of coffee rings on it. "Not a hell of a lot. Far as we can tell, Knox hasn't been to Aberdeen since he was 11. Logan peeled the tinfoil off his fried egg butty and bit down. Yolk splurged out into his palm. Sod! He transferred the dripping roll to his other hand and licked at the sticky yellow puddle. "Got them to pull all sexual assaults on OAPs for the 3 years before he left. 2 women in their late 70s. No men." Steele nodded. "Good. Means we'll no have a bunch of angry relatives sniffing about causing trouble." Another bite, then a scoop of tea. "Next, Erika Petrovsky." Logan went rooting through the folder and pulled out a stack of forms covered in scuffed yellow post-it notes. "Trial date's been set for 3 weeks next Tuesday. She's still sticking to her story, but the PF thinks she'll cop to aggravated assault if we give her the option." "Sod that. She went after her next-door neighbour with a carving knife. I'm no settling for anything less than attempted murder." Steele pursed her lips and swivelled back and forth in her office chair for a minute. "Anything else?" Logan slapped the papers out on her desk, one at a time. "Forensics found trace fibres when they did the rape kit on Laura McEwen, and they think they've got enough DNA for a match if we can get them a suspect. Fingerprints have come back on the old Meldrum post office job. Looks like our friend Mr. McLean is up to his old tricks again." "Get him picked up." The inspector crammed the last 2 inches of bread and bacon into her mouth. Then she lobbed its tinfoil wrapper into the bin, mumbling, "She shoots! She scores!" "No need. Traffic arrested him for drink driving last night, out celebrating his windfall." Logan stuck the final sheet in her desk. "Last but not least, another batch of counterfeit 20s turned up. That private bank on Albine Terrace called yesterday to say someone tried to deposit 4.5 grand's worth." She pursed her lips and went, for a while. "And what did D.I. Beardy want?" "Me to do his sodding job for him." "All right, settle down, settle down." Detective Chief Inspector Finney had the kind of face normally found under a wet rock. Wide rubbery lips, floppy Hugh Grant hairstyle, beady little eyes. He stood at the front of the new CID office with his back to the whiteboards, waiting for silence. Logan wheeled his office chair out from the walled-off section reserved for detective sergeants and settled down next to Steele while she fiddled with her phone. The large room smelled of fresh paint, fresh coffee, and second-hand curry. It wasn't even as if they could open a window. There weren't any. But it was still a lot better than the cramped hovel they used to work in upstairs. The middle of the office was divided up into 6 cubicles, each lined with beech veneer desks, arranged so the constables could sit back to back, separated by low walls of purple fabric. 9:15 and the whole CID day shift was there. 18 detective constables, 4 detective sergeants, 3 detective inspectors, fidgeting as Finney took them through the usual day-to-day morning briefing, waiting for him to get to the reason they'd all been allowed to slob about in the office for the last 2.25 hours, drinking coffee and moaning about the football. "Next up, Finney checked his notes.
"You'll have seen in our illustrious local press that we've got a special visitor staying with us for the foreseeable future."
He held up a copy of that morning's Aberdeen Examiner, the headline, "Sex Beast to Settle in North East," stretching above a blurry photo of a man in a shell suit. Richard Knox.
"Aye," said someone at the back. "Like we don't have enough perverts of our own to deal with."
"I'm sorry." Finney turned a blistering smile on the room. "Did I give the impression this briefing was open to audience participation? Did I? Because I don't remember doing that." No one spoke. "Let's try and behave like professionals, shall we, children? For a change." He turned and pointed to the large figure sitting at the front of the room. "This is Detective Superintendent Danby from Northumbria Police, the man who put Knox away in the first place. DSI Danby has kindly agreed to come up here, brief us, and help liaise with Sacro. Superintendent?" Danby levered himself to his feet, turned and nodded at everyone.
"Right, Richard Knox."
The DSI's big bass voice filled the CID room just as easily as it had the patrol car. He picked up a long black remote control and pointed it at the huge plasma TV bolted to the back wall between the little kitchen recess and the lockers. Everyone swiveled round in their chairs. Knox's face appeared on the screen, staring out at them with a black eye and a swollen lip. It was an old photo, from back when Knox had more hair, but other than that, he was still the same weedy-looking rodent.
"Richard Albert Knox was convicted of the illegal imprisonment and rape of a 68-year-old man suffering from dementia."
Danby pressed the button on the remote again, and an old man's torso filled the screen, covered in bruises, scabs and bite marks.
"William Brookley was held for 3 days and subjected to repeated violent sexual assaults. Chained up in the basement, beaten, abused, forced to eat dog food. A 68-year-old man, you know what I'm saying?"
Danby paused for a moment.
"At the trial, Knox claimed the victim was a willing sexual partner who liked a bit of rough. Judge gave him 10 years.
Another click, and Knox's face was back, grinning in front of a bland concrete slab of a building.
"He was out in less than 7. Released on licence, and he's been living under 24-hour supervision ever since. We know Knox was responsible for at least 6 other attacks on older men before we caught him, but we couldn't prove it."
Danby pressed something else, and the TV screen went blank.
"Don't be fooled by the weedy strip of piss God is my co-pilot exterior. Richard Knox is a violent sexual predator who gets off on other people's pain."
There was a moment's silence. Then the same voice as before piped up from the back.
"So why the hell are we getting lumbered with him?" "He served his time."
Danby folded his huge arms.
"We've got no legal right to restrict his movements anymore. If it was up to me, he'd be stuck in a little dark hole for the rest of his natural, you know what I'm saying? But as of 3 months ago, he can go wherever he likes."
One of the uniformed PCs stuck up a hand. "Yeah, but why Aberdeen?"
"Because blood's thicker than water."
Chapter 5. "Hold on, maybe this'll help." PC Guthrie yanked open the curtains, unleashing a cloud of dust. Pale grey morning light oozed in through the grubby bay window. If anything, it just made the place look worse. Once upon a time, the velvet curtains were probably a rich red, but now they were the colour of dried blood. The wallpaper was a collection of faded roses and vines, the room's corners infested with the familiar black spider webs of mildew. Standard lamps with tasselled edging, a sagging couch, a nest of tables, a mantelpiece weighed down with dusty porcelain figurines. The sour taint of ancient cat pee. Steele wrinkled her nose. "No exactly better homes and gardens, is it?" Logan had to agree. The whole place looked like the contents of a bring-and-buy sale circa 1975. Could do with a bit of a clean. Richard Knox stood in the middle of the worn carpet, one hand on the back of a rickety armchair, and smiled. "I think it's perfect." It was a run-down detached house in Cornhill, with an overgrown front garden, sagging gutters, moss-covered roof, and peeling paintwork. A pair of black-and-white photographs hung on the wall above the fireplace. One of a dour-looking man in an old-fashioned suit, the other a severe woman with a 50s haircut and scowl. I never met me real grandfather. Knox stared up at them. The Lord took him when me mother was still a little girl. But Granny Murray was a terror, you know, always banging on about Jesus this and Bible that. Knox smiled. Wish I'd listened to her when I had the chance, like. Bet things would have turned out very different for us if I'd found God before the devil found me. Creepy little bastard. Ever since they'd arrived at the manky old house, he'd been practically glowing. They followed him from room to room, opening the curtains, upsetting the dust and mould, ending up in a double bedroom at the back of the house, overlooking a long back garden choked with bushes and weeds. The large bed drooped in the middle, its quilted cover pockmarked and cat-clawed. Knox settled on the edge, clutching the same old battered carrier bag to his chest. A woman's head poked around the door. John Lennon glasses, chubby cheeks, short, curly ginger hair. A hamster in a lumberjack shirt who'd introduced herself as PC something or other from the offender management unit. Seems okay to me location-wise, but I'm still not happy about Richard staying here. Might be a bit risky with it belonging to a relation and all. DSI Danby shook his head.
You don't have to worry about that. Euphemia Murray remarried after Knox's grandfather died. Even if someone gets hold of his mother's maiden name, it won't be the same as the old woman's.
Knox smiled. Outlived 2 husbands, didn't she? You have to admire that. The DSI pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket.
Before we leave you in the capable hands of Constable Irving and her team, we have to go through the terms of your SOPO.
Knox groaned, then flopped back on the quilt, provoking another puff of dust from the ancient fabric. Do we have to?
Yes, we do.
Danby handed the paperwork to Logan.
Do the honours, will you, Sergeant?
Logan cleared his throat. Sexual Offences Prevention Order for Richard Albert Knox, 35 Cairnview Terrace, Aberdeen. Applied for by Chief Constable Brian Anderson and approved by Sheriff McNabb. This order is valid for 5 years from today's date and lays out...
How about, said Danby, we skip the bump and get to the conditions?
Oh, right. You will not go within 200 yards of any retirement home or recreation centre where older men might congregate. You will not contact any other registered sex offender. Knox gave a theatrical sigh. You know, the power of God can change a man. There's no sinner so desperate that he cannot be redeemed. D.I. Steele laughed, thumbs jabbing away at the keypad on her mobile phone. Aye, right. You will not consume alcohol outside of your place of residence. Pfft, I'm surprised you got that one past a judge. You will not accost any member of the public. Frown. What? Danby's voice rumbled out from the corner.
It means if you're alone with anyone and you make them feel uncomfortable, we can lock you up for 5 years.
That's not fair. I can't control if someone feels uncomfortable, can I? Knox waved a hand at him. Anyway, what about confession? Have to be alone with me priest, don't I? Danby scowled.
You're a Protestant. You don't have confession.
Well, what about the people watching us then? Me keepers? PC Hamster fiddled with her glasses. You don't have to worry about that, Richard. There's going to be 2 of them at all times. We've got a specialist team from Sacro who are going to keep an eye on things. You'll be fine. You will not drive any vehicle without a member of your supervisory team present. Knox shrugged and collapsed backwards until he was lying down, staring at the ceiling, his legs dangling over the side of the bed. The mattress creaked. When I was little, I remember hearing them in here. Granny Murray and Grandad Joe. They must have been in the 60s or the 70s, but they still did it every Friday night, regular as clockwork. You could hear the squeak of the springs from me room. He swung his legs, making the mattress groan in time to the motions. The pair of them, going at it in here while I was in the next room. Don't think she really enjoyed it, like, but it was a duty, you know. Keep the old man's urges satisfied. Right. D.I. Steele pushed herself away from the wall and slipped her mobile back in her pocket. I've had enough of creepy sod theatre for one morning. We done here? Logan checked. 2 more. You shall not visit any gay bars, clubs or associations, and you will not obstruct the efforts of any supervising agency. That's the lot. Do you understand these restrictions? The weedy little man flopped an arm over his eyes. I suppose. Logan passed the paperwork back to Danby. You want a lift back to the station? What? Knox sat up. You're not leaving us, are you, Graham? You were right quiet on the plane. I was hoping you'd join us for dinner. You know, get a nice curry and some poppadoms. We can catch up a bit, like. Reminisce about the good old days. You, me, and Billy Adams? Danby stiffened, then turned to look out of the bedroom window.
A lift would be good.
So, Steele cracked open the passenger window and flicked a disc of chewed gum at a passing taxi. You want to tell us why a detective superintendent traipses halfway up the country to babysit a manky wee rapist like Richard Knox? Danby shrugged, his huge shoulders going up and down as he stared at the passing scenery.
Maybe I just fancied a jolly to Aberdeen.
Aye, and maybe my arse is made of Toblerone. Sitting in the back with the DSI, Logan tried not to picture that. They'd let PC Guthrie drive. He joined the queue of traffic waiting to turn left onto Westburn Road, juddering to a halt inches from the back end of a bendy bus. A park ran along the side of the road, complete with pond and bored-looking ducks, the dark scribble of bare trees. Other than that, the place was nearly empty, just a mother and her small child hauling a yapping terrier across the wide expanse of browny green. Danby sniffed.
Can't believe you've got no snow. We were up to our ears in Newcastle this morning.
OK, let's try this another way, shall we? Steele produced a packet of nicotine gum and popped a white pellet out of its foil blister, chewing with her mouth open. Who's Billy Adams?
It's not important.
Sounded important.
Danby's face hardened. Drop it. You know what I'm saying.
That an order, sir?
Call it a request.
He turned to Logan.
These Sacroid people, they hope to keep an eye on Knox.
Sacro, Safeguarding Communities, Reducing Offending. It's a charity, biggest provider of supported accommodation for offenders in Scotland. Got teams of volunteers watching people like Knox all over the country. Well, maybe not exactly like Knox, but yeah, they're up to it. Steele rolled her window back up. You know, I'm going to find out eventually, so you might as well spill the beans. Silence. See, I'm what you'd call a tenacious wee sod. More silence. Seriously, I can be a right pain in the arse when I put my mind to—
That's enough, Inspector. You do your job and I'll do mine. Know what I'm saying?
And this time, the silence lasted all the way back to the station. I love a good mystery. D.I. Steele sat behind her desk, one hand stuffed down the front of her shirt, rearranging the contents of her bra. God gave me a nose for a reason, so I could stick it in other people's business. Who do you think this Billy Adams is? Logan shrugged and dumped the plastic bag from Marks & Spencer on the inspector's desk. They didn't have any of the big ones left. He cleared a space between the burglary reports and trial preparation documents, then pulled out 2 little boxes of sushi, a packet of cheese and onion, and a bottle of Diet Coke. Steele popped open the crisps, stuffed a handful into her mouth, then followed it up with a California roll. Maybe he's Danby's boyfriend. Logan dug into the bag again. Prawn salad and a sparkling mineral water. Steele scowled at him. Salad? Jesus! All this time and I never knew you were turning into a shirt-lifter. Still? A smile spread across her face. If that means your tasty IB tart's up for a bit of extracurricular, I'm on a diet, OK? About time. You've turned into a right porky wee sod. Something in her pocket went bleep, and Steele pulled out her mobile phone, frowning at the screen. Sodding hell. Thought it was my chiz. Been trying to get hold of him all day. She washed a salmon nigiri down with a mouthful of Diet Coke. Finish your gay boy salad, then get digging. I want to know who this Billy Adams is, and I want to know how he's connected to DSI Fat and Shouty. Anything you can find. Beatty wants me to— Don't care. She stuck her fingers in her ears. La 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 la. Can you see me no caring? You're not the one he's whinging at the whole bloody time. Which part of la 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 do you no understand? She popped a fingernail of wasabi into her mouth and made dog's bum faces for a minute. Then we're going to have to go do something about these counterfeit 20s. I mean, why did they bother promoting him? My arse would make a better DI. Get onto that bank. Tell them I want security camera footage. See if we can't find out who made the deposit. Do you never read the stuff I give you? Logan went digging through the pile of paperwork in the inspector's in-tray, coming out with the printouts he'd slapped down on her desk before the morning briefing. Here. He tried to pass them over, but Steele had a cucumber Mackie in one hand and a bunch of cheese and onion crisps in the other. Eating! You read it. We've already got an ID. The guy tried to deposit the cash into his own account. Kevin Middleton. Only prior he's got is for drink driving 12 years ago. Wrapped his jag around a lamppost in kilts after some charity auction. Steele smiled as she chewed. Perfect. Arrest the silly bugger. Then we can all get on with our lives. You thought any more about being godparent, by the way? Logan almost choked in his salad. Mouthful of water. I don't know if... Pause. Anyway, how come the Perf Patrol aren't dealing with Knox? How come this is our problem? The inspector's eyes narrowed, making all the wrinkles stand out. Our Lord and Master DCI Finney thinks the Offender Management Unit needs someone senior to personally oversee Knox's case. Apparently it's too high profile. Apparently I have experience with sexual predators. Apparently I'm the best person to support the Diddy men in this difficult and delicate operation. She scrunched up her empty crisp packet and hurled it at the bin. Missed. Which means Frog-Face Finney knows Knox is an odious wee shite, and if anything goes wrong, I'll be the one carrying the can. Maybe it won't be that bad. Course it bloody will. Knox'll need someone watching him till the day he dies, so I'll no get shot of him till I retire. It's the gift that keeps on sodding giving. Steele scowled. But don't you worry, I shall have my revenge. Meantime, you go see what you can get on this Billy Adams bloke Danby's being so secretive about. Chapter 6. Oh, Jesus, not again! Detective Sergeant Mark MacDonald wrinkled his nose, then slapped a hand over his face, hiding his wee goatee beard. Ah! He grabbed a folder from his desk and fanned it back and forth, sending paperwork fluttering across Logan's desk. What are you... Logan frowned, and then the smell hit him. Bob! Bloody hell! Bob! DS Bob Marshall just grinned. If God existed, he hadn't been paying a lot of attention when he'd put Bob together. Big ears stuck out at right angles from a square head, with a bald patch at the back and a single thick eyebrow at the front. Arms like hairy string, a monkey in a machine-washable suit. Christ! Mark blinked, then hauled the door open. What have you been eating? Bob patted the sides of his stomach. Can't beat cauliflower cheese and chips. Oh no, it's everywhere! Logan stood, backing away into the corner of the little walled-off section of the CID office, built to house the detective sergeants. 6 desks, 4 for day shift, 2 for night, all but one covered in drifts of paperwork and ring binders. Monitor, keyboard, and overflowing in-tray. The walls were just about visible between the procedural flowcharts. A corkboard covered with mugshots and memos. A whiteboard with each DS's name written above a list of active cases. Another one with a schematic of some drug dealer's house, scrawled in blue marker pen. And a yellow and black biohazard triangle mounted above Bob's desk. Mark wafted the door open and closed, and open and closed. Never mind fucking Iraq. Bloody United Nations should invade your arse. That's a weapon of mass destruction right there. I can't help it if I'm talented. Gradually, the smell faded and people got back to work. Logan finished a report on 2 indecent exposures in Trinity Cemetery. You'd have to be a brave man to wave your willy about in January in Aberdeen. Then called up his internet browser and went looking for Billy Adams. 12,900,000 results in Google. He refined the search criteria, narrowing it down to Newcastle. 358 results. Apparently, there was a featherweight boxer called Billy Adams in the 50s, a guitarist with Dexy's Midnight Runners in the 80s, a bunch of businessmen, some football fans. Then Logan included Knox's name in the search. An article from the Newcastle Evening Chronicle was top of the list. Missing officer's body found. There were more links to the Newcastle Journal, News Post Leader, Sunday Sun, Morpeth Herald, and Whitley Bay News Guardian. Even a few of the national broadsheets had got in on the act. Logan clicked on the Chronicle link. Under the headline was a photo of a blue SOC tent, the kind you put up to preserve a crime scene. It was surrounded by patchy bushes with some trees and the leg of a pylon in the background. An IB technician in protective gear walked towards the camera, carrying a black plastic box. Further down the article there was another photo, a smiling man with short blonde hair, squint nose, blue eyes. According to the caption, it was Detective Inspector Billy Adams, 42. Apparently they'd found his body in the family Ford Mondeo on a patch of wasteland to the north of Newcastle. The story didn't have a lot of detail on the cause of death, not surprisingly, concentrating instead on how police search teams had been looking for Adams since he'd gone missing from his home the Wednesday before. There was a quote from his wife, one from the detective inspector who'd headed up the search, another from the young man who'd found the car, and a small potted history of D.I. Adams' career. Drug seizures, 3 murder inquiries, 1 high-profile kidnapping that ended in disaster. Logan dug the phone out from under a pile of partially completed crime reports and called Northumbria Police Headquarters. Well? Detective Inspector Beardy Beatty's office was crowded with box files, piled up on the carpet, the shelves, the windowsill, even the visitor's chair, so Logan had to stand. The only place not covered in boxes was Beatty's desk. That was covered in biscuit crumbs and paperwork. Logan handed over the indecent exposure report. He's done it twice that we know of, probably more. Young mothers with pushchairs every time. Beatty sat forward, eyebrows raised. Maybe he's not flashing the mothers at all, you think of that? Maybe he's flashing the kids. The DI smiled, obviously pleased with his deductive reasoning, like a podgy Sherlock Holmes who'd been dropped on his head as a child. Don't be daft, George. He's picking victims he knows aren't going to chase after him. You going to abandon your baby in a graveyard to go running after some pervert who's just shown you his dick? Oh. Beatty picked at the coffee stains on his new desk. What about the counterfeit goods? Did you speak to Trading Standards like I told you? I, was hoping we could go over there together, show a united front. Just call them, okay? We shouldn't even be dealing with it. Hooky Goods is a job for the shop cops. Yes, but the sheer volume of still their job. Finney wants us to do that interagency cooperation thing. Us, Trading Standards and Customs. Beatty shuffled through some of the mess on his desk. It shouldn't take long, just a couple of hours, and you'll have to take it up with Steele. I've got stuff to do for her all day. Beatty's bottom lip protruded, his eyebrows pinching up in the middle, the lost puppy look. But Finney wants to see progress. Then go get Biohazard Bob or Mark to help. Or Doreen, eh? How about giving her some sodding work for a change instead of lumping it all on me? Fine. The inspector went back to his files, face turning pink. I'll call Trading Standards myself. Logan left him to it. Bloody thing. D.I. Steele jabbed at the latch of her office window with a fork, digging the tines into the mechanism. Logan closed the door and slumped in the visitor's seat. Tell me again why they promoted Beardy Beatty? It's no safe making the windows so you can't open the bastards more than an inch. What if there's a fire? Useless tosser couldn't investigate a septic tank for jobbies. She jabbed the fork into the catch again. Give us a hand, eh? Thought you were supposed to be cutting down on the fags. This is an infringement of my human rights. Open, you bastard! They struggled with the mechanism for a minute, before Steele managed to stab herself in the thumb with her fork. She screwed her face up, then hurled the stainless steel thing in the bin. Fuck! Steele slumped into her office chair and stuck her bleeding thumb in her mouth. Why can't you go outside for a cigarette like a normal person? Steele just scowled at him. Whatever. Logan pulled out his notebook. Billy Adams, a.k.a. Detective Inspector Billy Adams, Northumbria Police. Did a lot of anti-gang stuff and some undercover work on a big Newcastle mobster called Maitland. Killed himself about 6 weeks after Knox got sent down. And I mean seriously killed himself. She pulled her thumb out of her mouth. What the hell's that supposed to mean? According to the sergeant I spoke to, D.I. Adams swallowed enough antidepressants to cheer up a whole bouncy castle full of goths, a bottle of gin, and the barrel of a shotgun. No sodding about for our Billy, then. Blew a big hole in the roof of the family Mondeo, in the grounds of some disused factory. Been there 4 days in the sun before they found the body. The magpies had been at him. Steele went back to sucking her thumb, mumbling around the digit. So why's Danby being all touchy about it? No idea. Logan shifted forward in his seat. I went for a dig in Knox's file too, in case there was a connection there. He's got big chunks marked restricted, no details. That'll be those other rapes Danby was waffling about. Would have been before the Soham murders, back when we all thought we had to be so sodding sensitive about unsubstantiated accusations going on some dirty bastard's permanent record. Bloody Data Protection Act bollocks. Logan shrugged. She was probably right. Silence. Then she stood,
Get your coat. We're off to see a man about some dodgy 20s.
Nah, business is shite, truth be told. The man in the oil-smudged blue boiler suit spoke over his shoulder, while a scabby kettle grumbled to a boil. Bloody recession barely made a dent in Aberdeen, but suddenly no one wants to buy a car. You know? Hypocritical bastards. The office faced out onto what looked like an old cattle yard, the grey concrete floor host to a multicoloured array of second-hand cars, crammed in bumper to bumper, with "Deal of the Week" signs taped to the windscreens. A couple of calendars hung on the white breeze-block walls, all featuring spanners and bits of mechanical equipment. D.I. Steele finished flipping through one and pulled a face before perching herself on the edge of the battered desk.
Whatever happened to nudie women?
Milk. 2 sugars, right? He ladled coffee granules into 3 mugs lined up along the windowsill.
Aye.
Logan shook his head.
Just milk for me.
OK. He poured in the hot water, steam turning the window opaque, blocking out the forecourt. The garage was hidden away down a country road somewhere between West Hill and the Loch of Skene, surrounded by trees and fields full of grumbling cattle.
Mr. Middleton?
Logan watched him sniffing a carton of semi-skimmed milk. Are you sure you wouldn't recognise the man who gave you the cash? Middleton sploshed milk into their coffees.
Dunno, never saw him before.
Steele accepted her mug, wrapping her hands around it and breathing in the hot steam.
If I was a suspicious wee sod, which I am, I'd be tempted to say your mystery man with a handful of dodgy 20s never existed. It was just you trying to launder the stuff.
Kevin Middleton stiffened.
You think I'd be daft enough to pay counterfeit cash into my own bank account? How thick would I have to be?
Steele shrugged.
Maybe you thought they'd be good enough to pass the bank's tests?
Middleton laughed, then settled into the swivel chair behind his desk.
You're kidding, right? If I wanted to clean some money, I'd go down the bookies, or the casino, or to one of them dog nights in Dundee. Somehow, I get the feeling a bank would know what to look for.
Right.
Steele looked at him, her head tilted to one side.
You've obviously given this a lot of thought.
What's that supposed to mean?
Come on. You don't think it's a wee bit odd? Some tadger comes in here with over £4,000 in crisp new 20s wanting to buy one of your manky motors.
A lot of people doing business in Reddy's now. No bugger trust them thieving dicks in the banks anymore. Safer keeping it under the mattress.
And if it's cash, you can accidentally forget to mention it to the taxman, right?
Middleton's face darkened.
I'm the victim here, OK? $4,500 I'm down. Not to mention one Honda Civic.
Logan took a sip of instant coffee. Bitter, burnt tasting, little beads of fat glimmering on the surface. If you sold the car, you've got the buyer's details, yeah? On the registration documents? Middleton coughed, swivelled back and forth in his chair, stared at a parts catalogue.
Look, maybe this is all going a bit too far. I mean, the bloke probably didn't know the cash was...
Steele cut him off.
Don't talk shite. Give us the guy's details, or I'm dragging you down the station and doing you for passing counterfeit money, and trying to poison a police officer with crap cheapo coffee.
Middleton glowered in silence for a bit, then stood and muttered his way to a beige filing cabinet in the corner of the office. He went rummaging through one of the drawers and came out with a registration document. He held it out and Steele snatched it off him, gave it a cursory glance, then chucked it to Logan.
Read.
Logan opened it up and scanned the new keeper section, carefully printed in blue biro. You know you're meant to send this off to the DVLA, right?
How come you bastards aren't out there arresting paedophiles and bloody muggers, eh?
Blah, blah, blah.
Steele took another sip and grimaced.
We got an address.
Car's registered to a Douglas Walker in Peter Cooter.
There you go. Wasn't so difficult now, was it?
Steele clunked her mug down on the desk and stood, rubbing the seat of her trousers.
Come on, Sergeant. Let's get out of here before Mr. Middleton threatens to make more coffee.
Logan followed her out onto the forecourt, buttoning up his jacket against the cold. Brambles scratched along the dry-stained dyke that bordered the lot, their dark brown skeletons speckled with frost where the weak sun hadn't managed to reach yet. He dug his hands deep into his pockets, then froze, staring at one of the vehicles, a red Honda Civic. He checked the registration documents again. Inspector? Steele kept on walking, pulling out her phone. Behind him, Logan could hear Kevin Middleton locking the garage up. Then the man was hurrying past, weaving his way between the used cars towards a Range Rover parked at the curb. Logan shouted across to him.
Where exactly do you think you're going?
Dentist's appointment?
Steele leant back against the CID pool car, poking away at her phone's keypad. Hurry up! Sodden Persian out here. My nipple's get any pointier, they'll put someone's eye out. Logan nodded towards the Honda. This is the car he says he sold for $4,500.
No, it isn't. Just 'cause it's the same make.
And the same colour, and the same number plate. Logan held up the registration documents. Want to explain that? Middleton sagged back against a Ford Fiesta, staring up at the low grey sky, breath steaming out as he swore.
I got it back, okay?
Oh, yeah. Come on! It was $4,500! Which you're no doubt claiming back on your insurance. Logan ran his eyes over the collection of cars in the forecourt. Have you had a visit from Trading Standards recently, Mr. Middleton? Checking the odometers aren't clocked, all the vehicles are roadworthy, no cut and shunt jobs?
What was I supposed to do? I'm a small businessman. I can't afford to have people ripping me off.
You know how it— Oh, for God's sake! Steele stomped her feet. Shut up, the pair of you. I'm cold and I'm bored, and if it's all the same to you, I'd kinda like to get home before the next sodding ice age sets in. She turned her back on them. Logan, get your arse in gear. We're leaving. But now! She clambered into the passenger seat and slammed the car door. Brilliant. Nothing like being supported by your senior officer. Logan pointed a finger at Middleton. This isn't over. Thanks a lot. Logan changed gear and put his foot down, overtaking a minibus on the dual carriageway. That was really nice. Empowering! The traffic was getting heavier the closer they got to the Kingswells roundabout, rush hour congealing the arteries leading in and out of Aberdeen like a deep-fried Mars bar. Steele cracked open the pool car window and blew a stream of smoke out into the cold afternoon, mobile phone clamped to her ear. What did you want to do? Arrest him? Impound all his stock? Spend the rest of the night filling in sodding paperwork? He's dodgy. Shock horror! A dodgy second-hand car dealer! Who would have thunk it? That has to be a first. He's— Come on, Steve, pick up the bloody phone. She squinted her face up, cigarette gripped between her front teeth. Finney's getting a DI down from Fraserburgh to cover my cases while I'm away. Try and no whinge too much when you're working for him, eh? Make it look like I run a tight ship. Brilliant. Bring someone else in. Logan gripped the steering wheel tighter. Steve, it's your mum. Where the hell are you? Call me back. She snapped her phone shut. Voicemail. I could have run the caseload. I know it all inside out. I'm already doing all the bloody work. Instead of which I'm going to have to hold some chuchter numpties wah, wah, wah. You're such a bloody moan. Just be thankful I didn't let them hand everything over to Beatty. Small mercies. Steele stuck the phone back in her jacket. Can't decide if I'm more pissed off or worried about Steve. Steve who? Polmont, my chiz. Which explained the "it's your mum" bit, keeping it all secretive in case anyone else heard the message. Logan frowned. How come you even know his name? Personal info is meant to stay on the other side of the sterile corridor, or whatever rubbish they're calling it now. Who else knows who he is? No one. She flicked ash out of the window. Just me, Frog-Face Finney, and now you. Thought all informant stuff was meant to be handled by the Spook Squad. Why, look, it just is, okay? And shut up. She took an angry sook on her cigarette. This is top secret squirrel, understand? Logan sighed. I think I can— I'm no joking. This gets out, I swear to God I'll wear your wee heterosexual arsehole as a foot warmer. He's a sparky at Milk the Knife's building site. He the one we were waiting for on Monday. Told you, no one's going to be daft enough to squeal. What is he, suicidal? That's what I'm afraid of. Poor wee bugger could be lying dead in a ditch for all I know. So go round his house, pay him a visit. She sniffed. Don't have an address. Then get a GSM trace on his mobile. If it doesn't move overnight, that's his house. Logan stuck his foot in the clutch, popped the pool car out of gear and drifted to a halt at the back of a long line of traffic. What about the counterfeit cash? Want to get a warrant organised for the guy who bought the car? Tonight? Steele stared at him. Are you mental? Be after 5 by the time we get back to the ranch. Get some backshift troglodyte to pick the bugger up. I'm going home. But don't make me la you again.
Chapter 7.
Celebrations outside the offices of McLennan Homes. Back to you in the studio.
The picture jumped to a balding anchorman with an unfeasible moustache. Thanks, Tim. That familiar, blurry photo of Richard Knox they'd used on the front page of the Aberdeen Examiner appeared on the screen.
A convicted rapist took up residence in the Grampian region today.
Logan turned the sound down, then cracked the ring pull on another tin of Stella. Cold beer after a hot curry. Singing wafted through from the bathroom, Samantha doing her best to murder a Marilyn Manson cover of a soft cell version of a Gloria Jones song. But it was still better than listening to yet another report about Richard Creepy Pants Knox sitting up home in Aberdeen. The anchorman disappeared from the screen, replaced by a lumpy woman mouthing angry somethings at the camera, probably complaining about Grampian police mollycoddling perverts when there were drunken yobs hanging about her local community centre. Logan toasted her with his tin of beer. Then it was over to the weather, which apparently was going to be crap for the foreseeable future. A standard January in the northeast of Scotland, then. What are you watching? Logan turned to see Samantha standing in the lounge doorway, wearing a fluffy pink bathrobe and pink towel turban. She even had pink fluffy socks on.
You're looking very goth tonight.
She stuck her middle finger up at him.
Any beer left? Fridge. And there's a film coming on at 10:30, if you fancy it. Got an early start tomorrow.
She plonked herself down on the couch and stole a scoof of his beer.
Your mum was on the phone earlier.
Logan groaned.
Relax. I told her you'd died of dysentery.
Samantha unwrapped the towel from her head and rubbed at the bright red hair it had been hiding.
Oh, and some bloke called Reuben called. Wouldn't leave a message.
Fuck. Reuben. Logan cleared his throat.
Didn't say anything at all. Nada. Your mum wants us to go round for Sunday lunch to discuss, and I quote, access to her grandchild.
What the hell did Reuben want? Silence.
You know, if you get over your fatal bout of the squits.
And how the hell did he get their home number?
Logan.
He looked up.
Sorry, miles away.
Tell you what, said Samantha, undoing the tie in the front of her robe. Maybe I've got something here that'll bring you back from the dead. What's he doing? Mandy wrinkled her nose. Praying, I think. Harry peered around the doorway at the figure kneeling in front of the broken 3-bar electric fire. The whole house smelled of damp and mould, dark and creepy, dank and creaky. Harry put his hands in his pockets and cleared his throat. He's a bit, you saw the papers, right? Mandy turned and smiled at him. She was pretty. Brown curly hair, a little black mole at the corner of her mouth. A bit on the chunky side, but that just gave you something to hang on to, didn't it? Not that Harry would ever say anything. Well, you don't, do you? Not when you work together like this, but still. She had tremendous knockers. She punched him on the arm. Worried our boy's going to find you irresistible. Ha ha. Harry shifted from one foot to the other. Anyway, Knox likes old manies, and in case it skipped your attention, I'm in the prime of my life. If you could call a divorced 43-year-old man with a receding hairline and expanding waistline in the prime of anything. Yeah. Mandy went back to staring at Knox. Shouldn't you be getting some kip? It's nearly midnight and you're on at 6. Harry shrugged again. Can't sleep the first night in a strange house. You? Like a log. Harry tore his eyes away from the fine hairs at the nape of her neck. I hear he attacked more than a dozen pensioners in Newcastle. Chained them up like dogs. Mandy put her head on one side, still staring at the praying man. Had to watch a paedophile once, primary school gym teacher. Abusing little girls in the changing rooms. Got away with it for 7 years. Jesus. Watched him for 3 weeks till he slashed his throat with the lid off a tin of tuna. Bathroom looked like a horror movie. Blood everywhere. She sighed. Ruined a perfectly good pair of shoes. There's a lovely image. Point is, he was never going to be 100% safe. Didn't matter how long it took. He was always going to see 6-year-old girls as sex objects. If he hadn't topped himself, I'd probably still be watching him now. Knox is the same. Did it before, he'll do it again. She shrugged. If we're not here to watch him. Harry tried to smile.
Good job I got a couple of packets of hobnobs then.
She nodded at the man kneeling on the threadbare hearthrug. Maybe you should have bought some tins of tuna. Richard Albert Knox tries not to smile. He can see them, reflected in the dusty screen of the dead television, standing there at the lounge door like a pair of old women gossiping. His knees ache, but that's all right. A little pain never did anyone any harm. Sometimes it did them a lot of good. And after all those years kneeling on the concrete floor of his cell, the tatty old rug's something of a luxury. But all that time when his knees really paid off, you know? Not like some of them dirty bastards in Franklin prison. The time they spent in their knees was for a different reason. Not that Richard had anything to do with that, thank you very much. No. Well, only once. And it wasn't like he had any option, was it? Not with a length of sharpened pipe waiting for him. They soon learned, though, didn't they? Felt the wrath of God. No one bothered him after that. He sneaks another look at his two minders from Sacro. Harry and Mandy. A right pair of do-gooders. Oh, aren't we so special, volunteering to look after rapists and pedos? How stupid can they be? Richard can't keep the smile off his face. They have no idea what's coming their way. End of Disc 1. Disc 2. Chapter 8. D.C. Rennie scowled. Is it me, or did the weather just get even crappier? Logan watched the windscreen wipers clunk and squeal across the glass. Rain drummed on the roof of the CID pool car, made spreading puddles on the uneven pavements, shivered the branches of a tall elandi hedge. The little cul-de-sac was quiet, just a few kids being bustled into cars for the last-minute school run. You got the warrant? Rennie dug it out of his jacket pocket. His short blonde hair stuck up in all directions, as if he'd just fallen out of bed, and his face had the kind of unnaturally orange fake tan glow any D-list celebrity would be proud of. Thought night shift were supposed to deal with this. Logan scanned the paperwork, all duly noted and authorized. You ready? No. Tough. He opened the car door and hurried up the path to the semi-detached house, hop-skip-stepping to avoid the deepest puddles, Detective Constable Rennie sploshing along behind him. They huddled under the little porch while Rennie thumbed the doorbell. Ah! It's trickling down the back of my neck! Better watch it doesn't wash your tan off, you'll go all streaky. Hey, at least I... The front door opened. A young man peered out at them, black eye, bruised cheek and swollen lip, one arm encased in plaster from elbow to palm. The police national computer check said he was 18, but he looked a lot younger. Yeah? Mr. Walker? Douglas Walker? He flinched, one hand coming up to shield his bruised face. Don't hit me! Logan held up his warrant card. Police. Walker sagged, sighed, then turned and limped back into the building. Close the door behind you, yeah? Inside it was a study in chintz. Walker levered himself down onto a floral sofa, complete with lacy antimacassars. A gas fire hissed away to itself, the mantelpiece littered with glass ornaments, sparkling in the light of a standard lamp. Oil paintings covered the walls, scenes of Aberdeen in OTT gilt frames. Walker grimaced. This about that car? What do you think? The young man stared at the swirly beige carpet. I didn't know, okay? I thought the cash was legit. Let me guess. Logan edged in front of the fire, letting his trousers steam. Soon as you found out there was a problem, you were in such a hurry to give Kevin Middleton his car back, you fell down the stairs a couple of times. Walker sniffed. I'm not pressing charges, and you can't make me. Logan let the silence drag out for a while, but Walker kept his face towards the floor. You want to tell me where you got $4.5 grand in dodgy 20s? He shook his head. Okay. Logan pulled out the warrant. Douglas Walker, it is an offence to pass counterfeit monies under Section 15 of the Forgery and Counterfeiting Act, 1981, punishable by up to 10 years in prison. At that, Walker did look up, his face pale, mouth working up and down. But I have a warrant here for your arrest. On your feet. You can't stand up, Mr. Walker. Oh, Jesus. He struggled upright, trying not to use his broken right arm. I didn't know. Really, I didn't. Logan slipped the papers back in his pocket. Do you want to come with us voluntarily, or shall we do it the hard way? Walker bit his bottom lip, setting it bleeding again. Rennie took out his handcuffs and the young man whimpered.
Voluntarily! I'll come voluntarily.
Good move. Logan scribbled that down in his notebook, then got Walker to sign it. He pointed the 18-year-old towards the door. Anything I should know about before I get a team in here to tear the place apart?
My mum and dad are in Corfu.
He wiped a hand across his eyes.
They'll kill me.
Rennie grinned.
If I was you, I'd be more worried about my new cellmate.
He made an obscene pokey hand gesture. Logan scowled at him, then turned back to Walker. You got any more counterfeit money on the premises? Walker stared at the carpet again, snivelling. He took a deep, shuddering breath.
There's another $3,000 in a hold-all in my wardrobe.
He led them upstairs to a medium-sized bedroom at the front of the house, overlooking the surrounding homes and south towards the River Dee, barely visible through the rain. An easel sat in front of the window, with a landscape of Benihee sketched out in rough charcoal strokes. The whole place smelled of linseed oil and turpentine. Walker pointed at the wardrobe sitting next to an unmade single bed. In there. Rennie snapped on a pair of blue nitrile gloves and went rummaging. Logan examined the canvas. Those paintings downstairs, yours?
Yeah.
The young man sniffed, rubbed at his eyes again.
Doing a degree at Gray's School of Art.
They're good. He shrugged, a blush creeping up his cheeks.
I was trying to capture the... Got it!
Rennie dragged a black hold-all from the mass of shoes and trainers, holding the handles wide apart so Logan could see inside. Lots of little folded bundles made of crisp 20-pound notes. Logan told him to zip it up again, then turned back to Walker.
You sure you don't want to just fess up now? Save us all the legwork.
He sniffed, looked out of the window at the rain-drenched landscape.
Think I should speak to a lawyer.
Logan slumped back in the visitor's chair and rubbed his face with his hands. Like interviewing a bloody cardboard cutout. D.I. Steele picked one of the clear plastic evidence pouches from the pile on her desk and peered at the stack of notes inside.
There's no another couple of grand knocking about you forgot to sign into evidence, is there?
Logan looked at her. What's that supposed to mean? She dumped the cash back on the desk.
You any idea how much it's going to cost to put wee Jasmine through a decent school?
Jasmine?
If it's a girl.
She opened her top desk drawer and pulled out a set of screwdrivers and a pair of pliers.
Want to help vandalise a window lock?
No. Logan picked up the discarded packet of counterfeit cash. You notice it's all in drug dealer bundles. 4 20s laid flat, 120 wrapped around them at 90 degrees, and then the whole lot folded.
Aye, thanks, Captain Sesame Street, but I do actually know what a sodding DDB looks like. Detective Inspector, remember?
Just saying it's a bit odd, okay? Would have thought counterfeit notes would come in big stacks, hot off the presses. Looks like this lot's been done up for junkies and pushers. Steele selected a flathead screwdriver from the set and swiveled her chair around, hunkering over the catch on her office window.
What's Wallace saying about it?
Walker, not Wallace. Douglas Walker. He's saying bugger all. Wants to speak to a lawyer first.
Jesus, no again!
Dig, poke. Says he heard about that case where the European court decided someone's human rights had been violated by not letting them have a lawyer during questioning. Steele sighed.
Human rights, my crinkle-cut arsehole. Tell you, the Americans got the right idea. Waterboard the lot of them. Pass me those pliers, eh?
Logan did as he was asked.
Still say it'd be easier to go outside and smoke like a normal person. You think this Walker kid's gonna crack?
Gonna let him stew for a couple of hours. Conned him into coming in on a volley, so there's no time limit. Maybe drop a few hints about doing a deal if he gives us his supplier. Usual vague lies. Logan checked his watch. We got that MAPA meeting in 10 minutes. I'm off for a fag. Want one? Or are you going to stay here practicing your housebreaking? Steele sniffed, then dumped the screwdriver on her desk.
Aye, what the hell?
Outside in the rear podium car park it was teeth-chatteringly cold. The tall, rectangular U-shaped bulk of FHQ acted as a windbreak, but the granite buildings it backed onto blocked out the low sun, leaving the whole place shrouded in deep freezer shadows. Logan sparked up a cigarette, hands cupped around the glowing tip for warmth, Steele shivering beside him, fingertips rammed into her armpits, stomping her feet and swearing out a stream of white smoke and breath.
Fuck me, it's cold!
Any word in your chiz yet? She grimaced.
Bugger's still no answering his phone. Got the GMS trace, though. Looks like he's staying somewhere southeast of Balmedy. Want to take a run over after the MAPA meeting?
Logan took a deep drag on his Benson and Hedges, then spluttered it out in a rumbling cough as the back door opened and the familiar, porky figure of D.I. Beardy Beatty lumbered out, hauling on an Arctic Explorer-style padded Parker. Logan stuck 2 fingers up in the man's direction. Wanker! If Beatty heard, he pretended not to. Just clambered into one of the CID pool cars and drove away. Steele pulled a cigarette from her mouth.
You know, people are beginning to notice.
Good for them. Logan took another puff.
Notice what?
Your attitude. She turned till she was staring out at the little frost-covered stairway down to the mortuary.
There's been complaints.
Typical.
It's Beatty, isn't it? That useless tosser thinks I've got nothing better to... It's not just Beatty, okay? It's everyone.
She flicked away a nub of ash.
The DCs are fed up with the sarcasm and the shouting. The DIs are fed up with you complaining all the time and stinking of booze. The DCI's fed up of everyone moaning to him about it. And I'm fed up defending you the whole sodding time.
Silence. Logan sucked hard in his cigarette.
My sarcasm? My shouting? What about that fucker Finney? And enough, okay? Enough!
Steele turned and stared at him. Eyes crinkled at the edges, mouth turned down.
It's no about Finney, it's about you. Either you pull your socks up or people are going to start making it official.
She poked him in the chest.
That sound like fun to you? Spending all your time getting hauled up by professional standards?
Logan glowered at her.
And you agree with them, that it? Fuck's sake, I'm trying to help you!
She stormed off a couple of paces, then turned and stormed back.
You used to be a bloody good cop. You really did. A team player. But right now you're a fucking hemorrhoid dipped in Tabasco. A broken glass suppository,
She paused, frowned.
A barbed wire butt plug. Oh, don't be. Whatever's wrong with you, get over it. Or you're going to end up out in your ear, and no one will be sorry to see you go.
He dropped his half-smoked cigarette and ground it out with the toe of his shoe.
Anything else? Get a bloody haircut.
Logan backed into the boardroom carrying a tray covered with wax-paper cups and a plate of pastries. He placed it in the middle of the long, polished table, and everyone stopped what they were doing to scramble for the jammy donuts, leaving him with a greasy-looking apple turnover, a white coffee, and a sulk. Bunch of bastards. Complaining about his attitude like he was the worst person in the whole bloody place. Hell, he wasn't even the worst person in the room. Like all multi-agency public protection arrangements meetings, the place was packed with people doing their best to come up with defensible decisions. Decisions they couldn't get blamed for if anything went wrong. Social services, the council, Sacro and Grampian police, all covering their arses and hoping to God that Richard Knox would eventually get fed up of Aberdeen and bugger off back down south, become someone else's problem. Detective Inspector Duncan Ingram, in charge of monitoring every pervert, rapist and paedophile in the northeast of Scotland, stood at the front of the room, writing up the exit strategy for Richard Knox on the whiteboard in squeaky green marker pen, pausing every now and then to check his thin military moustache was still obeying orders. It was a complete waste of time. Knox didn't need an exit strategy. He needed an exit wound, preferably from a shotgun to the back of the head. DSI Danby sat at the other end of the long, polished boardroom table taking notes. D.I. Steele slouched in her seat, picking her teeth, and DCI Finney stood in the corner, holding a murmured conversation with someone on his mobile. Ingram rammed the cap back on his marker pen and supervised his moustache again. Now, as you can see from the risk assessment matrix, we've got several environmental factors against us where Richard Knox is concerned. The house is within easy walking distance of one sheltered living facility, a bowling green and Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. All places we can expect old men to be found on a regular basis. Logan tuned him out. How could anyone complain about his attitude? This was so bloody typical of someone kicked him under the table. Who? Steele was making less than subtle gestures towards the whiteboard, mouthing, "Pay a fucking attention!" And that's why, D.I. Ingram had written HMP Peterhead on the board, we have a disproportionately large number of sex offenders to manage. Of the 323 currently living in the northeast, about half are classified as indefinite. So they're on the list for life. Logan tuned him out again. It was all rubbish anyway. Background info for a nodding DSI Danby. Now, there was someone with an attitude worth complaining about. But did they? No, they had to whinge about Logan instead. Obviously, that cockweasel Beatty was behind it all, wanted taking out, and Steele kicked him again, then turned and announced to the room, "How about DS McRae takes us through the surveillance routine?" Cow. Logan scowled at her, then stood and marched to the front of the room, snatched a red marker from the tray beneath the whiteboard, and scrawled up a rough outline of the house in Cornhill that Knox had inherited. "We can't put surveillance cameras in the house without Knox's permission, so we're going to set up one on the lamppost opposite." Logan sketched it on the street. "Here, and another one here. This gives us a coming and going view the length of Cairnview Terrace. He'll get level 1 surveillance for the first week, then—"
"Just the 1 week?"
Danby shifted in his chair.
"He's not going to suddenly get better, you know what I'm saying?"
Logan shrugged. "Budget constraints. 1 week of level 1 surveillance, round the clock with 2 officers in an unmarked van. After that, we have to downgrade it to level 2. We'll try to keep an eye on the live video feed, depending on staffing levels."
"You'll try to keep an eye on it?"
"He's going to have someone from Sacro with him round the clock anyway, so it—"
"A bunch of volunteers? That's not good enough."
"They do more support and monitoring of high-risk offenders than any other—"
"Knocks abducts and rapes old men."
Danby thumped the table with a huge finger, punctuating every word.
"He needs constant police supervision."
"Yeah, well, if you wanted him watched 24/7, you should have kept him in Newcastle, shouldn't you?" Danby's eyes bugged in his head.
"What?"
"Look, we don't have bottomless pockets up here, okay? Everyone dumps their sodding sex offenders on us, and we're supposed to just bend over and take it." Logan jabbed the whiteboard with his pen. "This is the best we can do. You want more? Get Northumbria Police to chip in and pay for it. He's your pervert." Steele buried her face in her hands. "Oh, bloody hell." DSI Danby was on his feet, face flushed, fists resting on the tabletop, voice a thick, dark rumble.
"I don't care if everyone here's used to your crap, Sergeant, but my warrant card says Detective Superintendent, and if you want someone to bend you over, I bloody well will."
Silence.
"Ah, yes."
D.I. Ingram cleared his throat, straightened his moustache again. "Anyway, if we're done with surveillance, maybe we could move on to response times and contingency planning." Chapter 9.
"Are you out of your bloody mind?"
D.I. Steele slammed the office door behind her.
"Did I say you could sit down?"
Logan hauled himself up out of her visitor's chair. "He was being a wanker."
"Course he was! He's a sodding superintendent. It's his job to be a wanker, but you're making a fucking calling out of it!"
She jabbed Logan in the chest with a red-painted fingernail.
"What did I tell you outside in the car park?"
"He started it." She threw her hands in the air. "That's it. I give up. You want to screw up your career? Go ahead. Be my sodding guest." She barged past and collapsed in her chair, running a hand across her forehead.
"Get out of my sight. Go on. Bugger off and play with the diddy men or something. I don't want to look at you anymore."
Logan let himself out. The Offender Management Unit offices smelled of new paint and sausages. The walls were papered with mugshots and soppos, interspersed with the occasional cartoon clipped out of the Aberdeen Examiner. A whiteboard mounted above a gurgling radiator was covered with grey magnetic strips, each one bearing the name of someone on the sex offenders register due a trip to court in the not-too-distant future. Logan stood at an unwashed window and stared out, past the dead wasps and fly carcasses, at the rainy streets of Bucksburn. Dual carriageway, a roundabout, some houses, a McDonald's, grey clouds. Being on the second floor didn't help the view any. "I hear you went off on one at the MAPA meeting this morning." Logan turned to find PC Hamster from Knox's house standing in the doorway, wearing jeans and a sweatshirt, ginger hair plastered to her head from the rain. What was her name? Irvin? Something like that. "It wasn't. About time someone stood up to these buggers down south." She chucked a folder into someone's entry. "Stephen Beach was bad enough. Comes up here from Cambridge because he fancies living by the sea. And we have to look after him round the clock. OK, Sacro did the day-to-day stuff, but it still cost a sodding fortune. 200 grand a year to watch one rapist. You believe that? Now every bastard thinks we're the perverts Butlins of the North." She closed her eyes, groaned, then ran a hand through her wet hair. "God, what a week." Logan knew how she felt. PC Irvin sighed. "Anyway, better get going.
I'll drive. Paul's meeting us there.
Logan followed her out through the door.
Do you believe Knox when he says he's found God? Doesn't really matter, does it? Sex offenders aren't sex offenders because they think it's going to be fun. They're sex offenders because somewhere down the line it's been ingrained into them. She led the way down the corridor, past a mothballed Holmes suite, heading for the stairs. She shoved the door to the stairwell open. For Knox, raping old men is normal behaviour. Probably can't understand why everyone's not doing it. We're the perverts in his eyes. They passed a couple of uniformed officers, humping a collection of dusty file boxes up the stairs. Irvin smiled. Careful there, Jim. Don't want people to see you working.
Screw you, Barbara.
But he was grinning when he said it.
And that's kind of the problem.
She pushed out through the back door and into the dreich afternoon. Drizzle drifted down from a slate-grey sky, cold and damp. The rear car park was virtually empty, just a pair of battered patrol cars, front bumpers buckled, side panels a mix of scrapes, dents and rust, a grubby white van with the council logo on the side, a brand new Volvo Estate, and Logan's manky brown Fiat. Deep down, Knox doesn't really believe he's done anything wrong. Irvin pointed a key fob at the council van, stopped, gave the fob a jiggle, tried again, swore, marched over and rammed the key in the lock. Bloody thing! Logan shifted a stack of paperwork from the passenger seat into the footwell, then clambered in. He hauled on his seatbelt as Irvin started the van up. A rumbling diesel rattle, the gear stick vibrating like an oversized sex toy. She wrestled with the wheel and the van inched out of the car park. God, I miss power steering. They circled the Bucksburn roundabout, heading along the dual carriageway back towards town. So, Irvin dragged the steering wheel to the left, juddering them around one of Aberdeen City Council's world-beating collection of potholes. What's the story? You with us full-time now? Just paying a flying visit? Seeing how the other half lives? Logan shrugged. Let's just say I'm not flavour of the month with my governor. Ah, her voice was monotone. So you're here as punishment. I didn't mean it like that. No, it's okay. I mean, what sort of loser wants to spend all day dealing with rapists, flashers and paedophiles, right? It was Steele's idea. I'm just slumming it with the diddy men. It's not, she grinned at him. I'm pulling your leg. It's okay. I like what I do. Might sound weird, but I get a lot of satisfaction out of keeping people's kids and wives and girlfriends and granddads safe. Someone has to do it right, and I happen to be good at it. No pervert left behind? Irvin shrugged. Something like that, yeah. How's it going, Richard? Constable Irvin settled on the dusty couch, dumped her bag on the floor and dug out a bundle of badly photocopied forms, held together with a pair of green treasury tags. The blotchy cover read, Acute 2007, Scoring Guide. The dusty lounge was silent for a moment, just the tick, tick, tick of the carriage clock and the creak of floorboards from a room above. Logan leant back against the windowsill. The place still had that oppressive, throat-clogging taint of mildew, the air cold enough to make his breath steam. Knox had taken the armchair nearest the broken electric fire, knees together, arms wrapped around that same tatty carrier bag from Asda. He sniffed. Okay, I suppose. Good, that's good. More silence. Knox coughed. Logan checked his watch. God, this was exciting. Finally, the front door banged and someone shouted, Hello? PC Irvin called back, In here! A short, beefy man poked his head into the room. Sorry I'm late. Benny tried to dee himself in again last night. You ken what he's like. Irvin nodded. Slit his wrists again? No, thought he'd gie hanging a go. Next one big bruise this morning. The newcomer stepped forward and held his hand out for Logan to shake. Paul Leggett. I'm Barbara's partner. Well, not partner. We work together like. He grinned. You the boy told that fat prick from Newcastle to awa Biley's heed? Something like that. Good stuff. PC Leggett slapped his hands together, then settled in the seat opposite Knox, looking him up and down for almost a whole minute before asking much the same question Irvin had. Fit like a day, Richard. Knox straightened the seams on his trousers. If it's all right with you, I'd like to get this over with. Fair enough. Irvin flipped to the first page of the Treasury-tagged sheets. From where Logan was standing, he could see a little printed table, headed Victim Access. She cleared her throat. So, Richard, have you been out and about yet, or are you sticking to home for now? He shrugged, the plastic bag in his arms rustling as he moved. Home. Irvin scrawled a 0 in the box at the bottom of the sheet, then turned to the next page. Must be a bit claustrophobic just rattling about in the house on your own. Not on me own, am I? Got Harry and Mandy to keep us company. Besides, he picked at a loose thread on the armchair. House is a hell of a lot bigger than me cell back at Frankland. Irvin made a note. And is there anyone you'd like to spend more time with? You know, if you could. God. I'd like to spend more time with God. Sitting on the other side of the room, Paul raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. Knox sighed. I've been through all these tests before, like, used to do them 2-3 times a week with this fat bird from social services when I got out of prison. Is there anyone you'd like to spend more time with? Has anything made you angry since we last met? How did you handle it? Same questions every time. Irvin shifted in her seat. I'm only trying to help, Richard. Next up, sexual preoccupations. Knox clutched his carrier bag tighter. I'm a masturbating within normal limits. I'm a having deviant sexual fantasies. She nodded. How important is sex to you these days? He slumped back in his seat, then ran a hand over his eyes. I can save you the trouble of quizzing us. Me score's going to be moderate. Should be low, but you probably think I'm being all defensive about it. Aren't you? Wouldn't you be? Someone comes into your home and reads out questions like you're on some sick game show. PC Irvin's partner laughed. Like blankety-blank for perverts. Wankety-wank! Knox looked at him for a moment, then smiled. I'll have a pee, please, Bob. Wrong show. Logan shifted on the windowsill. Knox was right. This was a waste of everyone's time. He'd just tell them what they wanted to hear, work the system, screw with the results. Worthless. Knox gave a small, humourless laugh. You know, it's funny, really. All this time when I'm finally at peace, let God into me heart, chased away me demons, and we're still going through the same question they was asking us in prison. The weedy little man went back to picking at the arm of his chair. God's forgiven us. Surely that's what matters. The minister told us all about his forgiveness and love, like. We're all made in his image, aren't we? Even someone like me. A smile crept across Knox's pointy face. God is just like me. Now there was a creepy thought. Logan checked his watch. Nearly 2:30. If they didn't get moving soon, by the time he got back to Bucksburn and picked up his car, the Friday afternoon rush hour would be grinding everything to a halt. And there was no way he was doing any more unpaid overtime for Steele, Finney, or anyone else. Logan waited in the hall with PC Paul Leggett while Irvin was upstairs, checking on the 2 people from Sacro. Knox was still in the lounge, on his knees on the hearthrug, praying to a broken electric fire. Logan turned his back on the open doorway. Ever taken the test yourself? A lopsided smile pulled Leggett's face out of shape. Apparently, I'm a high-risk offender. Yeah? Chronic masturbation means more than 15 times a month. I'm off the bloody scale on that one. Uncomfortable silence. Logan fidgeted. Anyway, Constable Irvin appeared at the top of the stairs. All set. Leggett opened the front door, motioning them out into the cold, drizzly afternoon. Fitzalivin helps see into it. He's not been out of the house, keeps himself to himself, does a lot of praying. Aye, we'll. Gonna take a lot more than that. They hurried down the path towards the grubby van parked at the curb. By the time they clambered inside, Irvin's glasses were opaque with tiny water droplets. She turned the key in the ignition, pumping the accelerator until the engine caught. PC Leggett cranked up the blowers. Fit did you think, Bobs? Irvin took off her glasses and dried them on a corner of her tartan tea towel shirt. He's hiding something. Logan scooted around in his seat. Do I need to up the surveillance? She shrugged, then pointed through the slowly clearing windscreen at a black box mounted on a streetlight a couple of houses away, then at another rusty van in the old Aberdeen City Council burgundy livery. It was sitting beside a coned-off rectangle of tarmac and looked at least 10 years older than the one they were currently sitting in. Got level 1 surveillance, CCTV both ends of the street, 2 people staying with him full time, regular visits from Paul and me. What else can we do? Richard Knox stands at the living room window, watching the grimy white van drive off into the damp afternoon. He checks the lounge doorway, no one there, then pulls the mobile phone from his pocket. The phone he's not supposed to have, just in case he uses it to make contact with other perverts. Like he'd want to speak to those filthy bastards. He scrolls down through the address book until he comes to the number of a certain gentleman in Newcastle. A very influential gentleman, who's not in the least bit gentle. It rings for a while, then the voicemail picks up and Richard leaves a message. "Hi, Auntie Maggie. Just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Your present's in the post, like." Pause. "It's all going good here, you know. Settling in and that. Speak to you later." And then he hangs up, checks the doorway again, slides the phone back into its dark hiding place. Happy birthday. The police aren't the only ones who've got an exit strategy. Chapter 10. The manky little Fiat made a horrible grinding noise every time Logan tried to put it into third. He mashed the clutch to the floor and shoved the gear stick into place, pretending he couldn't smell something burning. Heading back along the dual carriageway towards the horrible Hodigan roundabout, next stop, FHQ, to find somewhere quiet to hide until his shift was over. The radio hissed and crackled, never latching onto any station for more than 3 or 4 minutes at a time. It gave a burst of static, then music. Katrina and the Waves, Walking on Sunshine. Logan's stomach lurched, his mouth filling with warm saliva, heart pounding. He stabbed the off button and the radio was silent. Jesus. He rolled down the window, cold air laced with drizzle and exhaust fumes. Deep breaths. Just a song. Nothing to worry about. Just a song. When his mobile phone rang, he flinched. Logan checked the display. DI Steel. His thumb hovered over the off button. Then he hit pickup, holding it to his ear as he pulled into a little lay-by off the dual carriageway, with 6 small industrial units in it. Majestic Wines, Pizza Hut, that kind of thing.
"Where the hell are you?"
Logan killed the engine.
"You said get out of your sight." "Just bloody..."
A pause, and then,
"I want you back at the ranch. We're going round to Steve Palmont's place."
"I'm stuck in Bucksburn," which was a lie.
"Can't you take somebody Bucksburn? What the cock-flavoured buggery are you doing in Bucksburn?"
"You told me to go see the Diddy Men, remember?" Another pause.
"Just get your scarred arse back here and pick me up. Now!" "You're a bloody idiot. You know that, don't you?"
Logan just shrugged. Outside the car windows, King Street was a study in miserable grey. People clomping along through the drizzle, collars up, mouths down. A few of the more optimistic ones huddled beneath umbrellas. The misty rain just soaked them from the shoulders down. D.I. Steele wrestled with the passenger door, winding her window down.
"Could you know I've got a decent pool car?"
"You said come pick you up, I picked you up."
"Smells like old lady farts."
She dug out a cigarette and lit it, then shugled the pack at Logan. "Danby still throwing a wobbly?"
"What do you think? Lucky he didn't have you kicked off the case."
She dug a sat-nav out of her bag and fiddled some sort of clip thing onto the back, then huffed a smoky breath onto the suction cup and stuck it to the windshield, where it promptly fell off again.
"Buggering hell! You ever clean this thing?"
She breathed on the windscreen, fogging up a patch, then scrubbed at it with the sleeve of her jacket. This time, the sat-nav stuck.
"Nicked it out of Lost and Found."
Would a map not have been
bloody GSM trace on Pullman's mobile came back with latitude and longitude, okay?
She switched the thing on and poked away at the screen, pale yellow tongue sticking out the corner of her mouth.
"Straight on at the roundabout."
Logan drove them through the Bridge of Dawn and out past the Exhibition and Conference Centre, rain shimmering on its bizarre, curvy glass bridge and fake airport control tower, following the green arrow on the sat-nav screen. "So, what do we know about Palmont?" Steele pulled a face.
"Came to me through a DI in Edinburgh who owes me a couple of favours. Palmont was his chiz in another milk-the-knife building site. Got themselves $500,000 in cocaine, 20 illegal immigrants, and 1,000 cartons of smuggled cigarettes."
"Well," Logan shrugged, "at least you know he's sound."
"Aye."
Steele picked a flake of ash off her trousers.
"Sort of."
"What's he done?"
"Palmont's got a bit of a drink problem."
"He's a bloody alky, isn't he?" Scowl.
"What, you want to swap tips?"
Logan ignored that. "He's probably off on a bender somewhere. That's why you can't get him. Too pissed to answer the phone."
"Oh, don't be so..."
"This is another wild bloody goose chase, isn't it?"
"Just shut up and drive."
Logan put his foot down, and the manky Fiat rumbled and rattled up to 50 along the dual carriageway. All the way out to Balmady, the fields were a soggy patchwork of green-brown, bordered by pale grey dry-stained dikes. the occasional flock of sheep breathing clouds of steam into the cold, damp air. And then they got to the signs saying, "Works entrance ahead, slow, vehicles turning, no access to beach." It hadn't taken the local press long to nickname Donald Trump's development Trumpton. A vast swathe of coast was due to disappear under the bulldozers. 2 golf courses, 500 houses, a 4-star hotel, and nearly 1,000 holiday villas, which kind of put McLennan Homes' 400 semi-detached into perspective. 300 yards further on, a huge billboard sat at the side of the road. "McLennan Homes, building a better tomorrow for you." Photo of a smiling nuclear family holding hands and staring mistily off into the distance. Very aspirational. Or it would have been if someone hadn't spray-painted a big blue penis onto one of the kids. Logan slowed the car. According to the sat-nav, Steele's map coordinates were off to the left. The Fiat juddered to a halt on the grass verge. He peered across and through the passenger window at the site entrance. A high chain-link fence, the gates held open with dented oil drums. Site patrolled by guard dogs. No entry to unauthorized personnel. Danger of death. Warning. Razor wire. A rutted mud track led away into Malk the Knife's development. Logan checked the sat-nav again. "You sure you got those coordinates right?"
"Course I'm sure."
She chewed on her bottom lip for a moment.
"Maybe they got caravans for people living on site."
"Maybe." Logan eased the car through the gates. The muddy track bumped and slithered under the Fiat's wheels, taking them closer to the rumble of heavy machinery, the beep, beep, beep of something backing up. Steele pointed through the windscreen.
"Over there."
He pulled up beside a long porta-cabin, with site office stenciled on the side, trying to aim for a bit that didn't look like the Battle of the Somme.
"Right."
Steele flicked her cigarette butt out of the window.
"If anyone asks, you and me are debt collectors. I'm the boss, you're the hired muscle. Still a chance we can salvage this cock-up, so no telling anyone you're a cop, understand?"
She pulled the sat-nav off the windscreen, and they clambered out into the drizzle. "Which way?" She frowned at the little screen, trying to shield it from the rain with her coat, then did a slow 360, stopped, and pointed out across the churned-up earth. No caravans, no porta-cabins, not so much as a 3-man tent. Steele took a step forwards, but Logan grabbed her arm. "Maybe we should call for a search team. IB, pathologist, if Pullman's—"
"Don't be so wet."
She shook herself free and stomped off into the mud. Logan swore, then followed her. The going was tough. Thick clogs of brown-black earth sucking at his shoes, dirty water oozing in through the lace holes, soaking into his socks, and then his foot disappeared into a puddle right up to the shin.
"Fuck!"
Cold and wet, the trouser legs sticking to his skin. He limped after Steele, cursing all the way. She came to a halt about 200 yards from the high chain-link fence that surrounded the site, then turned around a few times. The earth here was firmer, still covered in weeds and grass, the vegetation looking pale and unhealthy. Logan squelched up beside her.
"Hope you're bloody happy. My feet are—" "Where the hell is he?"
She turned around again, then peered at the sat-nav.
"Socks are sodden and my trousers are all covered in— Will you shut up moaning about your bloody feet? He's supposed to be here!"
Logan snatched the sat-nav from her. The display read, "You have reached your destination. Welcome to the middle of nowhere." "Well, at least we know he's not stuck in some shallow grave." Steele grabbed the sat-nav back.
"Oh yeah, tell me, Sherlock, how—"
"Look at the ground, it's not been disturbed." He pointed at the little black rectangle in Steele's hands. "What are those things accurate to? 10, 15 feet? And the GSM's about 100? Logan looked out across the tufts of yellowy grass and dark green weeds. "Give him a ring."
"What?"
"Call him on his mobile." She did, standing there with her phone clamped to her ear.
"It's ringing."
Logan stood as still as he could, ears straining. A faint metallic warble was coming from somewhere over to his left. He turned and marched towards it, but the sound of his squelching through the waterlogged grass was loud enough to block it out. Steele pointed at the mobile in her hand.
"Voicemail."
"Call him again." This time, Logan crept across the uneven ground, the ringing getting louder with every careful step.
"Voicemail again."
He found it on the third go, a scuffed and battered Nokia lying in a patch of greasy nettles at the edge of a burn. He snapped on a pair of blue nitrile gloves and picked the phone up just as it stopped ringing. The casing had been broken at one point, then stuck back together with black electrical tape. Steele appeared at his shoulder.
"Is it his?"
Logan stared at her. "It rang when you called it. What do you think?" Scowl.
"I'll do the sarcasm, thank you very much."
She stuck out a hand.
"Gimme." Gloves. I'll bloody gloves you in a minute. Give me the damn phone. She went stabbing through the phone's menu with her thumbs. See what he's got listed as home. It's an Aberdeen number. She pressed another button and stuck the phone to her ear. Listened for a bit. No answer. So he's no here and he's no at home. Probably still pissed. Logan offered her an evidence bag, but she just stuck the phone in her pocket and marched back towards the building site. Logan shook his soggy foot and squelched after her. The rain was beginning to pick up, the thin, leaching drizzle giving way to pattering globs of ice-cold water that kicked ripples across the dirty puddles. Logan followed Steele down an embryonic street. Bare foundations on one side, part-built homes on the other. Wooden skeletons with blue plastic sheeting stretched between the uprights. A couple of them were being skinned with pale orange brick, a radio blaring out North Sound 1 as two teams of brickies built up the next layer. Further down, half a dozen looked nearly finished. Some even had doors and windows. The one at the far end had a big show home sign out front, a garage twice the size of the others, and a slightly surreal-looking bright green lawn. No way that could be natural. Probably astroturf or something like that. A pair of gardeners were planting shrubs and trees around it, hacking out holes in the rubble with a pickaxe. Bugger that for a job. Logan stopped in the middle of the muddy street. Where do you want to start? Steele dug her hands deeper into her jacket pockets. Her nose had gone a fetching shade of pink, with a not-so-fetching drip on the end. Where does Sparky's work? Well, you wouldn't want to run electrical cables till you got the roof on and the place was watertight, would you? She shrugged and stomped the rain towards the little clot of completed houses. A battered red Berlingo van was parked outside one of them. It had a crap illustration of Robert Burns on the side, and the word McRae's Family Electricals, your local bright sparks. The address and phone number were for Stirling. So much for being local. Someone had keyed the paintwork, permanently engraving Scabby in front of the company name. The front garden was a mess of rubble and debris, the concrete path littered with clumps of mud. Steele bumped the front door open with her shoulder, hands at her sides, not touching anything. Inside the house was an exposed framework of raw pine, the outer walls stuffed with pink rock wool insulation, waiting for their skin of plasterboard. The entryway was carpeted in a layer of flattened cardboard boxes, the brown surface rippled with dirty water and muddy boot prints. Someone was singing upstairs, a surprisingly tuneful rendition of Let Me Entertain You, complete with waka-wah-wee-wah guitar solos. Steele nodded, and Logan took the lead up the bare wooden stairs and onto the chipboard landing. The singer was hunched on top of a folding ladder in what was probably going to be a bedroom, wearing a padded orange boiler suit with that same crappy Robert Burns illustration on the back, tightening the chuckless bit on a cordless drill. A brief pause for the chorus, then he stuck the huge drill bit against the nearest upright and screeched through it. Out on the landing, Logan did a quick scan of the other rooms. With no walls, it didn't take long. They were alone. He waved Steele forward. She marched into the room, drew back her foot, and kicked the ladder. The whole thing shuddered, and the singing became a frightened yell. The drill clattered to the chipboard floor, and the electrician grabbed at the bare roof joists, swearing as the ladder thumped from side to side. Then he got it stable, looked over his shoulder, teeth bared. Are you fucking mental? Jesus! His face was a map of old acne scars, nose a pink-veined golf ball. He hauled out his earphones. If you bastards are here about the— Shut the fuck up! Steele jabbed a finger at him. Looking for a Sparky. His eyes narrowed. I don't do homers. Steve Paulman, not seen him. Logan stooped and picked the drill up off the sawdust-covered floor. You McRae? Why? Steele grinned up at him. We represent a certain gentleman Mr. Paulman has a business arrangement with. Oh, for fuck's sake. Scabby McRae sighed. Dogs or horses? Where is he? McRae held his hand out. Buggered off and left us in the shite, didn't he? Logan kept the drill just out of reach. Sigh. He was a dick, okay? Barely sober. Aye, and that's when he bothered to turn up. Wouldn't trust him to change his socks, never mind a plug. McRae swung his arm around at the semi-skeletal house. Spent half the day rewiring the shite job he did in the first place. Supposed to be in a team bonus, and when did you last see him? Steele dragged out her fags and sparked one up, then moved the burning lighter towards the nearest clump of rock wool. Be a shame if something happened. It's flame retardant.
McRae stuck out his hand again, and Logan passed him the drill.
Ta!
He made the hole he'd been drilling slightly bigger, then rested the drill on its large battery pack and hauled a thick bundle of orange cables through the upright.
Used to be you could get away with a couple extra sockets in the living room. Now every bastard wants their whole house done with Cat 6.
Logan watched the electrician pick a single strand out of the bundle and mark it with a blue plastic tag, then loop it over a ceiling joist. Where is he?
Fuck knows. Haven't seen him since, Monday? Probably lying drunk in a gutter or dead in a fucking ditch. As long as the useless bastard don't come back, I don't care.
McRae picked up the drill again.
You know they make me buy my own kit now. 2.5, 1.5, fucking boxes, fronts, light switches, you name it. Gotta claim it back in expenses. That's Steve bloody Palmont's fault.
The drill screeched through another upright, sending a shower of sawdust flying. Then McRae thumped it back down on top of the stepladder.
You know what?
He dug a fiver out of his overalls and chucked it at Logan.
Here, you catch up with the wanker, you give him a kick in the nads from me.
Logan picked the note off the floor and pocketed it. Deal. Steele stomped down the stairs, with Logan bringing up the rear. Up in the bedroom, the singing started again, accompanied by the whine of the drill. She stopped at the front door, looking out into the rain.
Well, that was a waste of sodding time.
Look on the bright side. At least we know he was here Monday.
Fat lot of good it does us.
She took a long draw on her cigarette, pinching her mouth into a chicken's bum pout.
Bloody Palmont.
Well, maybe. Steele slapped a hand against his chest.
Shh!
She pointed out through the open door where a small crowd was gathering around a dented white transit van. The driver's door creaked open, and a huge man in dirty blue overalls stepped out into the rain.
Here, isn't that wee Hamish's right-hand thug?
Reuben. He was big in all directions. Massive fists clenched either side of his straining stomach. His face was twisted with scar tissue, a patchy beard making little islands of dark fur on the swell of his cheeks. Freddy Krueger meets the Michelin Man. Logan took a step back, making sure he couldn't be seen. What the hell's he doing here? Reuben lumbered round to the van's side door, clunked the handle and hauled it open, then reached inside and dragged a body out onto the muddy road. The body twitched, tried to roll over. One of its legs bent in 3 different directions, all at the same time. Face covered in blood, hands curled up like deformed claws. Reuben just stood there. Silence. Logan flipped his phone open.
I'll call for backup. You'll bloody know. But what do you think Finney'll do if he finds out we tried to meet up with a chiz without his approval?
Logan stared at her. You didn't clear it with him.
Might have slipped my mind, she coughed. Now shut up. Can't hear what's going on.
Oh, that's just... Steele hit him again.
3 o'clock.
A large man emerged from the show home. 6'2", arms held out from his sides as if he was carrying a couple of beer barrels. Jeans, leather jacket, bald head glistening in the rain. Something dark and muscular trotted along beside him. Pointed nose, lolling pink tongue. The little crowd of joiners and plumbers backed off, giving him room. He stopped, stared down at the body quivering in the mud, then up at Reuben.
Problem.
Scottish, but not local. Wee Hamish's man pointed one huge sausage finger at the battered figure.
That's yours.
What if it is?
Had a bit of an accident, didn't it?
Oh, yeah?
Reuben smiled, showing off the hole where a tooth used to be.
Accidentally tried to sell his shit in the wrong part of town.
The bloke with the dog stripped off his leather jacket and handed it to the nearest bystander. No wonder he couldn't get his arms near his side. He was a solid slab of muscle, straining at the fabric of a white t-shirt. He cricked his head from side to side, flexed his shoulders.
Think you, me and Mauser here need to have a wee chat.
The dog's ears pricked up, a rumbling growl coming from its throat. Reuben undid a couple of buttons on his overalls, down by his huge waistband, held one side open.
Can't see.
Steele shifted, peering.
He getting his cock out.
Why would he be... What's wrong with you?
Big and Bald stared at whatever was in Reuben's overalls, then nodded. Took a step back.
Maybe later.
We message for your lord and master.
Reuben waved a huge hand, taking in the part-built houses.
Keep it legitimate, and we'll all get on fine. Disrespect.
He paused to kick the man lying at his feet.
Well, that's going to land us all in a world of shite. We clear?
Mr. Big and Bald folded his huge arms across his chest, saying nothing. Reuben slammed the transit side door.
Fair enough.
Then he clambered back behind the wheel and cranked the engine. The van's tires span in the mud before they finally grabbed traction. He drove off, slowly, not so much as a jaunty wave. Logan watched him go, staring after the van like everyone else. And then Big and Bald nudged the man lying on the ground with his foot.
Get this fucker out of here.
He turned and strode off towards the site office, shouting,
Mauser! Heel!
The huge black dog raised its snout, sniffed, then turned and loped after its master. D.I. Steele took the last gasp from her cigarette and ground the butt out against the nearest chunk of pink rock wool.
Think we'd better go pay Baldy a visit, don't you?
She stepped out into the rain. The site office was divided into cubicles by chest-high partitions, each one covered with pinned-up spreadsheets. A large architectural plan covered one wall, Camberwick Green in all its proposed glory. The office was tidy, no mounds of grubby paperwork, no piles of half-read tabloids, no Turner Prize-winning installations of discarded polystyrene cups, just laptops, graphic tablets, printers, and something classical playing from a portable stereo, all overlaid with the dirty stench of wet dog. A kettle sat on a wee table opposite the door, curling steam into the tidy room. Someone was making tea, blue jumper on over a shirt and tie, carefully arranged comb-over, ridiculous little beard, as if he'd drawn it around his chin with a magic marker. He looked up as Logan thumped the door closed behind them.
Are you here about the drainage?
Steele sniffed.
I look like a fucking plumber.
Frown.
There's no need to... Steve Palmont.
Big and Bald stood up from behind one of the partitions, a hands-free headset stuffed into his ear.
There's a problem here.
Up close he reeked of aftershave, a cloying, musky smell with chemical overtones. Steele perched on the edge of a desk.
Palmont had an arrangement with our employer, but he's no been keeping his end up. Know what I mean?
Jumper and tie went back to making the tea.
Well, I don't see how that concerns us, miss... We're talking 3 big ones here.
Ah. He stuck a teaspoon in and swirled the bags around for a bit.
You should really be taking this up with Mr... Palmont, was it? Where is he?
Milk. Sugar.
Andy, do we have a Mr. Palmont working for us?
The big man shook his head.
He was that sticky-fingered Sparky, did a runner.
Ah, yes. Jumper and tie handed a mug to his colleague.
There was a problem with missing electrical equipment. Wire, cabling, junction boxes, that kind of thing. Mr. Palmont made himself scarce before we could contact the police. Sorry we can't be of further help.
The inspector nodded.
He got any wages outstanding? Something he could be putting against his debt?
I really think anything outstanding should go to pay for the equipment he stole, don't you?
Nah, that's not going to...
Think it's time for you to leave, yeah? Big and Bald, a.k.a. Andy, came round the corner, towering over Steele, that huge, scary dog trotting behind him, claws making skittering noises on the linoleum floor.
Got a building site to run here.
She looked up at Andy, then round at Logan, raised an eyebrow. I'm the boss. You're the hired muscle. Logan stared at the huge slab of a man. Screw that. He stuck out his hand for Andy to shake. No hard feelings? The big man paused for a second, then took it, his big fingers dwarfing Logan's, squeezing. A vice made of flesh and bone. Logan grabbed the hand with his left, digging his nails in.
Whoa! Easy, Tiger!
Andy grinned.
You have a nice day now, officer. You're a big, sodding, wet, Jesse bastard, you know that, don't you?
Steele stomped to a halt at the Fiat's rusty passenger door.
Couldn't throw your weight around for 2 bloody minutes.
Did you see the size of him? Logan stopped behind her, both hands held up like a surgeon, waiting for a nurse to glove him up.
He'd have torn my head off and crapped down the stump.
Anyway, he knew we were police.
You're such a girl!
She nodded her head at the car.
Well, unlock the sodding thing. Bloody freezing.
Logan stuck one hip out. Keys are in my front trouser pocket. She glanced down.
So?
You're going to have to drive. Her top lip curled.
Aye, that'll be shining. Detective Inspector, mind. You drive, I... Passenge.
Can't.
Did the hostage trick when I shoot with Baldy Andy. You need to bag my hands till we get back to the station.
Steele took another look at his trousers.
I'm no going digging about in your breeks. What if you get a stiffy? Just don't flatter yourself, okay?
Chapter 11.
Bloody hell.
Logan had one last bash at getting a cigarette out of the packet, then gave up.
Can you...
Steele shifted down and the Fiat whined around the outside of a massive tractor hauling a trailer full of cattle down the dual carriageway.
You're like a wee kid.
She took the pack from his slippery plastic-bagged hands, tapped one out against the steering wheel, stuck it between her teeth, and lit it with the car's cigarette lighter. The edges of her scarlet lips cracked out like spider veins as she sucked. Then she held it out, a bright red print on the filter, so Logan could sit forwards and pluck it from between her fingers with his mouth. It tasted of burning perfume and Vaseline. Thanks. Steele went back to squinting into the rain, windscreen wipers squealing and groaning across the pock-marked glass.
Either Palmont's buggered off or he's dead.
And if he was stealing electrical supplies from Malk the Knife, it doesn't matter where he runs to. Sooner or later.
Silly bugger.
You know, Logan tried to take the cigarette out of his mouth to tap the ash off, but couldn't work the clear plastic bags into a position that wouldn't burn a hole in them. If you were going to kill someone for nicking your electrical wiring, there's plenty of places to bury the body on a building site. Mechanical diggers, concrete...
Aye.
Steele reached over and took the fag from Logan's mouth, flicked the ash out of the open window, took a sneaky puff, then stuck it back between his lips.
Get on to Strathclyde when we get back. Tell them I want a cadaver dog up here first thing tomorrow morning. And don't take any crap. Rotten Ouija bastards never want to travel north of Perth. Better get the time team organised too. Ground-penetrating radar, trowels, beards and silly hats. You know the drill.
Warrants? Budget? Steele pulled her mouth into a thin line.
You do your bit. I'll sweet-talk Finney. Worst comes to worst, I'll go rummaging through his trouser pockets.
Yeah, Logan nodded. That's the kind of threat that'll make him cooperate. Still say this is a bad idea.
Just shut up and keep an eye out.
D.I. Steele squatted in front of the dark blue door and peered in through the letterbox. It was a nondescript tenement building in Northfield, 3 stories of damp grey granite with 6 flats arranged either side of a central stairwell. Logan leant on the balustrade, the plastic bags on his hands crinkling as he peered down from the top floor. We need to go back to the station before the samples deteriorate. And you know what else we need? Steele stuck her hand through the letterbox, then her wrist, then as much of her arm as she could, tongue sticking out the side of her mouth.
You to shut up!
A warrant. We need a warrant. They'd got the address on the way back into town, Steele telling Control to do a reverse lookup on the telephone number they'd got from Steve Palmont's mobile.
Come on, you wee bugger!
She had her face flat against the door now, teeth clenched, one eye squinted shut.
Shite bags!
She slumped.
Can't reach.
Logan nodded. Good. Now we can go get a warrant and come back and do it properly. Steele wiggled her arm free.
Don't need a bloody warrant. Palmont could be in there, dying, right now.
But she stuck a finger to her lips and shushed him.
Did you hear that? Someone crying for help.
God, you are such a cliché. Steele stood, took 2 steps back, then slammed her high-heeled boot into the door by the lock. She hopped away, swearing and clutching her ankle. The door hadn't even moved. She crumpled against the wall, wobbling on one leg.
Well, don't just bloody stand there.
Sigh. Logan squared up to the lock, raised his damp, mud-spattered foot, and kicked. The door juddered. On the second go, it flew open in a burst of splintered wood. Happy now? Steele limped forward as the front door to the next flat burst open. A man in a tatty blue dressing gown lurched out onto the landing, brandishing a massive monkey wrench, hair flat on one side, sticking up on the other.
Right, you little bastards!
He staggered to a halt, stared at Logan and Steele, then at the kicked-in door, backed up a step. The inspector jerked a thumb at Palmont's flat.
When did you last see the guy who lives here?
He let the arm clutching the wrench fall to his side.
I work nights.
He shuffled backwards until he was inside his own flat.
Try to keep the noise down, yeah?
And closed the door.
So much for neighbourhood watch.
She hobbled past Logan into Steve Palmont's home. It looked like the kind of place that got rented out fully furnished, which meant a random collection of shabby furniture and mismatched crockery, scrounged up from second-hand shops. No paintings or pictures on the walls, carpets that hadn't seen a hoover since the turn of the century. Just about bearable if you were going to be working on a building site for the next year and a bit. The lounge and kitchen were two halves of the same room, filled with a sharp, rancid smell. 2 clothes horses sat in the middle of the carpet, covered in socks and pants, a pair of jeans and a threadbare checked shirt. Empty whiskey bottles stood guard along the kitchen work surface, a regiment of empty Grant's vodka bottles on the greasy windowsill. A dirty bowl sat on the little kitchen table, with the pale pink husks of shriveled Rice Krispies clinging to the edge, a half-full bottle of Bell's sitting next to it. The breakfast of champions. Logan fumbled the fridge door open with his plastic-bagged hands. A couple of microwave ready meals, a carton of milk past its sell-by date, a block of cheddar going green and hairy. "Pullman's not here." "Shut up and help me look for clues." She limped back down the corridor. The first door opened on a small bathroom, thick with the bitter tang of old sick. Next was a bedroom with an unmade double bed, an overflowing ashtray, a tub of hand cream, and a copy of Butt Mania magazine, a couple of used tissues lying by the side of the bed. A little box room lay behind door number 3, and it was actually full of boxes. iPods, hair straighteners, cartons of cigarettes, portable DVD players, drums of electrical cable, strange rectangular things with wires sticking out of them, a couple of fuse boxes. Steele gave a low, breathy whistle. "Must be what, 3-4 grand's worth in here?" Logan nudged a large brown cardboard box with his foot. It clinked. "What about this lot?" "I don't know, do I? Open it." He held up his bagged hands. "How? You wouldn't let me go back to the station." "God's sake! Got to do everything myself." She ripped the top flap back and hauled out a bottle of Grant's vodka, just like the ones in the kitchen, only full. Another 3 boxes were stacked underneath the window. Steele checked. More vodka. "What do you think? Nicked?" Logan nodded at a dozen multi-packs of Durex condoms. "That or he was planning one hell of a weekend." Steele peered into another box. "Journals." She dumped one on top of a crate of rolling tobacco and flipped it open. The pages were creased and grubby, covered in a dense web of dark blue biro. She peered at it, then backed off, and tried again, one eye squinted shut. "Bloody handwriting's appalling." Logan looked over her shoulder. "Get your eyes tested. I don't need glasses." "If you say so." To be fair, Steve Palmont's writing was appalling. The letters all ran together with lots of crossings out and scribbled annotations. "Listen to this. G and Y went on the rampage today. Found out someone's been helping themselves to the shipments. Saw A give J a kicking for it. Have to lay off for a while. It's dated Sunday." "What else?" "Something about a telephone conversation?" The writing grew increasingly erratic until it was little more than a collection of random scribbles. "Must have been drinking while he wrote it." Steele slapped Logan on the arm. "Told you I didn't need glasses. Who's G and Y?" "No idea. A might be Andy, the big bald bloke." Logan tried and failed to turn the page with his bagged hands. "Little help?" "What did your last slave die of?" She was rummaging through another box, pulling out bundles of computer games, still wrapped in shiny plastic. "Fancy the new Resident Evil?" "That would be unethical." "You're quite right, Sergeant. What was I thinking?" She stood and slipped a copy into his jacket pocket, then stuck a couple more in her handbag. "Let's face it, if Palmont's nicked them off Malk the Knife, Malky's no exactly going to come round the station asking for his gear back, is he? This stuff'll sit in evidence for 6 months, then get turfed into the police auction. Or chucked through an industrial wood chipper. It's win-win." She snapped her bag shut. "Right, back to the station. We'll get a warrant, then come back and find this stuff officially." Logan stood for a moment, looking at all the bottles of vodka, wondering if he shouldn't take a couple into custody while he was at it. "You coming?" "Oh, yes." He struggled with his jacket pocket, pulling the video game out with his slippery hands and dumped it back in the box. "Already got that one." Steele rolled her eyes. "You are such a goody two-shoes." She really had no idea. Chapter 12. Logan tumbled another handful of dried penny into the pot of boiling water. The ivory shapes looked like little segments of finger bone in the light from the extractor fan. Through in the lounge, the TV was babbling away to itself, the Channel 4 news covering the latest round of scandals from the Scottish Parliament, as Logan had a bash at making tea for a change. A little after 6:30, and there was still no sign of Samantha. Probably pulling another green shift, but he was going to bloody well impress her when she finally got in. Baked pasta with some sort of sauce and cheese. A thank you for her promising to rush through the DNA samples she'd scraped from under his nails in the little lab back at FHQ. He checked the recipe he'd downloaded, then excavated a dust-covered casserole dish from the cupboard. A home-cooked meal. How hard could it be? Chop an onion, fry it in olive oil, chuck in a tin of tomatoes, a couple tins of tuna, some mixed herbs. Easy. What was all the fuss about? Right now, Steele was probably breaking back into Steve Palmont's flat, acting all surprised at the box room full of stolen goods. At least Logan didn't have to worry about his fingerprints being on anything. He checked the recipe again, went to the wine rack for the last bottle of red in the house, and glugged in about a glassful. Move over, Gordon Ramsay. Should have taken a bottle of that vodka when he'd had the chance. And the video game. Be nice if the job actually came with some perks for a change. He let the sauce simmer for a bit, then helped himself to a glass. Chef's prerogative. It wasn't as if he was planning on getting hammered, just having a civilized glass of wine. Then another one. And another. Bloody Steele. Lecturing him about his attitude and his drinking. How many times had she turned up at the station, hungover and reeking of stale booze? Not to mention helping herself to evidence from Steve Palmont's flat. Hypocrite. Logan chucked everything together in the casserole dish, then covered it in a wodge of grated cheddar, whacked it in the oven. Maybe have another glass of wine to celebrate. Not every day you cook a 5-star meal, is it? Might as well finish the bottle. No point letting it go to waste. He clunked back into the flat. Sam? You home? No answer. Sam? Logan kicked off his shoes, then dumped the bag from Oddbins down on the kitchen table. 2 bottles of Shiraz and a Sauvignon Blanc. He dug out the corkscrew. Got to let the wine breathe, right? Maybe try a glass, just to check it's okay. He toasted his reflection in the kitchen window and drank. Drank some more. Pasta bake smelled good. He shrugged off his jacket and rolled up his shirt sleeves. Maybe have some crisps to keep him going till Samantha got back. Logan topped up his wine again, raised it to his lips, then swore as the doorbell went. Why could she never remember her damn keys? He placed his glass carefully on the working surface, then unlocked the flat's front door and hurried down the communal stairwell, unlatched the deadbolt and threw the door open. You'd forget your head if it wasn't... A large man stood on the pavement outside, scarred face pinched into a disfigured scowl. Reuben. He hefted his thumb over his shoulder at a black BMW, its hazard lights winking on and off in the cold, crisp evening. Mr. Mowat wants to see you. Fuck. Logan looked down at his own feet, black socks with a hole in one toe. I'm kinda in the middle of... Now. Logan blinked, the wine making his teeth itch, the mellow buzz turning into an unpleasant fizzing behind his eyes. But I'm not telling you again. Can I at least put my shoes on? Skeletal trees hunched over a collection of potholes and cracked tarmac, winding through the darkness. The BMW bumped along the rutted track, the occasional grinding noise from under their feet making Reuben grit his teeth. Fucking thing! Logan looked out at the darkened countryside. 2 days ago these fields were bathed in the moon's glow. Now there was just the car's headlights as they headed down the side road overlooking Malk the Knife's building site, not far from where Logan and Steele had parked on Monday night, waiting for Steve Palmont to turn up. The BMW's headlights picked out one of those big, ugly Porsche 4x4 things at the end of the lane, its exhaust spiralling out into the cold night air. Reuben stopped, hauled on the handbrake, then killed the engine and the lights. Darkness. Reuben turned and glowered at Logan. Listen up. You upset Mr. Mowat tonight and I'll tear off your cock and make you eat it. Understand? Why would you fucking watch yourself, McRae? God's sake. Wanker. Logan popped open his door and stepped out into the overcast night. Bloody freezing. Right through the soles of his holy socks. Bastard could have let him grab his shoes. At least it had stopped raining. Logan hobbled through the darkness to the Porsche Cayenne, breath trailing along behind him, then clambered into the passenger seat and clunked the door shut. Shivered. Ah, Logan. Glad you could make it. Wee Hamish Mowat sat behind the wheel, gnarled hands held over the vents. His face was caught in the glow of the dashboard lights, that big hooked nose, the deep crevice wrinkles, eyes sparkling like something sharp and dangerous at the bottom of a toy box. "Will you take a wee dram?" Yeah, thanks." The warm interior carried the smell of old spice, underlaid with something else, something sour and sickly. Wee Hamish pulled a silver hip flask from his jacket pocket, unscrewed the lid, then passed it over. Logan looked at it. "Actually, Mr. Mowat—" "It's all right, Logan. What I have isn't catching." His voice was a gravelly mix of Aberdonian and public school, sounding tired. "And after everything you've helped me with over the last 6 months, I think you can call me Hamish, don't you?" Logan accepted the flask, forced a smile. "Thank you, Hamish." He wiped the neck and took a swig. Whiskey. It started as a low fire in his innards, spreading its warmth up through his chest. "Good stuff." 1974 Ardbeg. Wee Hamish took the flask back and drank. "Can't take it with you." They sat in silence for a moment, just the rumble of the engine and the whine of the air vents. Then Wee Hamish pointed through the windscreen at the building site laid out on the fields below. 400 houses just like that. Planning permission for a hotel. Gonna have a swimming pool, all legitimate and above board. Logan kept his mouth shut. Course, wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for Donald Trump. He took another hit of whiskey. What do you think, Logan? For it or against it? Keeping an open mind. Good, good. Some say it's a bad thing, that Trump steamrollered local opposition, then went blubbing to the Scottish Parliament when the planning department said he couldn't have his golf course. Got them to overturn the decision. Others say it's a good thing. It shows that Aberdeen's open for business, welcomes investment, is looking to the future. He stared at the hip flask in his hand. The future's a funny thing, isn't it? Logan shifted in his seat. We're pretty sure Mark the Knife's development's just one big money laundering exercise. He's using it to get a foothold in the northeast. He trailed off to a halt. Wee Hamish was staring at him. Do you play chess, Logan? No, not really. More of a Grand Theft Auto kind of guy. Shame. We shall have to do something about that. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Mr. McLennan is the Black King. He moves his pawns around the board, always pushing forwards. Drugs, prostitution, counterfeit merchandise. Then he has his bishops, moving diagonally back and forth from Edinburgh, keeping an eye on the souls of his flock. His knights taking care of the opposition. I see. Do you? Logan wriggled his toes in the warm air of the footwell. It's no secret Mark the Knife's pushing in your territory. We're getting a huge influx of dodgy goods, forged money. Car theft's up to about 300%. There's more drugs out there than ever before. The old man drank from the flask again, then screwed the cap on and slipped it back into his jacket. You shouldn't call him Malk the Knife. It's disrespectful. Logan opened his mouth, but Wee Hamish held up a crooked finger. Never treat your opponent with disdain, Logan. When you do, you underestimate them. And when you underestimate them, you give them an advantage. Take it from me. It's a lesson learned from many, many games of chess. Pause. Okay, Mr. McLennan it is. Wee Hamish reached over and patted Logan on the shoulder, his hand unnaturally hot, making Logan's skin prickle through the fabric of his shirt. That's good. The old gangster smiled. I don't like people trying to take advantage of my city, Logan. It worries me, especially now. He went back to staring out through the windscreen. A city needs a white king. Otherwise, how can it go to war? End of Disc 2. Disc 3. Logan hobbled back across the cold, damp ground and jumped into Reuben's BMW. The fat man turned and glowered at him. Well? Logan shrugged. You could have let me put on a pair of bloody shoes. Feet are freezing. He fiddled with the climate control buttons. How'd you put up the heat? Reuben slapped his fingers away. Did I say you could touch my car? Logan held his hands up. Fine. Don't mind me. I'll just catch pneumonia and die. Perfect. The little lane snapped into focus as wee Hamish's Porsche headlights came on. Then the huge 4x4 backed up, swung around, and squeezed past them, half up on the grass verge. And then it was gone. Reuben performed a clunky 7-point turn and headed back the way they'd come. They bumped off the cracked road and onto proper tarmac, rolling back into town at well over the speed limit. The sky had an ominous dark orange tinge, low clouds reflecting back the streetlights as they drove down the Ellen Road and across the Bridge of Dawn. Reuben broke the silence. Glove compartment. Logan looked at him. What about it? Open the fucking thing, you moron. Inside, there was an AA card, a Scottish Road Atlas, and a standard white envelope. The thing was sealed, stuffed full to bursting. Logan pulled it out. What's this? Mr. Mowat says it's relevant to your interests. Logan eased up one side of the flap, but Reuben smacked his hand. Don't open that in here! Fuck's wrong with you? Logan hit him back, whiskey and wine burning in his stomach. I'm getting pretty bloody sick of you acting like a dick the whole time. Reuben jammed on the brakes. Who the fuck you think you're talking to? This time it wasn't a smack, it was a slap. A backhand right across Logan's cheek, hard enough to bounce him off the headrest. Clean out your lugs, officer! You never, ever speak like that to me again! Understand? Logan leaned forward in his seat, feeling his cheeks starting to swell up, the taste of blood in his mouth where he'd bitten his tongue. Fuck! Bastard. Fucking fat bastard. Fucking better learn to show some respect, McRae, or I'll... Logan slammed his elbow into the bridge of Reuben's nose. The car lurched forwards and stalled as blood poured down Reuben's face. Oh. Fuck. Reuben was going to kill him. He was going to drag him out into the middle of nowhere and fucking kill him. Do something. The big man's hands came up, but Logan hit him again. Another elbow in the face, splitting his lip. Again, and again, fast, furious, vicious, not giving the fat bastard time to recover or fight back, hammering into Reuben's skull as he tried to cover his bleeding face with his hands. The big man didn't cry out, didn't whimper. The dull thunk, thunk, thunk of bone on broken skin, and Logan's grunts the only sound. A car horn blared from somewhere behind them. Logan slumped back in his seat, teeth gritted, elbow aching as Reuben curled forwards, shuddering, dripping bright red on the leather upholstery, his breath a harsh, bubbling wheeze. I'm a police officer. Logan wrenched his seatbelt free. You ever touch me again, I'll fucking kill you! He hauled the car door open and staggered out. That car horn sounded again, the driver mouthing obscenities through the windscreen. Logan stuck 2 fingers up at him, stuffed the envelope in his back pocket, and marched away up George Street in his socks. Fucking Reuben. He ran a hand across his eyes. His fingers were trembling, heart pounding, feeling sick as the adrenaline rush slowly faded, leaving nothing but the booze behind. Now what was he supposed to do? No way Reuben would ever let this go. Hitting him once had been bad enough, but panicking and doing it again and again? God, his elbow was really sore. The first drop of rain slapped against the back of Logan's neck, getting heavier as he hobbled along the cold pavement. Brilliant. As if the day needed to get any worse. By the time he was passing the university playing fields, it was chucking it down, a freezing deluge that soaked right through his shirt, socks and trousers. The Bobbin was just up ahead. Lights blazing from its windows, a little knot of smokers huddling in the lee of the porch over the front door. Banished to lung cancer and pleurisy. Logan hobbled inside. The pub was getting busy. Students from the university clustered around low tables, vintage meatloaf pounding out of the jukebox. Logan squelched his way to the bar, then closed his eyes and swore. No wallet. Reuben wouldn't let him go back for his coat. And Logan hadn't said a bloody word about it, had he? No, he just got in the car like a good little boy because Reuben was a big, fat, scary bastard. Oh, he was so screwed. He rummaged through his trouser pockets, coming up with a couple of pound coins and some smush. Just enough for a pint of Stella. A young woman with a pierced eyebrow and a ring through her nose stopped reading the job section of the Press and Journal for long enough to serve him. Anything else? He took a deep gulp, the cold lager making one of his teeth ache. Got a payphone? She frowned. You okay? Your arm's all, bleeding and stuff. He looked down. The dark red stain started at his right elbow, fading to pink at the cuff. Reuben's blood. Shirt was probably ruined now. Phone? She pointed towards the back of the bar. Out of order. Some funny bastard, she made finger quotes, superglued the receiver into the cradle last night. Look, you need an ambulance or something. No. That must have come out sharper than he'd intended, because she flinched back. He closed his eyes and rubbed at the bridge of his nose. Sorry, been a crappy day. Any chance of a taxi? She sucked her cheeks in for a moment, then nodded. Give us a second. She went off to serve a big woman with a bad perm and a Six Nations rugby top, then made a call on the cordless phone behind the bar. By the time she returned, Logan was halfway down his pint. 15 minutes, okay? Thanks. He took his drink and squelched over to the only free booth in the place, collapsing into the faux leather bench, shifting about, trying to get comfortable. There was something lumpy in his back pocket. Logan pulled out the envelope Reuben had given him. He peeled back the flap and peered inside. Money. A lot of money. Sodding hell! It was full of 50s, 20s, 10s and 5s. A quick look around to make sure no one was watching, then he counted out the notes onto the seat beside him, keeping his body between the cash and the rest of the bar. 3 grand in 50s, 520s, 2 in 10s and a dozen 5ers. 3,760 quid in used, non-sequentially numbered bills. Just when he thought the day couldn't get any worse. Chapter 13. Logan mashed his thumb against the flat's doorbell again, then turned and waved at the taxi sitting at the curb. Engine running, driver staring back at him, safe and dry out of the rain. Come on, Samantha! Finally the building's door swung open. She stood on the threshold frowning at him, eyebrows shooting upwards. What happened to you? I need some cash for the cab. She sighed. Hold on. Samantha limped back upstairs, returning 2 minutes later with a dog-eared 20. This do? Thanks. Logan paid the driver, then squelched after her up to the flat, leaving wet sock footprints on the steps. Christ, what a day! You're ringing! He peeled off his soggy shirt and chucked it in the kitchen sink, then did the same with his trousers and socks till he was standing there in nothing but his pale, goose-pimpled skin and damp grey underpants. She handed him a stale-smelling towel from the washing basket, and he scrubbed at his hair on the way to the fridge freezer. The Viborova nestled between the frozen sweet corn and the fish fingers. Logan pulled the bottle of vodka out and clunked it down on the working surface, followed by 2 shot glasses covered in frost. Want one? Sure you wouldn't rather have a cup of tea or something? You look frozen. He filled one of the chilled glasses to the brim, then threw it back. His hand only shook a little. Are you okay? I came home and the flat door was lying wide to the wall. Been better. He made another vodka disappear. Every time he bent his arm, pain radiated out from his battered elbow, a livid purple stain already spreading across the pale skin. He made another trip to the freezer for the bag of sweet corn, holding it against the swollen joint. Where's your shoes and jacket? You trying to catch your death? Logan dropped the towel around his shoulders, feeling the Viborova work its numbing magic. I made pasta bake. Samantha pointed at the casserole dish sitting on a trivet next to the microwave. His culinary efforts were all shriveled and brown, blackened in places. She hadn't even tried it. And he couldn't blame her. It looked bloody awful. It was a nice thought, though. She peered into the sink, then pulled out his shirt, staring at the blood-stained sleeve, then at him. What happened to your arm? Logan shrugged. You wouldn't believe what that cow Steele said to me today. Apparently my attitude's crap and everyone hates me. Oh, and I drink too much. He polished off another shot of Polish vodka. Can you believe that? She thinks I drink too much. Samantha didn't say anything. Logan groaned and slumped in his seat. God, not you as well. Well, maybe. Oh, come on. So I have a wee drink every now and then. It's not every now and then. It's every night. I give up. He poured himself another drink. She stuck her hands on her hips. You asked. And it's not every night. Really? When was the last time you went to bed sober? Look, it's not like I'm an alky, okay? Samantha's chin came up. Prove it. I don't have to prove. Go a week without getting hammered every night. Just... He closed his eyes, counted to 3. Can we not do this, please? I've had a really, really crappy day. Oh, you've had a bad day. Well, you know what? Mine was just fucking great. I got to spend 8 hours scraping a 13-year-old girl's internal organs off the underside of an articulated lorry. Silence. Logan put the top back on the vodka bottle. I'm sorry. She settled back against the sink. Go a week. A week. No problem. Could do that easy. Okay. He waited until she disappeared off to the bathroom to do her teeth, then opened the bottle again. Logan surfaced with a gasp, the duvet wrapped around his chest like a fist. Jesus! He struggled free and sat on the edge of the bed, shivering in the light of the clock radio. 4:21. Another happy night full of sand and severed heads, only this time it had been Samantha buried out in the dunes. He turned and looked at her side of the bed. Empty again. Brilliant. Logan dragged himself through to the bathroom for a sulphurous pee. He stood there for a minute, trying to decide if he wanted to be sick or not. Mouth dry. Still a bit drunk. He coughed, retched a little, then bent over and howled a purple and black spatter into the sink. Red wine and saliva, looking like a tumour on the white porcelain. Logan washed it away with a cold tap before splashing some water on his face. His cheek had taken on an angry purple and yellow tinge where Reuben had hit him. Top lip swollen, split and stinging. Could barely bend his right arm. Why did everything always have to be so screwed up? He knocked back a couple of paracetamol, then dumped the empty blister pack in the little stainless steel bin with all the blood-soaked toilet paper. He killed the bathroom light, hobbled back down the hall, eased the lounge door open and peered inside. Samantha was on the couch, stripy socked feet sticking out from beneath the spare duvet. Logan shut the door as quietly as he could, then slouched through to the kitchen for a pint or two of water, trying to sabotage the coming hangover. The sink was still full of his clothes, so he dragged everything out and stuffed them in the washing machine, then remembered the envelope full of cash in the trouser pocket. It was all damp and wrinkly, but the contents seemed to have survived okay. All £3,760 of it. Could have used it to pay for the taxi instead of standing out in the rain like an idiot waiting for Samantha. Should have used it. Stupid not to. What did it really matter anyway, just because it came from wee Hamish Mowat? 6 months now he'd been doing favours for Aberdeen's biggest crime lord. Nothing illegal. He wasn't getting people off with murder, tampering with evidence or tipping wee Hamish off when there was a raid in his way. Just acting on information. Arresting rival drug dealers, shutting down someone else's brothel, a dog-fighting ring in Ellen, taking other players' pawns off the chessboard, pawns who needed locking up anyway. And not once had wee Hamish felt the need to hand over envelopes stuffed with cash. To buy him. £3,760. Fuck. Logan let his head thunk against the kitchen cabinet. 18 months ago he'd been the golden boy of Grampian police, and now look at him. Everyone down the station thought he was a foul-tempered alcoholic tosser. He'd just battered a mob enforcer half to death in the middle of King Street, and Aberdeen's biggest crime lord thought he should be on the payroll. Woohoo. Way to go. Fan-fucking-tastic. A new personal low. Logan stacked all the notes together into one pile, wrapped it up in kitchen paper, then crept out into the hallway and hid the lot in the airing cupboard behind the hot water tank. It wasn't perfect, but it'd do till he figured something else out. The black Range Rover winds its way slowly north. Newcastle to Edinburgh's the worst bit. The A1's a fucking disgrace, isn't it? 121 miles of twisty tarmac with the occasional crawler lane and tiny patches of dual carriageway. Get stuck behind a caravan on this thing and you're screwed, like. Not that it's a problem at 20 to 5 on a Saturday morning. Wipers going at a steady creak, keeping the snow confined to the edges of the windscreen. Winter wonderland in Newcastle when they left. 6 inches in places. They're making good time, even though Tony's taking it easy. iPod hooked into the huge car stereo, dribbling out that jazz stuff Julie likes so much.
It's not too bad once you get used to it. She's asleep in the passenger seat, and Neil's curled up in the back with a coat draped over him like a blanket, mouth open, snoring in time with the bloke playing the saxophone. It's funny how even the most violent, dangerous bastards can look like little kids when they're asleep. The sat-nav says 102 miles to Aberdeen. Tony keeps the needle at a steady 65. No speeding, nothing that would draw attention to them. Playing it cool, heading north through the snow, bringing a whole shit heap of trouble with him. Chapter 14. Lying bastards! A porcelain dog hit the faded wallpaper and became a starburst of pale shards. All of it! Richard Knox grabbed a ballerina from the mantelpiece and sent it crashing into the far wall. Face flushed, teeth bared, spittle flying from his lips. Bloody lies! Jesus, Richard, calm down! A large woman, one of Knox's minders from Sacro, was crouching behind the sofa, popping her head up over the dusty fabric, then ducking down again as a shire horse turned into porcelain shrapnel. They've no right! Logan froze on the threshold, head pounding. What the hell's going on here? Knox snatched a Scotty dog from the mantelpiece and drew his arm back to send it flying. Logan stepped forward and grabbed it off of him. All right, that's enough. Knox span around, eyes wide and shiny, lips twitching across his gritted teeth. Give it back! Constable Guthrie! Guthrie bumbled into the living room, clutching greasy paper bags from the baker's they stopped at on the way over here, a wadge of flaky pastry in his other hand. What? Lion! Knox's eyes darted left, then right. Then he snatched up a fishing teddy bear and sent that flying instead. Bastards! The constable dumped his baked goods on the ancient couch and grabbed Knox's arm, twisting it up behind his back, then slamming him into the wall. Behave yourself! Knox struggled, screaming abuse. Guthrie glanced over at Logan and got the nod. He pulled Knox back a couple of feet, then rammed him forward again, making the photos above the mantelpiece rattle. Ah! Get off us! You want another one? Knox didn't reply, but he did keep wriggling, so Guthrie introduced him to the wallpaper again. This time the struggling stopped. You want the handcuffs? Silence. Okay. The constable let go and stepped back. Knox staggered towards one of the cat-shredded armchairs and collapsed into it, rubbing his wrist and staring at the dead television. Liars! The woman crept around from behind the sofa. Thanks. There were little flecks of white china in her hair. Logan pulled out his notebook. Richard Knox, I am arresting you for assault. You do not have to say anything, but if you fail to mention, I didn't assault anyone. He kept his eyes on the ghosts on the TV screen. Logan glanced at the woman, raised his eyebrows. She shook her head. Didn't touch me. Where's your partner? Thought there were supposed to be two of you. Knox shifted in his seat, muttering. Got me rights. Harry's stuck in the bog. Had a dodgy chicken chow mein last night. I was going to send him home if he doesn't get any better. Logan looked around at the wreckage, then rubbed at his gritty eyes. You want to tell me what the hell this was about, then? She pointed at a tattered copy of the Aberdeen Examiner lying against the skirting board. Half the pages were sprawled across the carpet, but the lead story was clearly visible from where Logan stood. Sex beast strikes fear into community. The photo of Knox was more up-to-date than the last one the papers used. Someone had been digging. Logan bent down and picked up the front page, letting the rest of it fall back to the floor. Exclusive by Colin Miller. Everyone knows a leopard can't change his spots. Once a dangerous animal, always a dangerous animal. But the people of Aberdeenshire are being expected to believe that convicted serial rapist Richard Knox can live amongst them without posing a serious risk to the population. Knox, 39, a vicious sexual predator, served 8 years in a high-security prison for the brutal abduction and rape of Newcastle grandfather William Bruckley, 68. It wasn't exactly the journalist's best work. Sensationalist, melodramatic, and obviously designed to whip up outrage and panic. Further in, it got even worse, with quotes from people in Newcastle and William Bruckley's grandchildren. Teenagers more than happy to share the family's anger. Castration's too good for him. They should bring back hanging. That kind of thing. And in Richard Knox's case, they were probably right. Logan folded the page up, then dumped it on the coffee table.
Knox was clutching his carrier bag again, the thing rustling as he rocked back and forth in his seat, muttering, "It's all lies." All of it? Convicted serial rapist. He scowled at the TV. Was convicted of one rape. One, not a series. Served me time. Found God, didn't I? Well, Logan looked at the chunky woman from Sacro. Margaret? Marge? Something like that. Maybe you'd be better off trying your luck somewhere else. We could organise a midnight flit. Get you somewhere further away where they don't know you. Devon. Cornwall. Something like that. Get you the hell out of Aberdeen before you cause any more trouble, you creepy little bastard. This is me home! Knox drew back his foot, then lashed out, crashing his heel into the TV screen, shattering it, sending the whole thing clattering over backwards to the floor. Marge/Margaret flinched. Swore. PC Guthrie loomed over Knox. All right, on your feet. The man didn't even look up at him, just sat there clutching his foot. What you going to do, like, arrest me for smashing me own telly? Bloody thing didn't work anyway. The constable flopped his hand about for a moment. Sarge? Logan shrugged. He's got a point. Knox closed his eyes, lips pinched tight, breathing in and out through his pointy nose, then stood and knelt in front of the ancient electric fire, head bowed, hands clasped together, mouth moving silently. They left him to it. Tell you. Margaret/Marge filled a new-looking kettle in the sink and plugged it in. He's really starting to creep me out. Logan shrugged. Sex offenders can be a bit... Trust me, I know sex offenders. Did 6 years as a prison officer in Peterhead. I've seen every flavour of mong and stot you can think of, and none of them weirded me out like Knox. She picked 4 mugs off the draining board and sniffed them, then plopped a teabag in each. There was this one guy done for snatching women off the streets, blondes usually. Bundled them into the back of an old van with the windows blacked out. Liked to rape them while he burned them with a cigarette lighter. Apparently nipples were a particular favourite. Never looked you in the eye when he spoke, always stared right here. She pointed at her not inconsiderable breasts. You just knew he was thinking about it. The smell, the sizzling sound, the screams. Christ. Yeah, and even he wasn't as creepy as Knox. She rinsed a teaspoon under the tap, peering at Logan out of the corner of her eye. So, what happened to your face? Logan reached up and touched his right cheek. The skin was all swollen and tender. Cut myself shaving. Right. The sound of flushing came from upstairs. Marge/Margaret looked up and smiled. Harry's arse must be in tatters by now. She was fishing the tea bags out of the mugs when a balding middle-aged man groaned in through the door, clutching both sides of his little pot-belly, face all pale and sweaty. I think I might have died. You want tea? She pointed at the greasy paper bag sitting on the work surface. The nice policeman brought donuts. He grimaced. Mandy, please, just dig a hole in the back garden and bury me. Told you that chow mein looked dodgy. Bloody thing wasn't even past its sell-by date. He forced a smile, then held his hand out to Logan. Hi, I'm Harry. Something deep inside him gurgled and he grimaced. Oh God, not again! And then he was off, scurrying back up the stairs, moaning and swearing. Logan leant back against the cooker. If you're worried about Knox, maybe it's not like I'm scared of him or anything. I mean, come on. She pointed at her breasts again. These are get-out-of-jail-free cards as far as he's concerned. He's just... not right, you know? Yeah, but he's not going to... Bugger! Logan dragged out his warbling phone. McRae? D.I. Steele's voice came through from the other end. Did you chase up that cadaver dog like I told you? Did it first thing. Should be here round about 11. Believe it when I see it. Tell you, those Strathclyde bobbies... Logan put his hand over the mouthpiece, mimed smoking a cigarette, and pointed towards the back door. Mandy nodded and offered him a donut. The handle turned, but the door wouldn't budge. Logan balanced his tea on the windowsill and gave the wood a bump with his shoulder. It bounced, but didn't open. What about that fat tit Danby? You managed to dig up any dirt on him? No. You told me to look into his mate, Billy Adams. Another shove and the door creaked in its frame. One more and it popped open. The back garden was a riot of dead thistles and knee-high yellowy grass, the broken brown spears of docken flowers jabbing up into the grey morning. A holly bush sprawled out from the back corner beside a bloated and crumbling shed.
You have actually heard of the word initiative, right?
Logan stepped out onto a patio made up of cracked concrete slabs, wet grass poking up through the join. There's no way Danby came all the way up here just to hold Knox's hand. He's a superintendent. They don't babysit rapists. Doesn't matter how well known they are. Something's up. He balanced the donut on top of his tea and lit a cigarette, the smoke spiralling away into the cold air.
You thought about what I said yesterday? The attitude, the drinking, the being a pain in the arse. I am not a pain in the arse. It's my arse and you're in it. Being a pain.
There was a pause.
Case in point. Douglas Walker's brief's downstairs right now, kicking up shite about his client being denied his human rights.
Logan closed his eyes and massaged his pounding forehead.
Sodding hell. Please tell me you didn't just leave him in the interview room. Oh, no, you don't. He was your bloody arrest. Why didn't you charge him?
Bloody typical.
Because you ordered me to go supervise the power patrol after the MAPA meeting. Then you dragged me off to the building site in Palmont's flat.
He let his head fall back until he was staring straight up into the low grey sky.
Walker was only in on a volley. His lawyer's going to have a field day.
Steele let the awkward silence drag out for a couple of beats.
Don't be so sodding daft. Of course I didn't just leave him there. What do you think I am, an amateur? Interviewed him, charged him, packed him off to a cell for the night.
Oh, okay.
Point is, you should have bloody well checked first thing this morning, shouldn't you? Instead of waltzing off with no a care in the world. I didn't waltz anywhere. You told me to go check up on Knox, so I checked up on Knox. How am I supposed to sodding do everything?
Logan flicked the ash off the tip of his cigarette.
And in case you're interested, Knox threw a wobbly when he saw the morning paper. Oh, boo-hoo. Is the widow Wapist upset, Diddums? Tell him I'll come over and kiss it all better with a toe of my boot.
You know, you could help for a change. Get the press office to tell the media to back off Knox for a bit. Logan dropped his cigarette and ground it out against the wet paving slab with his foot.
Fuck him,
Steele sniffed.
Get your arse back to the ranch and deal with Walker's bloody bum-faced brief. I want it all sorted out by the time I'm finished at Palmont's flat.
Logan hung up and slid the phone back into his pocket. The donut had left a greasy film on the surface of his tea. He poured it out onto the waterlogged grass, not in the mood anymore. Bloody D.I. Steele. Why did everything always have to be his fault? Back inside, he dumped the mug on the draining board, said thank you for the tea, then made for the front door. He glanced in through the lounge door on the way past and stopped. Knox was standing in the bay window, looking out at the dreich clay-coloured sky, hugging that carrier bag of his like a hot water bottle for the soul. He turned, saw Logan watching him, and looked away. Sorry about acting the spaz like. Just gets a bit much sometimes. Everyone hating us, you know? Logan did. Don't worry about it. Knox nodded and turned back to the grimy glass. Do you have a guardian angel, Sergeant? Logan laughed. If I do, he's shite at his job. I've got one. God sent someone to look after us. Even when I was in prison, he kept an eye out. Kept us safe so I could learn me lesson. Logan took his car keys from his pocket. Yeah, well, see, God's always testing us, isn't he? Getting caught, going to prison, that was all part of his plan for us. If he hadn't done it, I wouldn't have found him, would I? Knox reached out a hand and drew something on the dirty window with a fingertip. He's made us the man I am like. Now there was something to be proud of. The snow's coming. Richard can feel it in his bones. His arm aches where they broke it in that first group therapy session. Doing all the stop programme bollocks. Everyone sitting about like a bunch of fannies, whinging on about how the mummies and daddies didn't love them. Didn't like him taking the piss, did they? No. And ever since then his arm aches when it's cold. The first lesson from God. Know when to keep your mouth shut. Course, then they all had little accidents, didn't they? And God said unto them, never fuck with a man who works for Mental Mikey. The holy word delivered by a couple of screws who owed the big man a favour. Guardian angel, see? Richard watches the policeman hunch his way down the garden path, through the rusty gate, and into a little brown Fiat that looks like a motorised turd. Stared at him like he was mad, didn't he? Didn't believe Richard was telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help him God. It's all a test. It's all a lesson. How you deal with things is important to him, isn't it? Stands to reason. Otherwise he wouldn't make things happen the way he does. And God loves Richard Knox. Richard places his hand against the glass and scrubs away the picture he drew in the grime. Smiles to himself. Soon. Very, very soon. Chapter 15. It was nearly 10:30 by the time Logan got back to the CID room. The place was packed, plainclothes and uniformed constables sitting in every seat working the phones, the almost constant murmur of conversation and electronic ringing.
Yes, sir, I know you're worried about your father, but in Concorth, I see. And what makes you believe it was Richard Knox?
A constable stuck her hand over the mouthpiece and offered the phone to Logan.
Sarge, there's a bloke on the phone says he was attacked by Knox last night. Do you want to deal?
Logan looked out across the crowded, noisy room. Is every nutjob in the city calling in?
Pretty much. So you want it?
Do a buggery. He hurried through into the little sergeant's alcove before anyone else tried to lumber him with their loony. Closed the door, shutting out the babble, and collapsed into his seat, rubbed at his thumping forehead. He had the little office to himself, no one to see him rummaging through everyone's desks on the hunt for painkillers. OK, so he was a bit hungover, but after Reuben and everything, he deserved a drink, hadn't he? Even if the late-night vodka hadn't been the best of ideas. DS Mark MacDonald had a packet of ibuprofen hidden in a drawer. Logan helped himself to 2, washing them down with a pint of orange juice he'd bought on the way back to the station. His stomach gurgled as the liquid hit, bitter acid at the bottom of his throat. There was a post-it note stuck right in the middle of Logan's computer screen, a summons in block capitals. My office, as soon as you get back. Signed DIBT. Just like that, with an exclamation mark, just in case Logan didn't know he was a dickhead. Logan peeled it off, scrunched it up, and hurled it at the bin. Someone shouted, "Shop!" And Logan looked around to find PC Butler standing in the doorway. She wasn't exactly the tallest officer in Grampian Police. Petite, with cropped blonde hair, Butler looked like the kind of person who helped little old ladies across the road, raised money for underprivileged kittens, couldn't pull the skin off a boiled tatty. Which just went to show how wrong you could be. She waggled a manila folder at him. You in for an armed robbery? Dump it on Doreen's desk. He jerked his thumb towards a neatly ordered workstation with law books alphabetically arranged on a shelf above the computer. Constable Butler pulled a face, wrinkling her nose and puckering her mouth. You sure you don't want it? Positive. Oh, come on. She settled onto the only clear patch on Biohazard Bob's desk. D.S. Taylor's been a right cow at the moment. Ever since her husband ran off with that accounts assistant, you can't do anything right. Give it to Bob, then. Butler shuddered. I'd have to drive him about, and it's too bloody cold to have the windows open all the time. She batted her eyelashes. Please? D.S. MacDonald? Wandering hands. He does it again, I'll have to castrate him. Don't want that in your conscience, do you? Logan turned away and jabbed the power button on his computer. Thought you lot in uniform were all whinging about me being shouty and sarcastic. He could hear her shifting on the desk behind him. Yeah, but you're kind of the lesser of 4 evils, so... Armed robbery? Logan slumped back in his seat and swore at the ceiling tiles. Tell me about it. Great! She slapped the folder down on the desk in front of him. Henderson's the jewellers on Crown Street. Bloke wanders in with a wee kid in a pushchair, asks to see the engagement rings, and when the assistant hauls them out, our boy produces a sawn-off sledgehammer. Who the hell holds up a jeweller's with a sawn-off sledgehammer? You sure it wasn't a shotgun? Positive. Logan flicked through the file. Time? 9:15 this morning. Anyone hurt? One witness peed herself. That count? Said she was only in to pick up her husband's watch. Logan pulled out the witness statements, skimming them as PC Butler waited. At the back was a list of items the jewellers claimed their mystery shopper had got away with. It had an estimated value of just under £500. Not exactly worth getting banged up for. Is that all? Butler shrugged. Apparently. Went on a bit of a rampage, smashed open display cabinets, stuffed his pockets with shiny tat, then legged it. She paused. Got the security camera footage upstairs if you want to see it. What the hell? Logan thumped the folder on top of his heaped-in tray. Fingerprints? Gloves? Butler smiled. Thanks, Sarge. Logan checked his watch. You've got 20 minutes, then I'm out of here. But, Sarge! Got an appointment with a cadaver dog. Take it or leave it. Done. They got as far as the corridor outside the CID room when Beatty appeared. Face pink and shiny, nose red, all bundled up in a duvet-style puffy jacket. There were droplets glittering in his moustache, and as he saw PC Butler and Logan, he wiped them away with the back of his hand. DS McRae, I need to see you in my office. Logan didn't move. Got an armed robbery to look into. Beatty frowned, looked at PC Butler, sniffed, rubbed at his beard. Constable, will you excuse us for a moment? She made herself scarce. You were supposed to help me with the knock-off merchandise inquiry. Logan slumped back against the wall. Did you phone Trading Standards yet? Knowing full well that there was no way the beardy tosser... I did it yesterday. Oh. Right. Pause. And? It's getting worse. We had 15 complaints about dodgy DVD players this week, and then there's the hair straighteners and the vodka and the perfume and the iPods. Whole city's awash with counterfeit goods. Beatty sniffed, then hauled out a lumpy grey hanky and blew his nose into it. Paused to check the contents. Talking of which, Big Gary tells me you've got a lead on those dodgy 20s. Logan shrugged. We arrested someone, if that's what you mean. Still in custody. Far as I know. Because he hadn't bothered to check. Sod D.I. Steele. There was no way he was running about just to keep some jumped-up solicitor happy. Whoever Douglas Walker's lawyer was, he could bloody well wait. Beatty chewed on the edge of his moustache for a bit. Right. About these fake handbags and things. There was more, but Logan wasn't really listening. D.I. Steele had just limped through the double doors at the end of the corridor, legs bowed, face all pinched up on one side, showing gritted, yellowy teeth as she hobbled towards them. Do you understand? Beatty paused, obviously waiting for a response. Logan frowned. In what way? Beatty rolled his eyes. It made him look even more of a tit than usual. Will you sort it out or not? Steele was getting closer, limping and wincing all the way. Yeah, sure. Monday, don't forget. She hissed to a halt and scowled at Beatty blocking the corridor. Move it or lose it, beardy boy. Beatty stiffened. There's no need to blah, blah, blah. Out the way before I introduce Mrs. Boot to Mr. Testicles. She winced, paused, hauled at the crotch of her grey trouser suit. Second thoughts. McRae, kick his knackers into orbit. Then get your scarred backside down to interview room 3. Douglas Walker's brief's waiting for you. Actually, Beatty stuck his hairy chin out, Sergeant McRae already has a job to do. Don't you, Sergeant? Steele limped closer. Aye, he has. Working for me. Beatty glowered. I'm not some wee DS for you to push around anymore. I'm a detective inspector. And I say McRae's working for me. Logan groaned. It didn't matter how this went, he'd be the one who'd end up getting the blame. He turned and looked back towards the CID room. Steele and Beatty were shouting at each other, nose to nose in the middle of the corridor, so Logan crept back through the door, leaving them to it. With a bit of luck, he could sneak out the other side of the CID room, down the bare concrete stairwell, and away before they even noticed he was gone. Logan swore, told PC Butler to pause the tape, and dragged out his phone. McRae? D.I. Steele's gravelly voice crackled in his ear. Where the sodding hell did you disappear off to? I've got an angry solicitor wanting someone to shout at, and he's no bloody doing it at me. The review suite was a tiny room on the ground floor of Force headquarters. 2 creaky plastic chairs, a storage cabinet for the police van CCTV hard drives, and the rancid, fatty smell of stale chips coming from somewhere underneath the little formica desk. Butler fumbled with the remote, and the image on the screen froze. Henderson's the Jeweller's in glorious black and white. A woman stood by a display stand of porcelain figurines, a small boy clutching at the hem of her skirt. A shop assistant slouched behind a long glass counter. A lumpy man was halfway across the shop floor, flat cap on his head, pushing one of those mountain bike-style strollers, all chrome and big chunky wheels. He had a little child strapped into the seat, wearing a knitted bobble hat, sooking on the floppy ear of a cuddly bunny. They didn't exactly look like a crack team of armed robbers. Logan put a hand over the mouthpiece of his phone as Steele ranted away.
It's no bad enough I've got idiots like Beatty to deal with without...
He pointed at the screen. This digital or DVD? Butler shook her head. Tape.
Show some sodding responsibility for your actions. And another thing!
That meant the image probably wouldn't be good enough to enhance beyond an indistinct blur. OK, let it play again. The man stepped up to the counter, head down, looking at the shiny things arrayed beneath the glass. He'd been in the shop 2 minutes now, and the camera still hadn't got a decent shot of his face. There was a moment's silence from the phone, then,
McRae, are you listening to me?
Uh-huh. Logan tapped the screen again. Look at the front door.
I swear to God, I'm going to snap my foot off in your arse if you don't start.
Butler leaned in closer, face screwed up. What? Bottom right corner. He's dropped something where the door meets the jamb so it won't shut all the way.
Bastard Beatty! See how you like that?
The man pointed at something glittering away beneath the counter's glass surface, and the shop assistant nodded. She undid some sort of catch, then opened the back of the display, pulling out a black velvet tray. There was no audio, everything happening in complete silence. Outside the shop window, a bus jutted past. The timestamp in the corner of the screen read 9:14.
Bloody solicitors crawling up my...
The assistant held up one of the items from the tray. The man in the flat cap nodded, then reached into his long black overcoat. PC Butler smiled. See? Told you. The sledgehammer was about half the length it should have been, but that didn't stop it shattering the glass countertop into a million glittering fragments. Another swing and the cash register went flying. Another and a display case exploded, a silent ballet of destruction.
Should know better by now. Honestly, you're not a child, so stop acting.
The woman in the corner scurried back against the wall, hauling her little boy with her, mouth open, screaming.
Your own! That what you want?
The man hoisted the sledgehammer over his head and brought it crashing down, double-handed into the counter again. The flat cap went flying, exposing a swathe of bald head hiding beneath a thin comb-over.
But no, you have to play the bloody idiot!
A scramble of black gloves through the wreckage, stuffing rings and bracelets and necklaces and bits of broken glass into his pockets. Then the flat cap was snatched up and rammed down on the balding head again. Not once had he looked at the camera. The man backed away through the open door, pulling the stroller with him, and... Logan sat forward and poked the screen. There! The cuddly rabbit! The little kid in the stroller must have lost its grip, because the rabbit went tumbling to the glass-strewn shop floor, bounced once, then lay there. The kid was sucking on it. We'll be able to get DNA from the saliva. Butler stared at him. The kid didn't rob the shop. It was... You don't hold up a jeweller's with someone else's kid, do you? What sort of crappy babysitter would that be? It's his. Or maybe a grandchild, but it's definitely related. We'll get a familial DNA match. Logan sat back in his seat, pleased with himself. Get around there and pick up... He drifted to a halt, then swore as a hand reached back into the shop from outside and grabbed the fallen bunny, then kicked away whatever had been keeping the door ajar, allowing it to finally clunk shut. So much for that. And then Logan realised Steele had stopped ranting in his ear. Inspector? Silence. Hello? He looked at the phone's display. She'd hung up. Couldn't have been that important then. Logan sat back in his seat, tapping the mobile against his chin. There's something not right about this. He told Butler to wind the tape back to the start, then sat and watched everything unfold again. See? He blocks the door from closing, so he obviously knows the first thing jewellery shops do is trip the silent alarm. Bang, all the exits locked till the police turn up. But when he does the smash and grab, he goes for sparkly, worthless crap. PC Butler shrugged. Maybe he watches too much telly, CSI, The Bill, that kind of thing. Could be. Get the shop assistant in front of an e-fit artist. Maybe we can... Bang! The viewing room door flew open, and there she was. D.I. Steele, face flushed, teeth gritted.
You!
She threw a finger in Logan's direction.
Where the bloody hell do you think you've been?
Butler shrank in her seat, trying not to make eye contact with anyone. Logan opened his mouth, but Steele wasn't finished yet.
Interview room 3, now! But now! The treatment of my client has been appalling.
The little man shifted in his seat and poked the tabletop with a finger.
It's an absolute outrage!
Sitting next to him, Douglas Walker was a mass of bruises and misery. He cleared his throat, but the lawyer placed a hand on his shoulder.
It's all right, Mr. Walker. I'll deal with this.
The little man glared at Logan, the strip light shining back off his little round glasses and bald head.
You held my client for hours without any sort of formal charge. Then you forced him to submit to interview without legal representation.
Logan stared at him in silence for a while. Jumped up baldy little git. All squint teeth and Armani suit. D.I. Steele was slouched against the side wall, scowling, playing the disapproving senior officer, making sure he didn't duck out of being shouted at by Douglas Walker's brief.
Well?
The lawyer poked the table again.
We demand an immediate apology and an independent investigation into your...
You've not done a lot of criminal work, have you, Mr...? The little man flushed, pulled out a business card and slapped it down in front of Logan.
Barrett, of McGilvery, Barrett and McGilvery, and I suggest...
What are you? Friend of the family? I bet you normally do conveyancing, don't you? Maybe a few wills every now and then to keep your hand in, but mostly it's the legal side of buying and selling properties, right?
What does that...
So basically, you're just a glorified estate agent.
How dare
you? See, if you knew anything about criminal law, you'd know we can question your client as often as we like, and we don't need a lawyer present. Look it up. Barrett of McGilvery, Barrett and McGilvery was going an unnatural shade of deep pink, spittle flying from his mouth.
You held my client for 7 hours without charge in direct breach.
Your client came in voluntarily, didn't you, Douglas? The lawyer gripped his client's shoulder again.
You don't have to answer that. We've only got his word.
Logan dropped his notebook on top of the little man's business card. Your client signed a declaration that he was happy to help us with our inquiries.
You...
Barrett looked from Logan to the young man sitting next to him, then back again.
You conducted an illegal search of...
Your client volunteered the location of a hold-all full of counterfeit money in his bedroom. And even if he hadn't, the arrest warrant gave me the legal right to search the premises for anything relating to the offence he'd been charged with. Silence. The lawyer took a deep breath.
My client is only 18. His parents have a right to be...
He's old enough to be tried as an adult. And you're old enough to know better. Logan stood, staring down at the little man with his little round glasses and little triple-barrelled business card. Right now, Douglas is looking at a 10 stretch. Craig Inches only holds people serving a maximum of 4 years, so he's going to be doing his time somewhere exotic, like Barlinnie or Shotts. A sinister lurching warble cut through the silence. Logan pulled out his phone and cut off the Dance Macabre mid-Wurlitzer. McRae? Barrett sputtered.
This is outrageous. We're supposed to be...
Logan silenced him with a hand. Sorry, Gary, there's an idiot here shouting his mouth off.
How dare you?
I said, there's a wee Ouija constable down here for you, with a really big dog. Do me a favour and come get her before it squats one out on my floor. Be right down. Logan snapped the phone shut. Barrett jumped to his feet.
I insist you apologise for...
We're done here. Logan turned his back and marched to the interview room door, hauled it open, stopped on the threshold. You might want to have a wee word with your client about cooperating, Mr. Barrett. Then you can get back to selling houses or whatever the hell it is you do when you're not pretending to be a lawyer. Chapter 16. There's 3 huge seagulls squabbling over a puddle of vomit, darting forwards to snap up the chunky bits. Filthy fuckers. Not natural, is it? Tony sniffs, chews, then spits out of the Range Rover's window. Neil's in the back, plugged into his iPod, little white cables coming out of his ears like his head's been wired wrong, which it probably has. You know what I think, says Tony, even though he knows Neil isn't listening. I think this is completely fucked up. Wasted time and effort. He flicks the windscreen wiper, and the blades squeak once across the glass, clearing away the speckles of drizzle. Typical Aberfucking-Dean. Always bloody raining. Cold as a nun's tit, too. Was warmer back in Newcastle. Aye, and it was snowing there. The passenger door opens and Julie climbs in. Blonde hair all frizzy from the rain. 5'5" of estuary English in jeans, cowboy boots and a black leather jacket. Miss me? She dumps a white carrier bag on the armrest between the heavy leather seats, then digs a brush out of that huge handbag of hers and has a go at taming the beast. Tony checks the rearview mirror, watching one of them parking wardens grumping along the line of cars in the rain. Any joy? Julie points at the bag. Chicken Rogan Josh, boaty lamb, king prawn korma for the big girl's blouse in the back. Neil sticks his middle finger up at her, so he must be listening after all.
3 pilaf rice and a couple of naan bread. 1 garlic, 1 cheese. Tony groans. Not curry again! No wonder his guts are giving him grief. What about Danby? Julie's face turns down at the edges. It takes a lot of the pretty away. Bloody Sacra wouldn't talk to me. Said anything to do with Richard Knox was strictly need to know. Neil leans forwards, sticking his big head between the seats. He's done that thing with his hair again. Makes him look like a greying Geordie Elvis, only with a much bigger nose. Sort of fucking name is Sacro anyway. Don't get me started. She rummages in a plastic bag, tearing free a chunk of greasy naan. Who's hungry? Ta. She hands the wodge to Neil while Tony gets the car moving, before that traffic warden comes close enough to take a note of their number plate. Why didn't you flash one of those warrant cards of yours? Sweetheart, there's no way I'm letting a bunch of sodding sweaties know I've been asking questions. Got no intention of anyone finding out I'm up here. Can you imagine the shitstorm if Northumbria Plod got wind of it? Neil nods. Point. So I went in as Jocelyn Bygraves, social worker. She flashes one of the collection of fake IDs from her handbag. Think there'd be a bit more honour about lefty tree huggers, wouldn't you? Nah, never trust a social worker. Neil reaches forward and helps himself to another chunk of bread, speaking with his mouth full. So what we going to do about Danby, like? Julie frowns for a bit. The fat bastard's going to be around here somewhere, right? Hotel, B&B, something like that? No chance. Tony eases on the brakes, coasting up to the red lights. You got any idea how many B&Bs there are in Aberdeen? Thousands. It's all those buggers coming up to work in the oil, isn't it? Neil nods again. Point. Bloody right, point. What's Knox saying till it? Julie pops the lid off a plastic container, filling the car with the rich smell of Indian spices. Says he doesn't know where Danby's staying. What, so we've got to go grubbing all round town because that OAP raping bastard can't keep his end of the bargain? Neil licked the grease off his fingertips. That's bloody typical, that is. It is what it is, babe. If you were Danby, would you tell someone like Knox where you were staying? Point. Anyway, Detective Superintendent Danby's bound to turn up at the local cop shop sooner or later. Sitting in the back, Neil laughs. You want to stake out police headquarters? She shrugs. Why not? Bunch of sweaties won't notice, will they? Be too busy shagging sheep, or whatever it is they do up here. Just 'cause the jocks don't mean they're idiots. They're going to spot a fucking huge Range Rover parked outside the front door for a week. Julie swivels round in her seat. You want to just give up? Turn round and go home empty-handed? That sound like a better idea to you? Oh, God, here we go. I'm not saying that, it's... You any idea what the boss would do to us? Yeah, but what, darling? Neil shuts his mouth sharpish. They all know what that tone means. That cheery, everything in the garden's just peachy tone Julie always uses before she goes off like a Rottweiler on acid. Tony keeps his eyes on the road, dead ahead. Never, ever get involved. Well? Neil clears his throat. Sounds like a plan, like. Good boy, knew you'd see sense. She tears another handful of naan from the bag and passes it back between the seats. We stack out the cop shop, we follow Danby home, then we beat the living crap out of him till he talks. Piece of piss. The cadaver dog handler wrinkled her nose, staring out at the building site. Going to be a lot more difficult with all that frost and ice. Police Constable Fiona Martin dragged her hair back from her face and secured it with a little elastic thingy, leaving a peekaboo fringe over her forehead. She turned and wiggled her fingers through the metal mesh separating the 2 front seats from the back of the little van. Hey, sleepy fish, ready to rock? The huge yellow Labrador raised its head from the tartan dog bed and licked her fingers, then had a yawn and a stretch, followed by an almost inaudible What's his name? Logan stopped, wrinkled his nose. Oh, Jesus! It was like a rotten herring wrapped in a rancid nappy. God! Oh, God, you can taste it! He scrabbled at the door handle and clambered out into the cold morning, breathing deeply. P.C. Martin stared at him from the driver's seat. Wardrobe! And it's no his fault he's got a delicate stomach. Logan backed off an extra couple of paces, frozen mud crunching beneath his feet. What have you been feeding him? The constable climbed out, wandered around to the back of the filthy van,
the Strathclyde police crest emblazoned down the side, and popped the double doors open. "Yeah, like your farts smell of lotus blossom and strawberries." She rattled a choke chain. "Come on, you!" The Labrador's front end bounded upright, booby-trapped bum still in the dog bed, tail thumping. "Who's a clever boy? Who's a clever boy? You aren't you?" PC Martin ruffled the dog's ears, making the skin shift from one side to the other, as if it wasn't properly attached to its head. "Yes, you are." She slipped the chain over Wardrobe's head and clipped on a thick red leather lead. The dog bounded out into the cold afternoon, turning its handler round in a complete circle before sweeping its nose across the frozen mud, making snuffling sounds. Impressive. He's picked something up already. PC Martin stared at Logan, then clunked the van's back doors shut, locked them. "He's been cooped up in the back of a van most of the morning. He's looking for somewhere to pee." Wardrobe finished sniffing, then cocked his leg on the van's rear tire, making a little cloud of steam. PC Martin looked over at the building site. "It just does. Trust me, we get something, you'll be fighting the IB off with a stick." She jammed her free hand in her pocket as Wardrobe raked his front and back paws on the rough ground. "Can't believe you're still calling them IB. Sand was right. It's the bloody dark ages up here." She grinned. "Shagging sheep rots your brain, eh?" "They all cheeky buggers where you come from, Constable?" "Pretty much." She gave Wardrobe's lead a little tug. "Come on, slobber chops, time to go to work." It was like someone had flicked a switch in the dog's head. Sudden stillness, ears pricked. "Anyway," Logan followed her towards the crescent of part-built houses. "Calling them CSI sounds like wanky Americanized TV bollocks. I mean, have you ever watched that show? If it's not EastEnders, Corrie, or Strictly Come Dancing, don't want to know about it." They started at the far end of the street, where the houses were just concrete foundations. PC Martin following behind Wardrobe, the dog's nose to the frosty ground as it circled the edges of the huge slab. Can he really smell a dead body all the way through concrete? Martin didn't look up. "Anyone tells you they can is talking bollocks. Most bodies aren't buried in concrete, they're buried under it. What he smells is the liquids leaching out of the corpse into the soil. That oozes up through where the concrete meets the earth and Bob's your body. Colin's your cadaver. Sam's your stiff." They moved on to the next set of foundations. If he can smell that, how come he doesn't choke on his own farts? "How long's your plumber been missing?" "Electrician, and he disappeared Monday." She let Wardrobe finish, then led the way through the rutted mud to the next property to be. 4 days? Not asking much, are you? When it's cold like this, slows down the decay. Probably won't be enough putrescence to detect. No leakage, nothing to sniff. A line of concrete rectangles stretched ahead of them, each with short lengths of pipe sticking out from the grey surface, capped off with blue plastic. Further down, the plots actually started to resemble houses, timber frames with that blue plastic sheeting stretched between the uprights. PC Martin chewed on her bottom lip, looking out at the frozen earth. "Might have to come back in a couple of weeks, see if your missing Sparky's rotted down a bit. 4 days just isn't long enough." So much for the almighty power of the cadaver dog. Logan cupped his hands and blew, filling them with steam. "Just do your best, okay?" She shrugged. "What the hell? We're here anyway." She set off for the next set of foundations as Logan's phone started ringing. He pulled it out and peered at the screen. Don't let it be steel, don't let it be steel. It wasn't. It was even worse. He took the call. "McRae?" "Logan Dave Goulding." Said like that, in a flat Liverpudlian accent, as if it was all one word. "What's up? You running late?" Logan checked his watch. Sod. "Sorry, something came up." Which was only partially true. Mostly he'd forgotten all about his appointment. There was a pause, as if the psychologist was trying to decide whether to believe him or not. "You got a moment now?" Logan watched the cadaver dog and handler sniffing their way around the next set of foundations, and thought about lying. "Oh, what the hell? I've been having that dream again." "Which one? Giant lizards, or the talking shark that steals all your clothes?" "Severed heads." Logan could hear his own voice echoing back at him. Dr. Goulding must have put him on speakerphone. "I see." Pause. "We've not had that one for a while." Logan could hear him scribbling something down. "You know, I have a recurring nightmare where all the people turn into frogs, and all the frogs turn into people. And the people forget that they used to be frogs, and the frogs forget that they were ever anything else. And I'm the only one who knows, living, surrounded by reptiles. Logan didn't know what to say to that. Did you get a chance to look at the assessment matrix for Richard Knox? You know, the fact that you've not had the severed heads dream for a while probably means something's unresolved in your psyche. Is there anything causing you stress? Logan rubbed a hand over his bruised face. Everything causes me bloody stress. Everyone causes me stress. It's like they're holding a competition to see who can piss me off the most. I see. More scribbling. Have you been doing your breathing exercises? Course I have. Which was a lie. Knox strikes me as a rather conflicted character. No shit. He's got this deep-seated religious belief system which has to be in complete contradiction to his psychosexual landscape. Logan watched Wardrobe drag its handler onto the next plot. You don't think the whole God-bothering thing is just a front? Don't see what he'd gain from it. To be frank, I'm more worried that he's gone out and got himself an omnipotent invisible friend. There was a pause. Who's stressing you the most? Bloody D.I. Steele. She's got it into her head that I've got an attitude problem, that I'm too cynical, that I drink too much. Silence. Logan scowled. What? And how does that make you feel? Stressed. Remember, that was the point of the do you drink too much? No. Okay, so I have the odd glass of wine, but maybe you're angry with her because you think she's right. She is not right. Well, we can always talk more about that at your next session. There was a click, and the line became a lot clearer. Goulding must have taken him off speakerphone again. The thing about religious obsessives, I mean, your proper card-carrying have you accepted Jesus into your life neurotics, is that they're often buying into a belief system that justifies their lifestyle choices. Homophobia, misogyny, exclusion. For Knox to join in given his past is, well, let's call it worrying. I mean, I don't wake up wanting to get blutered, do I? Just been under a lot of pressure recently. I think there's a very real chance he's going to offend again, and sooner rather than later. It's not like I'm an alcoholic or anything. Can you get me in to see him? What? Oh, possibly. I'll have to check. Good. Now you and I need to get a proper session organised. I've got a cancellation on Monday you can have. Do we have to? Yes, 12 noon. And don't forget, I need to see Knox ASAP. Another pause. And maybe it wouldn't hurt to try laying off the booze for a bit, okay? Might make you a bit less edgy. Logan hung up and rammed the phone back in his pocket. Liverpudlian git. Why did everyone have to bang on about his drinking? Okay, so he was only just crawling out from under a gargantuan hangover, but that wasn't his fault, was it? Having to deal with Knox, Steele giving him a hard time, beating Reuben up, the bribe, enough to turn anyone to drink. God, it was cold. He stomped his feet, scanning the building site for PC Martin and Wardrobe the Wonder Dog. The pair of them had almost made it to the first part-built house, a bare timber frame reaching up into the cold grey sky. Logan wandered over, hands twitching through his pockets, looking for a pack of cigarettes. Only the second one today, which was a bit of a record considering how crappy. Excuse me, exactly what do you think you're doing? It was the man from the site office. Not big and bald, but the other one. Ridiculous trimmed beard, comb-over hidden beneath a bright orange hard hat. Logan pulled out the sheet of paper they'd picked up at the Procurator Fiscal's office on Guild Street on their way over and kept on walking. Mr. And this is a private development. I'm going to have to ask you to... I have a warrant here to search... Leave, or do I have to call site security? The man trailed off, staring at the handcuffs dangling from Logan's index finger. Police. He curled his top lip. I thought you said you were a debt collector for some sort of local bookies. The man obviously thought Logan was an idiot. Mr. Big and Bald had looked him straight in the eye and called him officer. They knew fine what he was. Speaking of site security, where is he? Your bald mate with a big dog. I don't see what that has to do with. Logan thrust the warrant at him. I think I'll decide what's relevant, don't you, Mr. Joseph Brett, project manager. He raised his chin. And may I ask exactly why you feel it necessary to search a perfectly legitimate... Don't mind me. PC Martin clumped past, dragged along behind a panting Wardrobe, then disappeared around the corner, doing a lap of the perimeter. And you say you haven't seen Stephen Palmont since Monday? Pink rushed up the man's cheeks, clashing with his orange hard hat.
I didn't say anything of the sort. I said he was suspected of stealing electrical equipment and disappeared before we could contact the police.
Right. Logan turned and watched the constable and the Labrador work their way across to the next house in line. The ground floor was already clad in a skin of pale yellow brick, partially hidden behind a web of scaffolding. 2 men in padded overalls and thick woolly hats were laying down the next course, their paint-spattered radio blaring out Radio 2. Big development. 400 houses. That's a lot of money. Of course, it's nothing compared with how much your boss rakes in from drugs, loan sharks and prostitutes, is it? The project manager stared out across the rutted mud. Is this little search of yours going to take long? A development this size doesn't run itself. Might want to tell Mr. McLennan it's not a good idea to go muscling in on someone else's territory, burning bridges with the local community. Logan jammed his hands deeper in his pockets. Aberdeen doesn't need more scumbags, Mr. Brett. We've got enough of our own. The project manager straightened his hard hat.
McLennan Homes is a law-abiding company. We build family homes, community centres, libraries. We do not deal drugs or start gang wars. And anyone who says we do is going to be looking at a lawsuit. He turned a cold smile on Logan. Are we clear? P.C. Martin appeared around the other side of the house. No wardrobe. She grinned at them. He's got something! Logan hurried over through the ruts of dirty brown earth. The Labrador was lying down beside the wall at the rear of the property. P.C. Martin bent down and ruffled the dog's ears again. Who's a clever boy? You are! Yes, you are! Wardrobe's tail thumped against the frozen earth. Well, well. Logan turned and smiled at the project manager. Looks like we might have found your missing Sparky after all. There's definitely something there.
The IB technician pulled his white face mask off, revealing a big salt and pepper moustache and a face like a squeezed sponge. They'd had to rip the chipboard floor up to get at the concrete underneath, piling the wooden sheets against the walls in jagged layers so he and his assistant could wheel the ground-penetrating radar kit slowly around the part-built house. Logan peered at the GPR screen. It was a ripply mix of blacks, dark blues and greens, with an orange and white blob in the middle. Squint your eyes and it could almost be a body, lying curled up on its side. Or a squid. Or a radioactive angry amoeba. What if it's not? Mr. Moustache tapped the screen. Head here, legs, and that's an arm. D.I. Steele shoved Logan out of the way. Let me see. You sure? The man shrugged. 80%. Dig it up. Steele hauled at the crotch of her SOC suit. Don't see why we've got to wear these bloody things. Like huge great albino bloody smurfs. Poor sod's buried under 3 feet of concrete. What the hell are we going to contaminate? Because, Inspector, came a voice from the doorway, we do not treat our crime scene as if it were the January sale at Primark. Dr. Isabel McAllister stepped down from the front door onto the bare concrete, carrying a small stainless steel briefcase. She wore the same white paper oversuit as everyone else, but somehow she managed to make it look stylish. She nodded at the mustachioed IB man. Where is it? He described a rough oval with his finger. I see. And are we certain the remains a human? Mr. Moustache shrugged again. Could have our dogs react to decaying meat, so could be anything. He stomped a booted foot on the grey floor. Might be a pig, might be a deer, but there's something dead under all this lot. Steele scowled at him. You told me 80%. Yes, but... Peter? Isabel placed her metal case on the floor and popped it open. I need you to help me mark out the body. She produced a measuring tape, a box of white chalk, and what looked like a bag full of 10-pence pieces. Then she and Mr. Moustache laid out a 6-inch grid in pale blue chalk over the rough area of the body, and marked each intersection with one of the shiny silver coins. When that was done, they ran the GPR kit carefully across it, Isabel taking notes in a small pad. The body is... She pulled a stick of white chalk from the box and, checking her notes, outlined a crouching figure at her feet. Here. Isabel smiled down at it. You know, in all the time I've been a pathologist, I've never seen a body chalked up at a crime scene. Like being on the television, isn't it? Steele leant over and whispered in Logan's ear. Aye, only a hood of a lot more boring. Isabel selected another stick of chalk. So we need to cut... here. A perfect rectangle of red, never closer than 12 inches from any point on the body. The inspector rocked back and forth on her heels.
Right, McRae, you nip out and grab a couple of jackhammers, and you'll do no such thing.
Isabel clunked her case shut again.
I will not have my crime scene turned into a building site.
Steele cast an eye around the ripped-up floor and exposed wooden frame of the part-built house.
Hate to break it to you. You know what I mean. I want this section of the floor cut away and brought back to the mortuary.
We'll create a secondary crime scene there to examine the remains. Logan looked down at the slab. Don't think that's going to be possible. The pathologist narrowed her eyes.
We need a secure and sterile environment, Sergeant. Otherwise, it's got to weigh what, half a ton?
The IB tech ran a hand across his bristly moustache.
Actually, that much concrete's going to be closer to 2 and a bit.
About 3 times as much as my car. Can you imagine trying to get it down the corridor and into the cutting room? Isabel cocked her head to one side for a moment.
Agreed. We'll need a second location, somewhere with forklift access, running water and refrigeration.
She grabbed her metal case and stood.
In the meantime, I want this block cut, not hacked out of the foundations.
Chapter 17. A thin stream of misty rain fell through the gaping hole in the ceiling, sparkling in the harsh glare of the IB's arc lights. Logan peered up through the severed joists at the heavy sky and the huge metal hook lowering down into the house. Outside, the roar of the crane's diesel engine had replaced the deafening judder of the jackhammers. So much for Isabel's insistence that her crime scene wouldn't become a building site. The foundations were too thick to cut through cleanly, so they'd had to excavate the rectangle she'd marked out on the concrete by hacking a foot-wide trench around it, the rubble all heaped up in the corner against a mound of pink rock-wool insulation. Nearly a dozen IB technicians stood in little clumps around the outside of the room. A pair of them wandered the ground floor, one with a high-definition video kit, the other with a huge digital camera, its flash flickering in the confined space. 2 IB technicians threaded thick steel rope through 4 heavy eyelets bolted into Isabel's concrete slab, then fiddled about with connectors and spanners, fitting a big metal ring to slip over the big metal hook. D.I. Steele's stale cigarette breath washed over Logan's cheek.
Wish they'd get a shift on. I'm bursting for a slash.
Logan shifted his feet, watching as the IB hooked the block up to the crane. You think it's him? Palmont?
You better pray it is. Amount of man-hours we're wasting on this.
Just seems a bit quick, doesn't it? They kill him Monday, bury his body in the foundations, Monday night? Leave it to set? The soonest they can start building is Tuesday. He pointed at the house, the brick-clad ground floor, the gaping hole in the roof where the IB team had to cut away the joists. How did they get all this built in 4 days?
Kit houses, aren't they? All prefabricated units. They're not building the thing from scratch, just sticking it together like a big fuck-off Lego kit. Good team of builders and you'd be moving in before the end of the week.
Right, before we begin, Isabel took her place at the head end of the hooked-up slab.
I want you all to remember that any evidence we have here will be clinging to the underside of the concrete. Everything is to be collected and analysed.
She nodded at one of the albino smurfs, who unfurled a long sheet of the ubiquitous SOC blue plastic. Another smurf grabbed the other end. Then they both held up a thumb.
Norman?
The tech with the HD TV camera squatted down, focusing on the jagged edge.
Rolling!
You may begin. One of the IB team mumbled something into a bulky radio handset, and the rumble of diesel got louder. The hook slowly pulled upwards, hauling the steel ropes tight. There was a loud crack. Then the slab of chalked-up concrete juddered out of the foundations. It had to be at least 3 feet deep. Smurf number 1 shouted,
"Hold it!"
and the crane's engines eased off, the slab hanging 2 feet above the rest of the foundations. Then Smurfs 1 and 2 slid the blue plastic sheet under the rectangle, pulling it tight.
"Okay!"
The engine roared again, and the block rose jerkily into the air, clumps of black-brown earth falling in stinking clumps. The 2 cameras swarmed in, taking shots of the block's underside. Clack, flash, whine. A large chunk of sticky earth gave way, thumping down on the stretched plastic sheet, exposing a leg, dangling out of the concrete from the knee down. Blue jeans stained almost black. A battered Nike trainer, the filthy white plastic stained with dark brown blotches. A flash of ankle, porcelain white on one side, a tide mark of reddish purple on the other with a smear of waxy yellow. Pressure pallor, where the skin had been in contact with the ground, the cells and capillaries too compressed for blood to pool. Definitely a body. Thank Christ. Isabel waved and the slab jounced to a halt, swinging gently back and forth. She put a hand out and steadied it, then peered up at the underside. Steele hunched over, hands on her knees, looking at whatever Isabel was looking at. After a beat, Logan joined them. Between the clumps of mud and concrete was the partial outline of a man, lying twisted, 3/4 hidden by the grey mass, that one leg dangling free. A thin trickle of yellow-green liquid spattered onto the blue plastic below. It smelled like meat left too long in the fridge.
So,
Steele's voice was muffled behind her mask.
You fancy declaring death so we can get this circus on the road?
Isabel didn't even look around.
We will proceed at the pace required for the proper preservation of evidence, Inspector. Now, if you don't mind, You think it's our bloke?
Steele scooted forward, probably trying to get a better look, getting a face full of tumbling dirt instead.
Sodding monkey bollocks!
One of the IB laughed, the sound quickly dying as Steele glowered around the room, much shuffling of feet and looking at something else. That last fall of dirt had exposed a hand, the fingers nearly white, the knuckles stained purple with hypostasis. Logan stepped in close, staring at the grubby hand. A pair of small, ragged holes punctured the palm, surrounded by dark purple bruising. Black earth and grey concrete were wedged in under the fingernails.
Sergeant,
Isabel pushed him firmly to one side.
Please try to stay out of the way.
He tried to claw his way out. Logan turned his back on the body. He was still alive when they buried him. End of Disc 3. Disc 4. Chapter 18. It was getting colder. Logan stood in the open doorway, his SOC suit covered in dust, going dirty grey in the misty drizzle. The crane was a huge, scuffed yellow thing, borrowed from the building site, a yellow light on the cab roof flashing golden darkness through the rain. The bitter smoke tang of diesel exhaust pulsed out in great clouds as the foundation slab was slowly lowered onto a waiting flatbed truck. Smurfs 1 and 2 had secured their blue plastic sheet to the block with at least 3 rolls of silver duct tape, wrapping the whole thing up like a morbid Christmas present. Now they guided it carefully onto a framework of wooden posts, keeping Steve Palmont's remains from being crushed against the metal truck bed. The truck's rear end sank as the huge chunk of concrete settled into place, the suspension groaning. 2 more techs unhooked the crane, strapped the block into place, and drove it away. Smurf number 1 peeled off her mask, then her SOC suit hood. She ran a hand through her brown and grey hair, letting it fall around her shoulders, then looked up to see Logan watching.
You're that DS, aren't you?
Her voice steamed out around her head, and a smile creased her round face, wrinkling up the eyes.
The one who had to eat human flesh?
Logan tried not to grimace. He really did. She stuck out a gloved hand.
Dr. Jessica Frampton, Forensic Soil Science. This is Tony, my assistant.
Smurf number 2 nodded, one eye not really pointing the same way as the other.
What's up?
Right, yes. Logan shook the proffered hand, then nodded at the truck's taillights fading into the distance. So you're the concrete specialists?
Soil. They won't get a lot of trace evidence off the body. Any fibres will be all on the outside of the clothing, bound up in the concrete.
But the soil... She winked, not letting go of his hand.
The soil always has a story to tell, don't you think?
Okay. Logan tried to back away, but her grip was solid.
Tell me, do we really taste like chicken?
Awkward silence. I think I'd better... He pointed over his shoulder, back towards the house. You know. Smurf number 2 nodded. Later. Dr. Frampton finally released Logan's hand.
The soil never lies.
Okay. And he was free. D.I. Steele was waiting for him in the CID pool car, dribbling smoke out her nose. She flicked a nub of ash into the footwell as Logan stripped off his SOC suit and chucked it in a bin bag. He rolled the whole lot up and threw it in the back.
Who are you speaking to?
Logan slid in behind the wheel. Some creepy soil science woman and her pet monkey.
Ah, Dr. Framptonstein and Igor the Dude.
Steele shrugged and had a dig at her crotch.
She's not as bad as she seems. Just a bit enthusiastic, you know.
Putting on a Hammer House of Horror accent for,
"The soil is the life! Wah ha 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 ha!"
They watched the pair shuffle back into the crime scene house, both carrying shovels, off robbing graves. Steele put her seatbelt on.
Did a kidnap case with her, must have been 7, 8 years ago. Banker's wife got grabbed on the way home from Marquis.
Logan cranked the key in the ignition and sent the pool car crawling down the rutted road, making for the site exit, drizzle gleaming in the headlights.
Course, we knew who did it. Ronnie Maguire, a scrawny wee shite with a face like a ruptured scrotum. Swore Blindy was in Dundee when she went missing, but we found this pair of muddy boots in his garage. Frampton takes samples, and next day she's back with 3 possible locations, all within about 100 feet of these laybys on the A96.
Steele took a long puff, rolling the cigarette from one side of her mouth to the other.
Bang on the money, too.
Logan drove past the last set of foundations, rear tires squirming in the mud. You found the banker's wife?
In a drainage ditch, all tied up, covered with a chunk of old carpet. Raped and strangled. Ronnie got the kidnap idea off the telly. Thought he could make a bit of easy cash.
Sigh.
Daft bastard could never keep his hands to himself.
Steele slumped further into her seat.
Still, look on the bright side. Only lasted 3 days in Craiginches till some public-spirited junkie kicked him to death.
The car's headlights swung past a grubby van with the Strathclyde police logo on the side, windows glowing an opaque gold.
Hang on a minute.
Logan bumped the car to a halt, undid his seatbelt, and clambered out into the soggy gloom. Steele leaned over in her seat.
Hi, where do you think you're?
Just be a tick. Don't! He clunked the doors shut, muffling whatever came next, then hurried across and knocked on the van's steamed-up window. P.C. Martin cracked the door open.
Can I no even get? Oh, it's you.
She pointed at the passenger seat, where Wardrobe was sitting, tail thumping against the dashboard.
I'd invite you in, but...
Shrug. Should he not be wearing a seatbelt?
You're letting all the heat out.
Did you get anything else from the other houses? The constable raised an eyebrow, then turned to her dog.
Hear that, Wardrobe? Local plod think we're holding out on them. Did you find another dead body and not tell anyone about it?
Wardrobe's mouth fell open in a huge grin, tongue hanging out the side like a soggy pink bath mat. P.C. Martin looked back at Logan.
Nope, looks like one corpsicle is all you get.
She pulled a handful of prawn cocktail crisps from the packet in her lap, feeding them one at a time to the big yellow Labrador.
He likes cheese and onion, but it makes his breath stink. Doesn't it, Mr. Stinky?
Bark. She gave him another one.
Sniffed out every plot in the place, and as much of the site as we could. Could be more remains out there, but with the weather that cold. Frozen earth.
She dug out more crisps.
Give it 3 weeks and you might get more seepage. Aye, if there are any more out there.
What about blood? Would he pick up blood?
Not unless it was in a big bucket going fusty. Wardrobe's a cadaver dog. He only does dead bodies. Now, if you don't mind, it's sodden freezing, and we'd like to finish our crisps in peace before hitting the road. Long way from the land of the sheepshaggers to God's own Clydeside. I really don't see how I can possibly help.
The project manager ran a hand across his comb-over, straightening up the trailing strands as Logan eased the interview room door shut. A gust of rain hammered the window, making the vertical blinds rattle. The misty drizzle had given up on the way back into town, replaced by driving needles of icy water, making the streetlights bob and sway. D.I. Steele looked up as Logan dumped the manila folder on the scarred formica table and settled into the seat next to her.
Detective Sergeant McRae enters the room.
She sniffed.
This it?
Logan nodded. Silence.
Are we nearly finished here? Because I have a development to run.
Logan opened the folder and pulled out a handful of printouts. We found a body buried under the foundations of one of your houses, Mr. Brett. How many more are there out there?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
How many more bodies? You've got planning permission for 400 houses. That's a lot of concrete. The whole place could be a graveyard for all we know. The project manager took off his glasses and sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose.
We've been over this. McLennan Holmes had nothing to do with...
Steele banged the table.
Then how come there's a dead body, actions of a disturbed individual who no supposed to believe you don't know had access to the site? It's not...
This was all they'd done for the last hour and a bit. Go round and round, with Brett denying any knowledge or responsibility, and Steele trying to wind him up. It didn't seem to be working. The latest bout over, the project manager smoothed the hair over his bald patch again.
Now, I think I have been extremely patient with your questions, but I'm going to have to draw this conversation to a close.
He stood.
If you wish any further statements, you can contact our legal team.
Steele glowered at him.
Sit your arse down.
Another sigh.
Inspector, I came here voluntarily to assist with your inquiries, and now I'm going back to work. Good day.
Logan tapped the sheet of paper. Tell me about your site security, Mr. Brett. The large, bald man with the big dog? Brett raised an eyebrow.
What about him?
How about we start with his name? Pause.
Andy Stevenson. It says that on the
list of employees you gave us? Logan made a show of scratching his forehead. That's odd, because the DNA sample I took came back belonging to a Mr. Andrew Connolly. He held up the paperwork he'd just printed out. According to the police national computer, Andrew Connolly served 3 years for aggravated assault, 2 years for demanding money with menaces, got a suspended sentence for his part in a security car heist. There's more if you want to hear it. The project manager sniffed.
At McLennan Homes, we believe every large organisation has a responsibility to help integrate people from troubled backgrounds into society. It's part of our community commitment programme to blah, blah, blah.
Steele hauled at herself under the table.
He's a bloody enforcer for Malk the Knife, and we all know it. That's slander, Inspector. And my arse is...
Where is he? Logan ignored Steele's glare. Andrew Connolly wasn't at the site when we recovered the body. Our teams have spoken to everyone else. Brett's eyes narrowed.
Andrew is on compassionate leave, Sergeant. His mother had a stroke yesterday.
Well, that's sod inconvenient.
Steele actually stopped rummaging for a moment.
You expect us to believe his dear old mum's no wheel at exactly the same time we dig Steve Palmont's body out from under one of your bloody houses? 4 days after you catch the silly sod nicking electrical supplies? No way, Malk the Knife. I repeat, Inspector, McLennan Homes had nothing to do with someone had to operate the bloody cement mixer.
And they were off again. Logan slouched his way downstairs with yet another report wedged under his arm so he could burn his fingers carrying the 2 coffees from the canteen back to Steele's office. He tried using his elbow to work the door handle and instantly regretted it as the metal dug into the bruised joint, making it ache again. He used his other arm and froze as the door swung open. Buggering hell. That big git Danby was sitting in one of the visitors' chairs, craning his thick neck around to see who was coming into the room. Steele sat behind her desk, which was actually tidy for once. Something had to be up. And then Logan saw the battered journals they'd taken from Palmont's flat, the ones full of barely legible drunken scribbles. Logan stopped and nodded at the pair of them. Ma'am? Sir? You want me to come back later? One of Danby's eyebrows climbed up that huge pink forehead.
So it's sir now, is it?
Might as well get it over with. I'd like to apologise for my earlier comments, sir. It was unprofessional of me to let my personal feelings interfere with the meeting. Danby actually smiled.
Dear God, that was stilted. You been practising that?
Not really.
Trust me, it shows. Know what I'm saying?
Yes. Well, shrug. Sorry.
So you should be.
The man waved a huge hand at the other visitor's chair.
Sit.
Logan looked at Steele. Ma'am?
Park your arse.
She stuck out a hand.
What did fingerprints say?
It's Palmont. He held out the report and she snatched it from him, eyes flicking across the page. He pointed at the diagram. They got a 16-point match off the prints we lifted from the hand. She nodded.
Post-mortem?
Isabel... Dr. McAllister's got it scheduled for 9:30 tomorrow morning. They're getting an archaeologist in to help dig the remains out of the concrete. Danby shifted in his seat, then reached out to take one of the coffees. Thieving bastard.
What did your project manager friend say?
Logan looked at Steele. Gov?
Tell him.
She took a sip of her cappuccino.
This got cinnamon in it. I don't like cinnamon.
It's chocolate. According to Mr. Brett, they poured half the new foundations on Monday night and the rest on Tuesday morning, due to some sort of equipment failure. Claims anyone could have sneaked onto the site after they shut up for the night and buried the body in the damp cement. Danby frowned.
I see.
All bollocks, of course.
Steele wiped away a foam moustache.
If Palmont was dumped in wet cement, it'd be all over him instead of down one side. It was poured in on top.
The huge DSI drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair, then stood.
Better be getting on. Got the Sacro report and Knox to wade through.
He picked up one of the journals on Steele's desk and tucked it under his arm.
Don't forget to keep me up to date.
Logan waited until the door clunked shut.
Why's he sticking his nose in? Never you bloody mind.
She dug something out of her in-tray and threw it to him.
You'll be happy to know you've had paper served on you. Again. Douglas Walker's brief thinks you're unprofessional, overly aggressive and offensive. How many times is that now?
Logan scanned the official complaint. Stopped counting when we got into double figures.
Funny. It'll be even funnier when you're up in front of the rubber heelers in half an hour, won't it? You silly bastard.
He was an idiot.
I don't care. As of tomorrow, you're someone else's problem. I'm off on holiday, and you can try your luck with whatever banjo-playing inbred loony they send down from Fraserburgh. Meant to be here today, but they've got some sort of big drug raid stakeout thing tonight, so you'll have to give him the handover tomorrow. I want you in the office 7 sharp, sober. Understand?
Logan dumped the complaint on the desk.
Yeah, so I can hold his bloody hand when we both know... Do you still want to be a police officer? I mean, really? Or are you behaving like a tosser because getting fired is easier than quitting?
Logan stared at the carpet.
I'm getting tired of going through the same bastarding crap every time you have a bad week.
He cleared his throat. Dr. Goulding wants access to Knox.
I'm being serious, Laz.
You haven't called me Laz for months. Steele sighed.
Fuck's sake. You're hard work, you know that, don't you?
For a minute, the only noise in the little office was the gurgling rattle of the radiator. Logan shifted in his seat. I'm sorry. Another awkward pause. Another sigh.
Thought you were supposed to be getting yourself sorted out.
Yeah, well, not going quite so well at the moment. Fidget. What do you want to do about Palmont's post-mortem?
Don't look at me. Got a flight to sunny Puerto de la Aldea at 11. Need to pack my bikini.
Now there was an image worth 1,000 condoms.
Can't believe you're still going when... Course I'm still bloody going. I'm no giving up my last holiday of freedom just 'cause there's a murder on the go. Susan would sudden kill me.
She sniffed.
Get D.I. What's-His-Face from Fraserburgh to attend. Be a nice welcome to Aberdeen, seeing an alcoholic Sparky getting hacked out of a concrete block. Meantime...
She thumped a hand down on Palmont's journals.
Take a squint through these, see if there's anything worth taking a punt on. And get someone to process all that stuff he nicked.
What about the book Danby took? She pursed her lips.
You let me worry about that.
Logan hauled himself out of the chair. Anything else?
Aye. Try no to fuck anything up or anyone off while I'm away. Can't be arsed breaking in a new DS.
Logan deleted the last sentence and rewrote it again, before firing the whole thing off to the printer in the corner of the sergeant's cubbyhole. One formal letter of apology. Someone said, "Knock, knock," and he looked up to see P.C. Butler standing in the doorway, holding a sheet of paper. "Thought you'd be gone by now." Logan groaned. "Not another bloody armed robbery." Biohazard Bob grinned.
Sergeant McRae is feeling a little down this evening, Vicky. Professional standards gave him a rough seeing to, without the benefit of foreplay or lubricant.
Up yours, Bob.
No, up yours. That was the problem, remember?
Butler held up the sheet. It's that e-fit you asked for. Logan took a look, then groaned again. This is crap. Yep. The computer identikit face was dominated by a big comedy beard and a pair of dark glasses. So all we need to do is arrest every member of ZZ Top and we'll be laughing. He stuffed the e-fit in his in-tray and slumped back in his seat. Brilliant. He wore gloves, a disguise, kept the door from locking when they tripped the silent alarm, and never even glanced at the CCTV camera once. Logan covered his face with his hands, mumbling through the fingers. But he grabs the crappiest, shiniest baubles and doesn't even think to go for the cash register. Bob performed a little drum roll on his desk.
You want to know what I think?
Not really.
Suit yourself.
Logan let his hands drop and watched Bob gather up a handful of unlawful removal forms, stand and make for the door. He stopped right on the threshold, turned back, scrunched up his eyes, raised a finger, and said,
Just one more thing.
in his best Columbo voice. "What?" But Bob just grinned, stepped outside and closed the door. PC Butler turned back to Logan. "So, what do you want me to do about our armed robber?" "Go round anyone we've done for resetting in the last 5 years. Better do the pawn shops too. Whoever he is, he'll be trying to flog his takings." Logan drifted to a halt as he saw the expression on Butler's face sour. "Are you—" "Ah! Jesus! Bob, you filthy bastard!" "What's that, sweetheart? Now you'll have to speak up." Julie sticks a finger in her ear, face turned away from the steering wheel. "Yeah, that's better. How's Tiggy and Millie?" She laughs. "Did she?" Tony sits in the passenger seat, trying not to eavesdrop as she asks after her tabby cat and Tibetan terrier. The Range Rover's illegally parked in a double yellow, but when Julie's driving, stuff like that kinda gets forgotten about, along with the speed limit and the number of obscene gestures you should make at other motorists. He stares out of the window, watching the main entrance to the hotel. It's a fancy-looking place, all carved granite and sticky-out bits. Still no sign of Neil. Tony searches through his pockets for a packet of chewy antacids, pops one in and grimaces his way through it. Bloody bolty lamb. Finally! He nudges Julie and points across the road. Neil's marching down the hotel steps and out onto the pavement. The big man looks left, then right, then left again, like a good little boy, then hurries across to the car and clambers in the back seat.
Bloody freezing out there, like.
He shuffles forwards.
Turn the blowers up.
"Yeah, no, I gotta go, okay? Bye, darling." And Julie hangs up, doesn't turn around. "What's the score on the doors?" Neil grins.
"You were right. We can stick out a jock cop's shop and no bugger'll notice."
She nods. "Told you."
"He's staying in room 322.
"You sure?"
Followed him down the corridor like, watched him go into his room. It's a king-size double if it helps."
Julie turns in her seat and smiles at him. "You did good, babe."
"Checked out the back too. There's a loading dock we can jimmy open and a couple of CCTV cameras. But the cables run along the wall so you can cut them without the daft sod seeing nowt."
Tony pops another antacid.
"You want to take him tonight?"
She pauses, head on one side, chewing the inside of a cheek. "Think we better call the boss first, don't you?" Neil nods.
"Then grab something to eat."
Tony burps and winces.
"Not bloody curry again."
Then Neil asks the who wants to be a millionaire £500,000 question.
"What about Knox?"
"What about him?"
"Well, shouldn't we be doing something? Getting ready like?"
"All in good time, babe." She draws a smiley face on the inside of her window with a fingertip. "All in good time." Chapter 19. Logan sat bolt upright on the couch, blinking, head reeling. The lights were all on, the TV grumbling away to itself in the corner. Ugh. Steve Pullman's journals were scattered across the lounge carpet, one open on the coffee table, the tatty pages marked with the occasional bright yellow post-it note where Logan had found something at least partially legible. Blink. He checked the time on the DVD player. midnight. Yawn. "Sam, you home?" Logan scrubbed his face with his hands. The message on the answering machine said she was pulling yet another green shift, saving up for a new tattoo. And then the doorbell went again. "Bloody hell, Sam!" He peeled himself upright, then lurched to the front door, shivering and feeling like crap. Hadn't even been drinking, just came home, microwaved some vegetarian lasagna and sat down with Pullman's journals and a rerun of Taggart. "There's been a murder!" Cold leached through Logan's socks as he padded down the stairs to the communal front door. The bell went again, an irritating, dringing buzz. All right. He undid the latch. "Why can you never remember your damn—" Reuben. Fuck. The big man's face was a mass of bruises, radiating out from a nose covered in gauze and white bandage. His eyes were swollen, shrouded in blue and purple. The left one didn't have any white left. It was a sea of scarlet, with the iris floating in the middle, an angry olive and a bloody Mary. Butterfly stitches on his forehead. Logan tried to slam the door shut, but Reuben had his foot jammed in the opening. It didn't budge. Run. turn around right now and run like hell up the stairs. Maybe he'd get into the flat before Reuben caught him and beat him to death. Logan took a step backwards. The big man held up a package. It was about the size of a laptop, only thicker, wrapped in cheery yellow paper tied up with a blue ribbon, the ends all curly and worked into a bow.
Compliments of Mr. Mowat.
Voice all bunged up. Logan cleared his throat. Look, Reuben, I
have to apologise for my lack of respect yesterday. I was out of order.
Reuben stood stock still, delivering his message in a nasal monotone. It was a... Look, I'm sorry, okay? I just snapped. I didn't mean to.
Can I tell Mr. Mowat you accept my apology?
Yes, of course. I shouldn't have... Something slammed into Logan's stomach. Pain tore through him, radiating out like a wave of fire. He opened his mouth, but all that came out was a rasping wheeze as his knees gave way, and he fell to the hallway floor. Jesus God, that hurt! Reuben flexed a huge hand, open, then closed again.
You're fucking lucky Mr. Mowat likes you, McRae, or you and me'd be taking a wee trip out somewhere quiet with a welding torch.
He bent down, looming over Logan.
Understand this. You're nothing more than a wee piece of shite to me. Mr. Mowat's no a well man. See if he dies, you and me are going to have another talk.
Reuben tossed the rectangular package at Logan. A sharp edge clunked against his head, making hot stars flash across the dark sky.
Enjoy your fucking present.
Logan, why are you sitting here in the dark? Click, and the kitchen light blossomed slowly to life, the energy-efficient bulb flickering to a dull white glow. Sam stood with one hand on the switch, eyebrows knitted together. Are you okay? Logan looked up from the table, clutching a bag of defrosting peas to the top of his head. One hand wrapped around his stomach. Not really. She peeled the bag of peas away from his head and peered at the skin. God, that's some bump. Walked into a door. Samantha frowned. Have you been drinking? Tea. He pointed at the mug on the table, sitting next to wee Hamish Mowat's present. She pressed the bag back against his head. You wouldn't believe the day I've had, like Muppet Central out there. The fridge broke into a droning burr as she stood, peering in at the contents. We got any white wine left, or did you finish it? I've been on orange juice and bloody lemonade all night. Give me a break, okay? She turned. I just asked if there was any wine left. Pause. Sorry, I've not been the best of days. Been a lot of those recently. She clunked the fridge shut. You want some more tea? Any chance of a hot water bottle? She filled the kettle, set it to boil, then disappeared from the room, coming back a couple of minutes later wearing her pink fluffy bathrobe and matching socks. Samantha thunked a roadkill-shaped Winnie the Pooh on the kitchen worktop and unvelcroed his head, unscrewed the plug and poured poo down the sink, then filled him up from the steaming kettle. Here. Logan held it against his stomach with his free hand, groaned. She stared at him. Have you got your period or something? No answer. There was a rattle of spoons and mugs. Then she sat down on the other side of the table and handed over a fresh tea. Here. Thanks. Pause. Didn't know you played chess. The set was made of wood, beech and mahogany, all laid out on a matching board. One of the pieces had a little cardboard tag tied around its neck, spidery copperplate marking out the words, Detective Sergeant Logan McRae. She picked the piece off the board, a horse's head carved in pale wood. So, you're Batman now? That would be the Dark Knight. Okay, I'll bite. What the hell is going on with you? I'm turning into a cliché. He tried for a laugh, but it came out sounding forced and painful. Silence. Logan. Look at me, Logan. He pulled his eyes up from the tabletop. She placed the white knight back on the board. You know, it's okay to feel a bit down every now and then. But, well, maybe you should think about getting some help. Logan went back to staring at the coffee rings. I've been seeing someone for about 3 months. There was an awkward pause. A sniff. Then her voice went hard and brittle. I see. Is she pretty? What? No, it's Goulding. You know, the criminal psychologist. Once a week getting my head shrunk. Oh, right. Yeah, of course. She was blushing. What does he say? I need to lay off the booze, cut down on the cigarettes, not be such a miserable bastard. Stop antagonising my colleagues and superiors. Give up sitting in the dark, brooding. Not going that well, then. Samantha picked up her tea and walked around behind him, wrapped her free arm around his chest, her breasts pressing into the back of his head. Logan took a deep breath. You know, it's not like the world's a better place when I'm drunk. It's still shite, it's just a little easier to cope with. Am I part of the problem? Voice barely above a whisper. This time the laugh was slightly more genuine. Logan dumped the bag of peas on the table and gripped her arm. You're the only decent thing I've got going for me. Your hand's bloody freezing. She bent and kissed him on the top of his head, where the chess set had bounced off his skull. You silly bugger. Chapter 20. Logan stood out on the rear podium car park round the back of Force Headquarters, in the lee of a police van, smoking a sneaky cigarette and trying to stay out of the battering sleet. It swirled and whirled in unexpected directions, slapping against windscreens and exposed skin like tiny frozen hands. But he stood there anyway, wearing a borrowed police cap, pulling carcinogens down into his scarred lungs on a freezing Sunday morning. Ah, you couldn't beat the first fag of the day. A handful of other smokers were huddled together by the back doors, everyone who'd hurried out after the morning briefing to catch that desperately needed top-up of nicotine, all standing with their backs to the wind, trying to survive the long, bleak winter. Sod this. He took one last sook on his cigarette, dropped it into a little mound of slush, and watched it hiss out and die, then hurried back inside. Biohazard Bob caught him on the way back up to the CID room.
Any sign of that new DI from Fraserburgh yet?
Nope, and he's got a PM to attend at 9:30 too. Gonna give him another 20 minutes, then try the station. What was the point of Logan turning up at 7 if there was still no sign of the bugger an hour later?
Well, you know what these blue toon folk are like. If it's not fish or screwing their sister, they've no idea what day it is.
Bob leant in close and gave Logan a whiff of peppermint chewing gum.
You sure you don't want my startling insight into your jewellery heist sledgehammer guy?
Logan backed off a step. Is this another lead-up to you farting and running away? Bob grinned.
Good, was it? Been holding that one in for ages, fermenting it just for you.
Another step backwards, checking there was a clear line of emergency exit. Well?
A sledgehammer's no exactly your weapon of choice for a jewellery job, is it? No, for that you want a shotgun. Shock and awe. And,
he held up a finger, Logan had no intention of pulling it.
If you haven't got a shotgun, you go for the biggest kitchen knife you can hide up your jumper. What you don't do is go out to your shed and saw a sledgehammer in half.
And that's your startling insight. Our boy's got a shed.
No, you corrugated numpty. Using a sledgehammer like that's pretty unique. He's obviously never done over a jeweller's before, but maybe he's worked his way up from other things.
Bob shrugged.
Just an idea.
Oh. It was obvious when you thought about it. Thanks, Bob.
You're very welcome, young Master McRae.
Pause. Grin.
And with that, I must leave you.
The smell hit 3 seconds later. Logan sat behind D.I. Steele's desk with his feet up on the handover notes, phone clamped to his ear, twisting his finger through the spirals in the cord. Yeah, Detective Inspector Harvey. No, Harvey. Hotel, Alpha, Romeo, Victor. Yeah, Harvey, that's him. There was a pause as the duty constable in the Fraserburgh control room transferred Logan's call through to their small CID department, where Logan had to go through the whole phonetic spelling thing again. Then someone called D.I. Chapman came on the line. You want to know where he is? He's supposed to be here in Aberdeen this morning. He's filling in for Detective Inspector Steele. Intensive care, that's where he is. Last night's drug operation suffered unforeseen complications, which meant it was a complete balls-up. He gonna be okay? He was stabbed 3 times, what do you think? Logan almost smiled. Been there. It's not as much fun as everyone imagines. I see. And the next time Chapman spoke, it didn't sound as if he was trying to drag a pineapple out of his own rectum.
They've put him into one of those medically induced comas. We won't know any more till it's safe to bring him round. I'm sorry to hear it, so are you sending us anyone else? You are kidding, aren't you? We've got one officer in a coma, 3 seriously injured, and the bastard's got away with over $500,000 in uncut heroin. Everyone we've got's on this. Which was understandable. Well, good luck. Logan stuck Steele's phone back in the cradle and swore for a bit. Brilliant. No replacement DI meant he'd be lumbered with one of the numerous tosspots around here, like Beardy Beatty or that idiot McPherson. Run a murder inquiry. He wouldn't trust them to run for a bus. He tipped the inspector's seat back and scowled at the ceiling. Unless he didn't tell anyone. Kid on that this D.I. Harvey had turned up as planned and was now running things. Long as no one actually had to meet with him, it'd be okay, wouldn't it? It was only for 2 weeks. D.I. Harvey, where D.I. stood for definitely invisible. And then, he told the ceiling tiles, hilarity would ensue. Bugger it. He was going to have to tell DCI Finney. Logan dragged himself out of the chair, along the corridor, knocked on Finney's door, then waited. Enter. The chief inspector's office was about twice the size of Steele's, with a bank of filing cabinets, a huge whiteboard, a couch, 2 comfy chairs, a big beach desk, a large computer screen, and a frog-faced git. Ah, McRae. To what do I owe the dubious pleasure? Perhaps you're lost. The professional standards office is upstairs. You're spending so much time up there. I'm thinking of transferring you to their department. Then you can give yourself a bollocking every morning and save everyone else a load of time. How does that sound? Wanker. Very funny, sir. I've just chased up Fraserburgh's CID. D.I. Harvey was stabbed last night, and they can't spare anyone else. To stand in for Steele? Yes, thank you, Sergeant. I am quite aware what D.I. Harvey was coming down here to do. Finney sucked at his teeth for a minute, staring at Logan, as if he was thinking about eating him. Tell me, Logan, has D.I. Steele had a word with you? Logan kept his face dead still. About what, sir? Your attitude, Sergeant. Yes, sir. Finney leaned forward. And? We had a full and frank exchange of views. You know, last year I wouldn't have hesitated to hand all her cases over to you and make you up to acting inspector. But now... Logan could feel the heat rising in his cheeks. He shut his mouth again, before it got him into any more trouble. I've seen people resurrect their careers from worse than this, Logan. Not much worse, but it is possible. Thank you, sir. Finney nodded, those wide rubbery lips pressed tight together, watching him. Is there something you can assist DSI Danby this morning, while I decide what to do about D.I. Steele's caseload? But they're doing Steve Polmont's post-mortem. Mr. Polmont will survive without you, Sergeant. Now run along. Logan tried not to groan. He really did. Yes, sir. And, Sergeant, please remember that Danby outranks both of us. Try not to do anything too stupid. Logan parked the pool car outside Knox's granny's house, then pointed at the scabby old transit van parked down the road, with a half-hearted collection of orange plastic cones surrounding a couple of rusty road signs. The Aberdeen City Council crest sat on the side, 2 leopards holding a shield with 3 wee sandcastles on it. The sticker cracked and peeling, showing the burgundy paint underneath. That's the surveillance team. Wind battered down the road, whipping the trees and bushes, buffeting the pool car, slamming great icy gobbets of sleet against the windscreen. 9:45 on a Sunday morning, and the streetlights were still on, their dim orange glow wobbling back and forth in the gusts. Danby frowned. Better wait till the weather lets up a bit, then we can... He trailed off, staring at Logan. What? This is Aberdeen. Trust me, it's only going to get worse. The DSI sighed, unclipped his seatbelt, counted to 3, then opened the door and stepped out into the howling sleet. Logan took a deep breath and followed him, clipping the pool car's locks as he hurried down the pavement after the limping Danby. They banged on the council van's grubby back door, then hauled it open and clambered in without waiting for an answer. Shut the bloody door! A red-nosed plainclothes PC was huddled in a mountain of coats and scarves, gloves in his hands, woolly hat in his head.
His partner was fighting with the lid of a tartan thermos. It wasn't much warmer in here than it was outside. Logan wiped the melting sleet from his face. Anything happening? Sod all. The one in all the coats and scarves stuck up his hand. I got frostbite. Your leg fell asleep. It's not the same thing. PC Thermos gave the top one last twist and the smell of instant coffee drifted out into the van's interior. At one point, the ancient council van must have been lined with metal shelving. Now only the uprights remained, still bolted to the bare walls. The floor was a rust-streaked landscape of bumps, dents, old Burger King wrappers and Coke cans. A portable TV and video recorder sat on top of a stainless steel box, a thick black cable connected to a set of big batteries in the corner, another stretching up the van's wall and across to a video camera mounted in the air ventilation unit on the roof. Everything held in place with masses of silver duct tape. Seating was courtesy of a set of green plastic chairs that looked as if they'd been stolen from someone's patio. PC Thermos waggled his tartan container. Coffee? Danby settled himself down on one of the plastic chairs, stretched his right leg out and rubbed at a spot in his calf, grimacing. Long as it's hot. Logan peered at the little TV, getting a bleary view of Knox's front garden. So what's the plan for today then? PC Frostbite shrugged. Maybe a barbecue later on, if the weather picks up a bit. Game of tennis on the lawn, perchance some skinny dipping on the dawn. He took a slurp from his coffee. We haven't quite decided yet, have we, Sandy? Thermos filled a plastic cup for DSI Danby. Apparently Knox wants to go see his sainted granny's final resting place. Sacra's going to drive him. We'll give them a 30-second head start, then follow. Danby nodded.
What about the rest of the surveillance team?
Thermos looked at Frostbite, then Logan, then back to Danby, eyebrows squinched together, top lip curled. We're it. There was a pause.
Are you seriously telling me that the best Grampian police can manage for a level 1 surveillance is 2 constables in a crappy old van?
Well, it's not like we have to keep it low-key, is it? He knows we're watching him. We don't need to do the whole line-of-sight target handover routine. Danby closed his eyes and massaged his big pink forehead.
When's he going out?
PC Frostbite checked his watch. About half an hour? Want a biscuit while you wait? Fucking Aberdeen. Not even snowing properly yet and it's already colder than a witch's titties. Tony shifts in his seat, wriggles even deeper into his jacket and wishes he'd brought some decent gloves with him. Not just the latex ones that don't leave any fingerprints. Think I saw a polar bear over there hiding behind a wheelie bin. Julie just smiles at him. She's got Frank Sinatra on the Range Rover stereo. Old-fashioned shite wobbled by some mafia stooge. Whatever happened to proper music, eh? Bit of Coldplay or Travis, or James Blunt, something with a decent tune. But it keeps her happy, so they've put up with it. Neil turns round in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but look on the bright side.
He points through the windscreen at where Danby and some local plod from CID are clambering out of a maroon piece of shit transit van.
Now we know where the surveillance is on Knox's place. 1 council van and 2 cameras covering the front. Long as we go in round the back, no bugger will see a thing.
Tony has to admit that he has a point. Danby hobbles across the road and through the gate to a shagged-out 2-storey with rain-streaked walls and a garden Tarzan would have felt at home in. Yeah, if he'd had a fucking parker on. Wear a loincloth and that and it wouldn't just be the brass monkeys missing something, know what I mean? So, Tony rubs his hands together. We going in tonight? Julie shakes her head, boop-de-booping along with that Sinatra crap. Neil groans.
Tell me we don't have to spend another night in this freezing shithole.
Sorry, darling. Julie stops singing, but she's still keeping time with a finger on the dashboard. The boss says we wait till Monday. He's got to get everything in place for when we show up with Danby. Don't want it turning into another Birmingham, do we, babe? Tony shivers, and for once it's got nothing to do with the crappy weather. Fuck that. Exactly. She smiles. Now, why don't we go drop off our little present? Then we'll see if we can't find a Starbucks, okay? Neil puts the big Range Rover into gear and pulls away from the curb. Sitting in the back, Tony watches Knox house disappear into the sleet. 2 more days and they'll be back in Newcastle, and DSI Danby will wish he was never bloody born. The lounge was actually warm for a change. All that praying Knox had done was finally paying off. God had brought the 3-bar electric fire back from the dead. Unfortunately, it just made the stink of mildew even stronger. Knox had the armchair by the fire, clutching his plastic bag to his chest, fiddling with one of the handles, making irritating, scratchy, crinkly noises. Danby took up most of the couch. Mandy from Sacro had the other armchair, and Logan stood back against the wall, watching them all. No one said a word. The sound of flushing came from upstairs, and a minute later Mandy's partner, Harry, appeared in the doorway, looking a lot paler and a bit thinner than he had yesterday. "Sorry about that." He hauled at his trousers. "We all set to go?" Knox turned and stared at him for a moment. "I'm going to go in the car with Graham and his new mate." Harry looked at Mandy. "Is that—" "Well," Mandy stood. "I mean, if it's okay with Sergeant McRae." Yeah, why not? We're going that way anyway." Danby didn't say a word. Logan hurried out into the sleet, opened the rear passenger door and snibbed on the child lock before ushering Knox into the car, then scurried round and climbed in the other side. Danby got behind the wheel. Logan leant forward. "Are you sure you don't want me to drive, sir? I mean, I know the town, and the force insurance policy doesn't—"
"I'm perfectly capable of driving a car, Sergeant, and I do know how to work a sat-nav."
Knox turned and smiled at Logan, as Danby took them to the end of the road and out into the sparse Sunday morning traffic. "Graham doesn't want to sit next to us. Barely said a word in the plane on the way up, like." Knox reached across and tapped Danby on the shoulder. "That not right, Graham?" The superintendent ignored him. Knox shrugged. "Don't know what you've got to sulk about. I'm the one spent 7 years in prison with a bunch of perverts. Don't see us complaining." Still nothing. Knox hugged his carrier bag. "See, I don't bear a grudge, 'cause I know it's what I needed to make us a better person. Learned a lot in prison, like. About the nature of man, good and evil. The haves and have-nots. That kind of stuff." He rested his forehead against the window. "Shared a cell for a while with this bloke. Let's call him Charlie. Charlie turned his back on God when he was 8 years old. Used to be a choir boy, you know what I mean? Priest got a bit carried away with the whole sacrament thing. 'Eat this, for it is my flesh.' Only he was talking about his knob." Danby threw the car around the corner onto Rosehill Drive. The sky was almost black, hurling sleet down on the grey city. Traffic on the other side of the street sent up little geysers of spray as they jolted from one pothole to the next. "Charlie was doing a 16 stretch. He liked to break into people's houses at night and tie them up. Beat the shit out of the wife, then make her watch while he forced the husband to suck his dick. Do it, or I'll fucking slit the bitch's throat. Thought it was only fair, like." Logan glanced back over his shoulder. The ancient council van was 3 cars back, struggling to keep up with Danby's driving. Beside him, the weaselly little man gave the carrier bag a squeeze. "Said it didn't always go according to plan, though. One time, the bloke wouldn't go down on him. Man's on his knees, hands tied behind his back, but he won't do it. And Charlie's screaming at him, and the wife's crying, and he cuts her. Not much, just enough to show the husband he's not screwing around like. And the bloke opens his mouth, and Charlie sticks his cock in, and the guy tries to bite it off." Knox rocked back and forth in his seat, shaking with laughter. "He's going at it like a bloody mad terrier, shaking his head, sinking his teeth right in. Brilliant! Charlie got his cock out and showed us, like a half-chewed sausage it was. Had to have about 20 stitches. Ah!" He wiped a hand under his pointy nose. "So funny." Logan looked at him. "What happened to the husband and wife?" Knox sniffed. "Killed them, didn't he? Whole family. Then he said they had a couple of kids too. Of course, Charlie's running round with blood pouring out his bitten cock, getting his DNA everywhere like. Had to burn the house down in the end. Got away with it too." Silence. All because that priest made him turn his back on God. Fascinating bloke, like. You wouldn't believe how much Charlie knew about picking locks, bypassing alarm systems, getting rid of evidence. Knox gave Logan a wink. Course, might have made the whole thing up, you know. For all I know, he got too frisky with someone's Jack Russell and didn't want anyone to think he was a pervert. Danby snapped on the radio, then poked at the buttons until something orchestral thumped out of the speakers. North Anderson Drive was usually quiet at this time on a Sunday morning, but one lane had been blocked off to allow orange traffic cones to breed. There was no sign of anyone actually working, but it was enough to force the traffic to crawl all the way from Middlefield Road to the Hodigan roundabout. The other side of the Don was barely visible through the sleet, the whole scene rendered in shades of grey, punctuated by angry red taillights. "Nothing like being at home, is it, Graham?" Knox wiped a hand across the window next to him, clearing a space in the fog. "Do you still see Billy Adams' wife?" Danby stared straight ahead, following the stream of flickering brake lights. "Think he ever found out? Think that's why he topped himself?" The superintendent's voice was a dark rumble.
"Leave it, Richard. Know what I'm saying?"
"Just wondering. Trip to a graveyard makes you think about things like that, doesn't it? Death, life, betrayal."
"I said, drop it."
Knox shrugged, then went back to staring out of the window. Chapter 21. Logan stuffed his hands deeper into his pockets. "He's going to catch his death." Danby shifted his weight and grimaced.
"What a shame that would be."
They were standing in the lee of a small mausoleum about 30 yards from where Knox was kneeling, head bent in prayer, in front of a weathered headstone, carrier bag clutched to his chest. A gust of wind brought in another flurry of sleet, shivering the skeletal trees dotted between the graves. The sacro team had positioned themselves a respectful distance from Knox and his devotions, trying to control a writhing umbrella that looked determined to make a break for freedom. Logan watched Danby rubbing his leg again. "You okay?"
"When it's really cold, the metalwork in me leg contracts. Nips a bit."
Grove Cemetery perched on a steep slope overlooking the River Dee, a huge Tesco supermarket, the Grampian Country Chickens factory, and a sewage treatment plant. Today, Logan could barely see the lights twinkling on the other side of the river, the view swallowed up by the low clouds and driving sleet. A train grumbled past on the line at the top of the graveyard, windows full of miserable faces on their way north. Logan craned his neck, looking through the trees at the bottom of the hill, towards the wee park where Samantha still kept her Portakabin-style static caravan. Not that she spent much time there anymore. Danby turned his head and spat, the wind whipping it away before it could spatter someone's headstone.
"Soon as we're back at the station, call Franklin Prison. I want the name of everyone Knox shared a cell with. We're looking for someone done for housebreaking and rape. Then cross-check for unsolved murders where a house was burnt to destroy the evidence. 2 or more victims. The bastard might have got away with it up till now, but that's about to change. Know what I'm saying?"
Logan nodded. "Was already on my to-do list."
"Good."
Knox still hadn't moved. Danby hunched his shoulders, pulling his upturned collar closer to his ears.
"Should have brought a bloody hat."
The top of his bald head was getting pinker and pinker in the driving sleet.
"Or stayed in the car."
The DSI turned and glowered downhill at the car park, where the scabby maroon council transit van sat between the CID pool car and a massive black Range Rover. The surveillance team would be sitting with the engine running, heaters on full, sharing a tartan thermos of hot coffee. Bastards. Logan cleared his throat. "So why is Knox so obsessed with D.I. Billy Adams?" Danby kept his eyes fixed on the ex-council van.
"D.I.?
"I did some digging." Sniff. The superintendent sent another gobbet of spit flying.
"Did you now?"
The only sound was the wind slamming into the exposed cemetery, the creak of the bare trees, the distant rumble of traffic on Ochmill Road. Ah well, it had been worth a go. Danby sighed.
"Billy was a friend. Known him since we were both in uniform. Never really wanted promotion, said he liked it at the sharp end. Spent 3 months infiltrating Mental Mikey Maitland's operation."
The big man gave a small, unhappy laugh.
"Far as Mikey's crew were concerned, Billy was a cop on the take, ready to do favours for a reasonable price. But he was really following the money."
"So why's Knox being such a—"
"Organised crime. Clues in the name, know what I'm saying? They don't make millions out of drug running and hide it under the mattress anymore. They've got lawyers, accountants, trust funds, offshore holding companies."
Logan frowned.
"But what's that?" "If you'll bloody shut up for a minute, you'll find out."
Silence.
"We only started looking into Knox for the Brooklyn rape and abduction because Billy tipped us off. There were rumours Mikey's principal accountant had unusual tastes."
Logan opened his mouth, shut it again, then turned to stare at the weaselly little man kneeling in front of the gravestone. Knox worked for the mob.
Graduated with a BA in accounting and finance from Northumbria University. He was the main money man. That's why he got away with raping old men for so long. A visit from Mental Mikey's boys tends to encourage amnesia in victims and witnesses.
But no self-respecting criminal is going to put up with that. They'd carve nonce in his forehead and string him up by the ghoulies.
Danby laughed, a deep rumbly sound that boomed out over the graveyard. Knox didn't even look up.
Sergeant, think about it. That weedy strip of piss over there is the only person Mikey knows won't roll over on him if something goes wrong. Knox'll always keep his trap shut about his employer's operation, because if he breathes a word, Mikey can tie him to at least half a dozen rapes. And prison's a dangerous place when your ex-employer's a vicious bastard with connections.
Over by the grave, the man in question reached out a hand and caressed his granny's headstone. Logan finally got it.
And let me guess, there's no way the CPS is going to turn a blind eye to Knox abducting and violently raping someone's granddad, not even to get info in a mob operation, so he can't cut a deal.
Exactly. Long as Knox doesn't go mad, keeps the rapes down to a couple a year, it's manageable. Know what I'm saying? Look at Premier League football. Never did them any harm, did it?
Danby rubbed at his calf.
When we arrested Knox for the William Brookley rape, Mikey got him the best lawyer, made sure Knox's mum went to a good care home, and Knox kept his mouth shut. 7 years he was inside, never said a single word about Mental Mikey's empire.
Danby shivered as another gust of sleet battered across the graveyard.
Think I'll wait in the car.
Logan glanced over at Knox, still praying.
That's why you're up here, isn't it? You think he'll talk to you?
That nasty piece of shite knows everything there is to know about Mental Mikey's operation. Crack him, and you could tear the whole thing apart. Know what I'm saying?
The DSI turned his back and limped towards the exit. Logan shouted after him.
So, why does he keep winding you up about Billy Adams, then?
Danby didn't even turn around.
Because he's a sex offender. Manipulating people is what they do.
Logan picked his way between the graves, lurching as the wind strafed the cemetery with slivers of ice, joining the team from Sacro. Mandy had her whole body hunched up, stamping her feet, huddling under the bucking umbrella her partner was holding.
We're not going to have to do this every Sunday, are we? I can't feel my toes anymore.
Harry wiped a sleeve across the underside of his nose.
Could be worse. At least we're out of that mould-ridden, filthy... Fuck!
The umbrella whipped inside out, a satellite dish on a stick. Harry tried to force it back into shape while the wind hammered them. Mandy grabbed Logan's sleeve and nodded at a life-size statue of an angel, perched atop a big square plinth on the other side of the path.
It's okay, Sergeant. I'm not going to molest you.
She led him over into the relative shelter of the angel's wings. Wanted to have a word with you about our boy over there. Mandy nodded in the direction of the praying Knox.
Still creeping you out?
She shuffled round, using Logan as an additional windbreak.
I think he's in touch with someone, passing messages. Got no proof, though, and I can't exactly spin his pad, can I?
Logan must have looked as confused as he felt, because she sighed and said,
Spin his pad? Search his cell?
Mobile phone? She chewed at the inside of her cheek.
Probably. I'm guessing he'd want to keep it close, so... Maybe that plastic bag he takes everywhere like a sudding security blanket. Trouble is, we can't really do anything about it, even if he has. There's nothing about owning a mobile phone in his prevention order.
No, but his SOPO says he can't make contact with other people in the sex offenders register,
and if he's got a mobile, we can't tell if he is or not.
They watched Knox pray for a moment. Mandy nodded.
Be a shame if he violated his order and had to be banged up again for a couple of years, wouldn't it? Terrible shame.
Could be planning anything. The smile slipped from Logan's face. Given Danby's story about Mental Mikey Maitland, that wasn't exactly good news.
Excuse me a minute.
He marched over to where Knox was kneeling.
The silly sod had to be frozen. Sleet crusted across his shoulders and back, hair dripping wet, one hand clutching that carrier bag to his chest, the other on the lichen-speckled gravestone.
Here lie the mortal remains of Joseph Albert Murray, beloved husband and devoted grandfather, also Euphemia Abercrombie Murray, dutiful wife.
Richard, I'm going to need to see what's in the bag.
Knox looked up, nose dripping, lips a pale shade of purple, eyes rimmed with red.
It's private...
I have to make sure you're not violating your prevention order. He closed his eyes, whirring the plastic bag round and round. Don't want it to get wet. Logan stuck out his hand. Now, Richard. Knox bit his lip, clutched the bag tighter. Promise you'll be careful. Just give me the bloody bag. The little man did what he was told. Logan pulled the handles apart and peered into the grubby creased plastic. It was a book, a tatty Bible, the blue fabric jacket scuffed and fraying. Was Granny Murray's. Left it me in her will. Thought she was taking the piss at the time. Knox smiled, a lopsided thing made of sharp, squint teeth. Had a lot of opportunity to read it in me cell, though. Know what I mean? Logan reached into the bag and opened the book, flicking through the pages. Some were held in with ancient amber sellotape, others were smudged. Passages highlighted in fading yellow, underlined in biro, tiny notes scribbled in the margins. He closed the Bible again. Stupid idea. Why would Knox carry an illicit phone about with him? But it was too late to back down now. I'm going to have to ask you to empty your pockets. At me granny's graveside? The little man hung his head, then stood and held his arms out. Go on, then. Logan kept it quick, a once through Knox's pockets, then a pat down of arms, legs and torso. He passed the carrier bag back. Sorry, thought you had a phone. Knox shrugged, clutched his plastic-wrapped Bible to his chest again. Just doing your job like... Right, well, let us know when you're ready to head home. Cold feels good, you know, like being a kid again. On his holidays, sitting on the living room floor, listening to Granny Murray tell stories about the old days. Grandad Joe asleep in the other chair, a copy of the Press and Journal draped across his chest, snoring quietly to himself. Mouth a gaping cavern of pink. They took all his teeth away when he was doing his national service in Cyprus, like. Went out with a full head of hair and all his own teeth, came back a slaphead with a set of falsies. He takes them out after dinner and leaves them on the table by the ashtray, smokes rollies that smell of herbs and spices. His mam's gone out for the evening, same as she does nearly every night since Richard's da ran out in them. Trading wife and kid for some girl works down the chipper in North Shields. Can't trust Geordie harlots, that's what Granny Murray says. God turn his face against their sinful hearts. Then she spits in the fire, that little spatter of yellowy white hissing against the glowing electric bars. Never up high enough to warm the room like, just enough to let Grandad Joe sleep with that cavernous mouth of his hanging open, pink and glistening. Richard sneaks a glance at his keepers. The man and woman from Sacro, huddled together under a broken brolly, the nosy sergeant shivering beside a big carved angel. It's a much fancier memorial than the simple granite slab Granny Murray picked out for her and Grandad Joe. She never was one for flash. The only decoration's a bunch of porcelain roses, sealed away in a glass dome. Only the glass is cracked, and the whole thing's full of dirty water. The faded pink blossoms tainted with grey mould and trapped dirt. Appropriate, really. He reaches around the back of the fake floral tribute, fingers drifting carefully through the matted yellow grass. Don't want to find some junkie's needle the hard way, know what I mean? And then he finds it. A little rectangular box, about half the size of a toothpaste tube, hidden away in a little plastic bag. Doesn't take much to palm it while he tidies the grave. Richard pulls a few weeds, then fakes a sneeze, slipping the box into his pocket while he drags out a handkerchief. Blows. He levers himself upright and crosses himself, testicles, spectacles, wallet and watch, then bends and kisses the headstone. It tastes of pepper and gritty ice, but it smells of freedom. Logan sat at his desk in the sergeant's cubbyhole, hands wrapped around a hot mug of coffee. Probably got pneumonia after this morning's little outing, standing about like a pillock in the sleet while Knox prayed at his granny's grave. Logan wiped his nose with a pilfered packet of handy wipes. It hadn't taken long to find a contact number for HM Prison Frankland in Durham, but getting a list of everyone who'd ever shared a cell with Richard creepy bastard Knox had been more of a problem. Logan had finally managed to persuade someone to go digging through 7 years' worth of prison records. They'd promised to call him back soon as they had time to look into it. So Logan went searching through the PNC for any unsolved murders where the house had been burned. Without a specific time frame to narrow the search, the results would be virtually useless, but it would give him somewhere to start when Frankland Prison got back to him. He dragged another tissue out of the pack and made snottery noises into it.
Ugh, could you please stop sniffing for 5 minutes?
Logan twirled his seat around until he was looking at the room's only other occupant. Detective Sergeant Doreen Taylor wrinkled her nose and stared back at him.
Honestly, Logan, you're like a small child.
Well, if he was like a small child, she was like someone's plump auntie. Blue jeans, grey cardigan, shoulder-length bob. Didn't see you stuck out in the sodding sleet all morning, did I? Don't be petulant. Here. She dug into her handbag and came out with a packet of lockets. And for goodness sake, try. The door bashed open, and Biohazard Bob skittered to a halt on the carpet tiles. He poked a finger in Logan's direction.
You! Run! Run now!
What are you? Bob grabbed Logan by the shoulders and hauled him out of the chair, snatched the jacket off the rack by the door, and thrust it into his hands.
Trust me, get your arse in gear and find somewhere else to be. Now!
Logan shuffled sideways. Have you been at the cauliflower cheese again?
Go!
Frown. Logan pulled on his jacket.
Okay, but this better not be a wind-up or...
He drifted to a halt as someone bellowed,
Where the sodding hell is he?
D.I. Steele. Logan stared at Bob.
But she's supposed to be...
Bob shoved him towards the door.
Will you take a bloody telling?
He staggered out into the CID room, took one look at the door leading back to the main part of FHQ, where all the DIs had their offices and where the shouting was coming from, and legged it in the opposite direction instead, barrelling through into the bare concrete stairwell. From here he could see through the window into the chiz handler's room, segregated from everyone else by a keypad door and double glazing. They were all getting out of their seats, moving towards the tiny side window that looked out on the main CID area, staring at something. Logan took the stairs 2 at a time, no idea what he'd done wrong. Whatever it was, he wanted to be as far away from D.I. Steele as possible before he found out. Chapter 22. You're late. Isabel's eyes narrowed above her white elasticated mask. Logan adjusted his safety goggles. Blame Finney. I had to go babysit a huge Geordie DSI and his pet pervert. Found anything yet? The makeshift mortuary was a huge drive-in fridge, part of an old cash and carry on an industrial estate in the Bridge of Dawn, commandeered to act as Isabel's secondary crime scene. It was the only place big enough for the forklift truck they'd needed to move the concrete slab containing Steve Palmont's remains. All the fridge's usual contents, the boxes of fruit, vegetables, fresh meat and milk, had been stacked against the walls, clearing a space in the centre about the size of Logan's flat. The IB had constructed a makeshift sterile room from clear plastic sheeting, the pieces held together with strips of duct tape. A portable X-ray machine was over by the back wall, a frame beside it displaying ghostly snapshots of a skeleton curled on its side. 4 heavy-duty arc lights, one in each corner, illuminated the interior and its collection of white-suited technicians, like something out of the X-Files, an Aberdonian alien autopsy. Palmont's slab of concrete rested on a platform wrapped in blue plastic, keeping the remains at tabletop height, the electrician's right hand and left leg sticking up out of the pitted grey surface. The room's ancient refrigeration units hummed, making the air crackle with cold. One of the white oversuits waved at him. Sergeant McRae! Dr. Frampton, we met at the scene. Her assistant waved too, balancing a collection of evidence bags in the crook of his arms. They were filled with something lumpy and brown, giving them a colostomy look. What's up? Dr. Frampton patted one of the bags. We've just finished retrieving the soil from the block. Should get something back to you midweek. Let you know its secrets. Logan looked at Isabel, then back again. Okay, thanks. The soil scientist gave him a little bow, then turned and slipped out of the enclosure, Iger the dude hot on her heels. Isabel held up a hand. Mr. Haffenden? Someone dressed head to toe in SOC white shuffled over, a black toolbox held tight to his chest. He fiddled with the elastic hood encircling his masked face, coughed, cleared his throat. Actually, my friends call me Ian, so... Don't be shy, Mr. Haffenden. With all the soil and mud gone, more of the body was on show. About a quarter of Steve Palmont stuck out of the concrete. The left leg from the knee down, the right arm from the elbow, a hip, a bit of shoulder, and the side of his face. Lividity had stained the flesh dark purple. except where Pullman's skin had been pressed against Dr. Frampton's precious soil. There it was a pale waxy yellow, patterned by the dirt and rocks. Haffenden shifted his feet. Isabel placed her hand on his shoulder and guided him towards the remains. "As soon as you're ready." The little man looked up at her. "It's just... normally, archaeology doesn't have quite so much..." Back to the body again. "You see, usually it's just fossils and bones." She tilted her head to one side, staring at him. Logan stepped forward. "Just pretend it's one of those peat bog people, the ones that are all preserved by the tannin and whatever." "Yes, right, peat bog." Haffenden placed his toolbox on the edge of the concrete slab and pulled out a set of tiny chisels. "A very hard peat bog." The plastic enclosure rippled with white light. The IB photographer's flash recording everything as the nervous archaeologist chipped at the concrete around the body, loosening it off. He'd partitioned the slab into a grid of 3-inch squares, piling the waste concrete from each section into separate evidence bags, the whole exercise meticulously documented on video and digital cameras. After half an hour, Haffenden seemed a lot more confident, following the lines of the shoulders and head, chipping around the ends of the hair. The more he exposed, the worse the smell got. The archaeologist put his chisels down. "I've got the head free." Logan followed Isabel over to the slab. Pullman's head lay back at an awkward angle, the whole thing oddly shaped, slightly flattened. The side that had been embedded in concrete was puckered and blackened, flecks of grey still stuck to the cracked skin, a trickle of yellow-green liquid seeping from his nose. "Aha!" Logan cupped a hand over his face mask, the fabric damp with absorbed condensation. "Thought he was supposed to be preserved by the cold." Isabel leaned forward and gently cupped Pullman's distorted cheek, turning the head until it was staring straight at them. The nose had been broken, one ear torn, the open mouth a solid grey mass, not excavated yet, but it was definitely Steve Pullman. She felt her way around the back of the head. "Some concretes are exothermic. They generate heat as they set. A mass the size and thickness of the foundations probably stayed warm for days. He's basically been cooked on one side and deep chilled on the other. His head's been deformed by the weight of the concrete. I won't know till the damage to the skull was post or ante-mortem until I open him up." Isabel ran a gloved finger down the body's twisted neck. Just above the clavicle there was a circle of black puncture wounds. "Bite mark." Isabel frowned at the exposed arm, the dark brown discoloration on the sleeve, then unbuttoned the cuff and rolled the fabric back to expose another bite. "Of course, I had to lose some of the hair." The archaeologist pointed at the strands still embedded in the wall of the block. "And the outer clothing's going to be a challenge." He shrugged at Logan. "The concrete seeped through the weave of the material, then set solid. Should make the actual body easier to remove, though, like getting a moth out of a cocoon." Haffenden picked up his little chisel again. "You know, this isn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's really kind of fascinating when you think about it." Good to know someone was enjoying themselves. Half an hour later, they were gathered around the body again. Haffenden had moved on to the torso, excavating the left shoulder and upper arm. "Problem came when I hit the first one. Took a bit of doing to get them chiselled out without damaging any." He pointed at the shoulder, where 10 or 12 metal spikes protruded from Pullman's jacket, the fabric stained dark brown. Isabel held one of the x-rays up for comparison. "Excellent job." She leaned in, touching the end of one spine with her gloved finger. "Definitely nails." She laid a ruler along the arm and waited for the photographer to finish, before slicing the sleeve open with a scalpel, then did the same with the jumper and check shirt underneath. The arm had that familiar mouldy cooked look, but where the nails went in, the skin was darker. She prodded at the base of one metal spike. "Signs of bruising. These were inserted before death. And, do you see where some have obviously been removed?" Pointing at a blackened hole in Pullman's arm. Logan nodded. He was tortured. Isabel called for a set of pliers and eased one of the nails free, then held it up like a tiny Excalibur. 4-inch wire nail, probably from a nail gun. Going by the diameter, it's probably the same thing that made the holes in the palm. Behind them, someone said, "Maybe he was crucified." Logan froze. Sodding hell. Steele. He turned and there she was, standing less than a foot away, staring at him over her mask. A large figure in an SOC suit pushed through the flaps of the makeshift mortuary, limping slightly. That would be Danby. The big Geordie took up position at the head of the slab. Steele grabbed Logan's arm.
Sergeant McRae, can I have a wee word? Outside?
I thought you were on holiday.
Now!
Outside, the cash and carry car park was almost deserted. Just a little cluster of IB vehicles, Logan's manky brown Fiat, a pool car, and a fat man loading crates of tins into a mobile burger van, shoulders hunched against the sleep. Steele ripped her mask off.
Tell me, Sergeant, was it too much to hope that you bunch of dicks could get along without me for 2 sodding weeks?
Her face had an unnatural orange-brown tint to it, like she'd been smearing Marmite into her skin.
I didn't... Was it?
The inspector turned her back and marched over to a row of oversized shopping trolleys and kicked one.
Susan's spitting fucking nails, crying, shouting, making my life a bloody misery because we're supposed to be in Puerto de la Aldea drinking non-alcoholic sang-fucking-gria and shagging like sea otters!
Logan took a step back.
Then why? But where am I? Here, in fucking Aber-fucking-Dean, because you had to go crying to bloody Finney!
She gave the trolley another kick, then turned on him.
But couldn't cover for that prick Harvey from Fraserburgh CID for another sodding hour, could you? We were in the airport. 40 minutes more and we'd have been on the fucking plane!
Steele dug a bundle of paper from her pocket and hurled it at him. Passports, e-tickets and boarding passes bounced off his SOC suit, fluttering down to the sleet-puddled tarmac. He watched a duty-free receipt flutter away on a gust of wind.
Fuck you.
She froze, eyes bugging.
How dare... I didn't stab the bastard, did I? You gave me all that shit yesterday about not being a team player, and soon as I follow the rules, you throw a hissy fit? You can't... What was I supposed to do? Kid only turned up?
Getting louder, shouting in her face.
And what about you? You could have told Finney to get stuffed, but you didn't, did you? No, you came trotting back here like a good little girl. I didn't, so don't blame me because Susan's pissed off. You had your chance and screwed it up.
She stood there, scowling at him.
I had a sodding bikini wax.
Logan threw his hands in the air.
Then go on bloody holiday. Tomorrow, go to the airport and turn your phone off. Tell Finney to screw himself. Sod off to Puerto del wherever the fuck, and stop getting on my tits!
End of Disc 4. Disc 5. The word tits echoed around the car park. The big man stopped in the middle of loading a box of burger buns to stare at them. D.I. Steele slumped back against the cash and carry wall and hauled at the crotch of her trousers.
How am I supposed to tell Finney to go screw himself if my phone's turned off?
Logan picked up the soggy bits of paper. So, Susan's really pissed off.
Oh, Jesus, like you wouldn't believe.
Steele sagged even further.
Last chance we had to go on holiday too. Leave it any longer and the airlines get all wanky about pregnant women flying. Scared she'll give birth in cattle class, and they'll have to give the sprog free flights for life.
Thought that was an urban myth. He wiped the gritty ice from a burgundy passport, then handed everything back. Steele sniffed.
You know, we've no had sex in months. Months! Beginning to forget which bit goes where. Thought pregnant women were meant to get all horny.
She scowled at Logan, then smacked him on the arm.
As soon as she pops your sprog, it's another 6 months of celibacy. Could you know I've kept it in your bloody pants?
Ow! For your information, you begged me to get Susan up the stick, remember?
Oh, Logan, please can we have some more sperm? Oh, please, just one more try. This time it'll work, I promise. I'll love you forever.
Remember that? She shrugged and peered out at the dreich afternoon.
Aye. Well, if your bloody sailors had been any good, they would have taken the first time.
Mr. Burger Van loaded 3 cases of Diet Coke, then slammed the van's doors shut, abandoning his trolley in the middle of the car park and drove off.
Lazy bugger.
Steele had another dig at her parts.
You any idea how much it hurts to get a full Brazilian?
What's Danby doing here?
Well, they did it 'cause Susan thinks it's sexy. Scratch, rummage, fiddle. Will you stop doing that? Itchy. She shivered. Bloody freezing, too. He just seems to be taking a lot of interest in Polmont. First the journals, now the PM. Steele pulled out a packet of cigarettes, offered one to Logan, then lit them both. The Ice Queen find anything we can pin on someone yet? He was tortured with a nail gun, then buried alive. Poor bugger. Anything else? Bite marks on his arms and neck. Looked like dog. The inspector dug her hands deep into her armpits. So we're looking for a big violent bastard with a huge dog and access to the building site. Think. Logan nodded. I chased up the lookout request on Andrew Connolly. Nothing yet. Lothian and Borders are keeping an eye open, just in case he really has gone off to see his mum. Warrant? PF says we don't have enough for an arrest. If they can get DNA off the body that matches Connolly or his dog, whatever happened to the good old days when you could just kick someone's door in and beat a confession out of them? She smoked in silence for a minute. What about those journals? Still working on them. Right. She ground her cigarette out against the cash and carry wall. I'm taking over here. You go through that stuff we got from Polmont's flat. Steele turned and hobbled back towards the door. But team player, remember? And do something about your jewellery heist. I'm no running a holiday camp here. The door clunked shut behind her, leaving Logan alone in the car park. Bloody typical. Chapter 23. This all of it? Logan stood on his tiptoes and peered at the row of boxes arranged on the metal shelving. Next one down, too, and the one under that. We got some more over there. The sergeant in charge of the Water Lane evidence store turned and pointed at another rack over by a stack of archive files. That's everything they brought in from Polmont's flat. The store was a converted Victorian warehouse, a pile of filthy granite hidden away down a narrow alleyway off Mearn Street, just wide enough to get an unmarked transit van down, if you were careful. Quiet and anonymous. The building's high windows were nearly opaque with dirt and barred on the inside. The room was partitioned up with adjustable shelving units, turned into a maze with the heavy metal cage for drugs and confiscated money lurking at its heart. The shelving groaned under the weight of seized goods and lost property, the wooden floorboards gouged and scuffed. Strip lighting hung from the bare rafters, buzzing and flickering, making Logan's breath glow white in the cold air. Okay. This lot been processed yet? Trying not to sound too hopeful. The sergeant laughed. A surprisingly high-pitched sound for someone who looked so much like an axe murderer. You're kidding, right? What am I, your mum? Logan groaned. There had to be 200 or 300 items on the shelves, all of which needed to be catalogued, verified, and checked against the stolen property register. Bloody D.I. Steele. This was going to take him forever. Sergeant Axe Murderer patted him on the back and grinned. Look on the bright side. At least it's sodden freezing in here. You can bugger off now, Clive. Don't mention it. Clive gave him one last pat, then wandered off, hands in his pockets, whistling. Git. Logan pulled the first box from the shelf and dumped it on the floor. It was full of Sony MP3 Walkmans in their original packaging. He dug them out one by one, opening the cases to make sure they contained what they said they did, then wrote everything down in his notebook, knowing that he'd have to type it all up when he got back to FHQ. The next box was full of watches, the one after that, digital cameras. Logan sat back on his haunches and stared at the stacks of stuff still sitting waiting for him. Bugger this. He dug out his mobile and went hunting through the contacts, then hit the button. It was Sunday, so he'd have to leave a message, but if anyone asked, he could honestly say he was doing something. But a real person answered the phone. Trading Standards, can I help you? Dildo, it's Logan. What are you doing in the office? Fucking overtime. Got backlog like you wouldn't believe. I need a favour from the shop cops. Oh, aye. Pause. Still owe me a pint from last time, remember? Logan looked up at Polmont's collection. I think we've found a stash of counterfeit goods. Not entirely true, but it could be. And that made it Trading Standards' responsibility. There was a groan. Do me a favour and lose it again. We're up to our ears in the bloody stuff as it is. My heart bleeds. We've got the lot down at the Water Lane store. Get your bum over here and work your magic. He was silent for a moment. This you trying to get me to do your bloody paperwork again?
Dildo, I'm hurt.
Yeah, and you didn't answer the question.
Sigh.
What have you got?
Logan smiled. MP3 players, hair straighteners, video games, bunch of other stuff, all boxed.
Sod. Okay, I'll come over. But it's going to have to be Monday. Got a bunch of weights and measures reports to write up, and I'm bloody well going home tonight before my kids are asleep.
They set a time and Logan hung up, then stood and stuck 2 fingers up at the contents of Steve Palmont's flat. Now, officially, someone else's problem. Who said he couldn't be a team player? Logan parked outside the 4th address on his list and checked the caller display on his phone, just as it rang through to voicemail. Colin Miller, the Aberdeen Examiner's star reporter. Logan gave it a minute, then checked his messages. 4 from Steele threatening to castrate him. 1 from Samantha asking if he fancied taking her out to dinner for a change. 1 from Beattie. Had he done anything about that meeting yet? Logan frowned. What bloody meeting? And then it was Colin, asking to be called back. Logan hit reply, and 3 rings later the reporter's Glasgow burr rattled his eardrums.
Laz, my man, how they dangling?
He didn't bother waiting for a reply.
Great, listen, I'm free the night, fancy hitting the town, grab a bite to eat and some beers.
Can't tonight. Got a date with a tattooed lady.
Oh, come on! You got any idea what I had to do to get a free pass? Couple of pints, bit of banter, just like the old days.
Logan creaked open the car door. A security light cracked on, bathing the gravel parking area with harsh white light. 4:20 and the sun was taking its hat off, packing its bags and sodding off home, leaving the countryside washed in dull pink and cold blue.
I'm kind of off the booze for a bit. You're kidding me.
Antibiotics. As good a lie as any.
Shite.
There were no streetlights out here in the sticks. It was a cluster of converted farm buildings between Dice and the Bridge of Dawn. Not all of them had been finished, and an old steading sat off to one side. The roof a ribcage of pale pine joists, with a tatty-edged chunk of blue plastic sheeting draped over half of it. At least the wind and sleet had died down. Still bloody freezing, though.
Then we'll grab a curry. You can have a Lambrini or whatever it is you teetotal homosexuals drink these days. Colin, we can moan about work. Got this new bloke in charge of the news desk. Carrot-top bastard thinks I'm too sensationalist. Wanker. You can bang on about that tit Beattie or your leather boss.
Pause.
Bet that wee shite Richard Knox is a nightmare to deal with.
Logan slammed the car door. Somewhere in the distance a dog barked. Subtle, Colin. Real subtle.
What?
I'm not giving you any info on an ongoing investigation. You know that. Currying a pint my arse. There was silence for a moment, and when Colin spoke again, Logan could hear the grin in his voice.
Can't blame a guy for trying, right? Tell you what, you tell me about Knox, and I'll let you in on Monday's headline.
Bye, Colin. Logan hung up. Cheeky bugger. He pulled out the list he'd downloaded from the police national computer, people convicted of robberies involving sledgehammers, and read the summary for number 4. Damien Atkinson, a.k.a. Daniel Francis, a.k.a. Danny Saunders, a.k.a. Donny Ferrier. Done for burglary, demanding money with menaces, aggravated assault. And most importantly, for holding up a series of all-night petrol stations with a sledgehammer. Only 2 houses in the little development had lights on. The first turned out to be a drunken middle-aged man with a beard and a beer belly. No, he didn't know any Damien Atkinson, or a Daniel Francis, but Danny Saunders lived over there. He pointed a wobbly finger at a mouldy caravan parked alongside the unfinished farm building.
Doing it up himself, yeah?
Very industrious. Logan crunched his way across the gravel driveway to the steading. Random construction materials were heaped up on the grass outside. Pallets of bricks, boxes of slates, piles of timber. Logan stuck his head through the open door, but it was dark in there. Just the sound of something dripping and the fousty smell of dust and mouse droppings. A pile of tools lurking in the shadows. Danny Saunders' caravan wasn't a big Portakabin-style one like Samantha's. It was a small 2-wheeled model, the kind that always slowed traffic to a funereal crawl on the summer roads, dragged behind a Volvo estate full of unhappy children. The thing was streaked with dirty green mould, the roof almost black. At some point it had been given a coat of beige paint, but it was blistered and peeling, showing off the rust underneath. Muted light shone from somewhere in the caravan, so Logan picked his way across the long, damp grass and peered in through the side window. It was surprisingly clean inside. The bed stowed away to make room for a Formica table and 2 bench seats. A man sat at the table, making notes on a thick pile of paperwork, with his back to the window. Hair thinning a bit at the back, grey stripy jumper, a fading blue DIY tattoo on the back of one hand. Somewhere a radio was playing, the end of a Paul Weller track drifting into a traffic update featuring the disastrous roadworks on the Hodigan roundabout. "You want tea, Danny, love?" Female, youngish. The man glanced deeper into the caravan. "Oh, aye, ta. You know, we're still about £12 short for getting the roof finished." Definitely a local lad. "Well, we'll just have to give him another call, won't we?" "Do we have to? Can we know? We've been over this, Danny. Let's not argue." Logan inched his way over to the front door. An upturned milk crate sat just outside, acting as a step. Logan kicked it out of the way, then knocked, then pulled out his pepper spray, just in case. A face appeared at the window, but Logan flattened himself against the grime-streaked aluminium body, keeping out of sight, and knocked again. Danny. "Can't see anybody." Woman. "If it's that pisshead Banks again, tell him to sod off. We're busy." Danny. "You know he can hear you, don't you?" Woman. "Just answer the door." There was a clunk, and the door swung outwards. "Ray, dee's a favour and—" Danny. 32-ish, handlebar moustache and soul patch, cheery cheeks and spiky hair. He frowned. "Can I help you?" Logan smiled up at him. "Damien Atkinson, a.k.a. Danny Saunders, a.k.a. Daniel." The caravan door slammed shut. Danny shouted, "Fuck! It's the cops!" Then the door battered open again. He charged out, his foot going for where the milk crate step should have been. Oops. He went sprawling, face first, into the cold, wet grass. Thunk. "I a bastard!" That was the thing about people like Danny, a.k.a. Daniel, a.k.a. Damien, a.k.a. Donny. The more aliases they had, the thicker they were. Really successful crooks never needed more than one name, because they never got caught. Danny struggled up till he was sitting on his bum, framed in the pale rectangle of light from the caravan's open door. Clutching his left wrist to his chest, dark red blood oozed into his moustache from a lopsided nose. "Come on, then." Logan pulled out his handcuffs. "On your feet." "You broke my wrist." "I never even touched you." Logan took a step forwards. Now, you can either get up and be handcuffed, or loud noise ringing in his ears, circles of yellow and black. The pain hit just before the ground did, harsh and throbbing at the back of his head, and then he was lying on the ground, something sharp and jagged clawing at his cheek. Someone shouting, "Run, Danny! Run!" Fuck! Logan struggled to his knees, the world whooshing in his ears, head pounding, scalp stinging, stomach churning. Not going to be sick. Not going to be... Yes, he was. All over the grass in his own left hand, a hot splash of bitter, sour-smelling yuck. "I said run! But I'll take care of him!" Oh shit. That didn't sound good. He looked up. She couldn't have been much older than 18. Bleach blonde hair showing an inch of brown at the roots. Big red, should-have-gone-to-Specsavers glasses. Huge pregnant belly. Chunky face, teeth bared, a heavy cast-iron frying pan clutched in both hands. She raised it over her head and brought it crashing down on Logan's head. Or she would have, if he hadn't ducked. It slammed into his right arm instead, pain shooting up from his bruised elbow. "I'm a bloody police officer! Leave us the fuck alone!" She grunted and dragged the frying pan round for another go. Logan scrabbled backwards, through the wet grass, but she followed him, swung, missed. Her left foot came down in the warm puddle of sick, and her leg shot out from under her, sending her crashing down on her backside. "Ah! There's puke everywhere!" Logan staggered to his feet, lurched to the side, wobbled a bit. Pepper spray. Where was the bloody pepper spray? He tried to steady himself, one hand on the manky caravan. Where the hell was the goddamned bastarding... There, lying in the puddle of vomit. Logan bent down and grabbed it. The world did a somersault, then the hokey-cokey. He staggered back, clutching the damp black canister in his hand. She was getting to her feet, face creased up, teeth bared, swearing. Logan was sick all over her. There was a pause, and then she started screaming. "Ah! It's in my fucking mouth!" He fumbled with the cap on the little black canister. Damn thing wouldn't come off. but it didn't look as if he'd be needing it anymore. She dropped the frying pan. Now she was bracing herself against the caravan, spitting and gagging, then spattering the filthy paintwork with whatever it was she'd had for lunch. Logan put a hand to the back of his head, waves of pain rippling out from his battered elbow as he bent his arm. His fingertips came away dark and sticky. You, he turned to the vomiting woman, are fucking nicked! He took a step, then froze, as Danny came hurtling around the side of the steading, clutching a sledgehammer in his one good hand. Bastard! Danny swung the thing at Logan's head. Missed. The sledgehammer crashed into the caravan wall, tearing straight through the aluminium, buckling the doorframe. Logan scrambled away as Danny tried to haul the sledgehammer's thick steel head out of the hole he'd made. Pepper spray. Why couldn't he get the lid off the bloody pepper spray? What the hell was the point of even having pepper spray if you couldn't get the sodding lid off? There was a squeal of metal. Danny had finally managed to rip the sledgehammer free. Time to go. Logan stumbled to an unsteady run, making for the car, getting the hell away from that bloody hammer. It whistled past his left shoulder and Danny swore as it clunked into something. Oh, yeah, fucking Jesus! Pause. Fuck! Hissed breath. Ow! My fucking foot! Logan kept going. The next swing clattered into the steading wall, sending hot yellow sparks flying. Stand fucking still! Ow! 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 The security light blared out across the cold gravel as Logan struggled around the corner. He made it as far as his crappy brown Fiat, then turned to see Danny limping after him, grunting through gritted teeth every time his left foot touched the ground, breath streaming out behind him in a white cloud. Logan struggled with the cap again. Bastarding thing still wouldn't budge. He stuck it between his teeth and twisted. The plastic tasted bitter and bily. Ah! Danny dragged the sledgehammer up and round, swinging one-handed, putting all his weight behind it. Logan flinched back, and the hammer caught the edge of his coat, slamming it through the passenger window in a hard crash of fractured glass. Little cubes of shining diamond sprayed out across the vinyl seats. He spat the canister's lid out and pointed the pepper spray right between Danny's eyes. Drop it! Foot did you deet us, Stacy, you bast! Logan pressed the trigger. There was a brief moment of stunned silence. Then Danny started screaming, fell to the gravel driveway, both hands over his face, legs kicking out in random directions, leaving the sledgehammer sticking out of Logan's passenger window like a jaunty wooden erection. They sat at the caravan table. Logan on one side, Danny Saunders slumped on the other. The windows were all fogged up from the kettle being boiled, emptied, filled, and boiled again, the steam permeating the small space, even though there was a brand new hole in the wall and the door wouldn't close properly anymore. The cloying, bitter stench of sick hung thick in the muggy air. You feeling any better? The woman, Stacy, peeled the soggy tea towel off Danny's face. His skin was almost scarlet, eyes scrunched shut, tears dribbling down his cheeks, snot oozing out of his nose. He raised a hand to his eyes. Logan grabbed his sleeve. Told you not to rub it. You'll only make it worse. Hurts. Gotta love pepper spray. Stacy scowled. One side of her hair was sticking out in random directions, little things stuck in the blonde mess. Whatever perfume she used, it wasn't up to hiding eau de vomi. Look what you've done! Logan scowled back, keeping the bag of frozen peas pressed against the back of his skull. You tried to bash my head in with a frying pan, and he tried to take it off with a bloody sledgehammer, remember? She turned and stomped back to the fridge, pulled a carton of whole fat milk out, and sploshed some into the tea towel. It was an accident. How? Exactly. Silence. Gave you the peas, didn't I? She put the milk back in the fridge, then draped the wet towel over Danny's face again. You sure this'll help? Positive. Stacy wrinkled her nose, pulling a chunk of regurgitated something from her hair. Ugh. The kettle whistled to the boil. She took it off the gas and poured it straight into a steaming bucket, then checked the temperature with her little finger. I wanted a caravan with a shower, but no, that would have been too expensive. She peeled off her jumper, then the t-shirt underneath, revealing a none too sensible bra and her stretch mark rippled pregnant bulge. She sniffed at the stained t-shirt, grimaced, then dumped it in the corner with the spattered jumper. Logan didn't watch her washing her puke-matted hair in the bucket. He leaned across the tabletop and lifted the edge of the milky tea towel. Feeling any better? It burns, It's pepper spray. It's meant to burn. Logan let the towel slap back against the angry skin. You're a silly bastard, Danny. You know that, don't you? The man on the other side of the table coughed. His voice was all wheezy, slightly muffled by the tea towel. Thought you were here about that, He drifted into silence. Logan pulled out his notebook. Where were you at 9:15 yesterday morning? Stacey took her head out of the bucket, shampoo froth clinging like candy floss. Don't you tell him anything. Didn't read you your rights, did he? But nothing, Danny. She raised her chin and stared at Logan. Why do you want to know? Just answer the question. Saturday morning, 9:15. Silence. Danny coughed again. We were... Danny Saunders, don't you dare! Fit does it matter? We weren't up to anything, were we? That's not the point. We were doing the old knacker church, okay? Logan laughed. Yeah, right. Aye, we were. Danny sat upright and the cloth fell off his face, spattering onto the Formica tabletop in a little eruption of warm milk. It was working. He was actually able to open his eyes a crack, just enough to glare at Logan. You ask a minister. We were there bang on 10 till about 11. Logan looked around the cramped caravan with its sledgehammer hole in the wall. You went to church? You can gie the minister a call if you dinna believe me. I don't. He reached into his coat pocket and... Fuck. Fucking fuck. He came out with a handful of broken plastic and circuit board shrapnel. All that was left of his phone, caught between Danny's hammer and the car window. Oh, that's just... He thumped it down on the tabletop. That was you and your bloody sledgehammer. It's only a phone. You broke my wrist. Logan took a deep breath, tried really hard not to lunge across the table and punch Danny in the throat, then stuck out his hand. Give me your mobile. Stacey. We don't have to do any... Give me your bloody mobile phone, or so help me! He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth. Please, may I borrow your phone? Danny handed over a cheap-looking handset. Logan called the control room. I want a number for whoever the minister is at Old Macker Church, Bridge of Dawn. Yeah, I'll wait. Danny picked the milky tea towel off the tabletop and flopped it back across his face. Reverend Williams, he's helping us get the Wayne baptised. You know, when he pops out. Logan dialed the number Control gave him, then sat there staring at the shattered remains of his phone. He'd only just learned how to program the damn thing, and now he'd have to buy a new one. And would they let him claim it back on expenses? Would they? Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Can I speak to the minister? That'd be me. What can I do for you? Logan glanced at Danny's towel-covered face. What's your name? If we're being formal, it's Reverend Williams. If not, you can call me Charlie. This is Detective Sergeant Logan McRae, Grampian Police. I need to know if you met with Danny Saunders and his... He looked at the shiny bauble covered with soap on Stacey's ring finger. Fiancé any time in the last week. There was a pause. Can I ask what this is about? Trying to establish their whereabouts. Oh, aye. And why's that? Danny leant forwards, face still making yoghurt underneath the cloth. It's all right, Charlie. You can tell him. So the minister did. Logan told him someone would be round to take a formal statement, thanked him for his time, and hung up. Then swore. Danny held out his hand for the phone. See, told you, we was doing the church. Today, just... fucking wonderful. So you don't know anything about the jewellers that got knocked over on Crown Street yesterday? Stacey patted her swollen belly. Danny doesn't do that kind of thing anymore. He's got responsibilities now. We was taking care of my wee loon's spiritual upbringing. Nowhere near Henderson's. Logan smiled. I never said anything about Henderson's. Stacey squirted more shampoo into her hand. Nice try, Inspector Vebus, but it's been on the radio all day. Bugger. Chapter 24. Bloody snow. Logan sat on the upturned milk crate outside the steamed-up caravan and watched the first tiny flakes drifting down from a dark black sky. He shivered and took another drag on his cigarette, then hissed the smoke out through his teeth. The bag of frozen peas was starting to go all soggy and limp. Logan knew how it felt. He pulled it away from his aching head and probed the lump underneath with his fingertips. Winced. Put the bag back. All he'd wanted was one little success to prove everyone wrong. Was that really too much to ask for? Just one measly case closed out of the dozens littering the whiteboard in the CID office. And all he'd ended up with was a bash over the head, a broken car window, and a smashed mobile phone. He pulled the cigarette from his mouth and stared at the glowing orange tip. No point putting it off any longer. Logan pinged the butt away into the darkness. Right. Made you a tea. He looked up to see Stacey standing over him, clutching a steaming mug. She'd changed into a baggy hooded top that didn't reek of vomit. She held the mug out. I didn't spit in it, if that's what you're thinking. What the hell? Thanks. Logan took an experimental sip. Hot. Milk. 3 sugars. How's he doing? Stacey wrapped her arms around herself, shuffled her feet, looked off into the middle distance. Sorry about belting you one. Me too. Logan hauled himself up, handed her the bag of defrosting peas, then pulled at his handcuffs. Time to go. Stacey's mouth fell open. But I thought You assaulted a police officer with a frying pan. He did it with a sledgehammer. We've been over this. That's not fair. Stacey. Logan stopped. What's your full name? Get stuffed. Fine. We'll add giving false details to the list of charges. You can't do that. Listen, Stacey, right now I'm looking at a buggered phone, a broken car window, and a fucking big lump on the back of my head, okay? You're under arrest. She threw a finger at the ragged-edged hole by the caravan door. What about our bloody wall? Your boyfriend did it, not me. She stomped her foot. But I'm pregnant! I didn't do that either. Stacey glared down at him for a moment, then dropped her eyes again. Maybe we could come to some sort of understanding, twirling her fingers through the ends of her damp hair. You know, as we didn't have anything to do with that jeweler's got knocked over. Soon as Danny knew I was CID, he tried to do a runner, and you tried to cave my head in. Logan took another mouthful of hot, sweet tea. Doesn't matter if you raided Henderson's or not, you've been up to something. We'll find out what down the station. Now I want your full name and address. It was... She coughed. The snow was getting heavier, beginning to settle on her bleached hair. We had to borrow some money for the roof on the steading. The people... well, they're not regulated by the FSA, if you know what I mean. I'll get your last name when we process you anyway. Might as well save the extra 6 months on your sentence. Danny's a bit behind on his payments, okay? These guys don't come round and repossess your telly. They repossess your kneecaps. Logan looked at Stacey, standing there in the snow with the security light behind her. She had a glowing halo of little sparkly flecks, like an angel who'd forgotten to use a condom. Names. Okay, Jesus. Stacey Gardner. You happy now? She folded her arms over her swollen belly, muttering, Fascist Nazi bastard! No, the people you borrowed money off. What were their names? Oh, right, I don't really know. Fine. Logan stood. Stacey Gardner, I'm arresting you for assaulting a police officer. I don't know, okay? Danny sorted it all out. After being outside in the snow, the caravan was cosy and steamy, the gas heater hissing away to itself. Logan tried to shut the door behind him, struggling to get it into the buckled frame. Danny was hunched over the little kitchen sink, face down in the soapy water. Stacey pulled off her thick-rimmed glasses and wiped them on the hem of her hoodie, then slapped her fiancé on the back. Danny, tell him about the blokes you got the money off. He rose from the basin, dripping wet, his red face covered with soapy bubbles. His eyes were still scrunched up, all pink and swollen, but he did a swift scan around the room before saying anything. You ken what these guys are like. I can't. She hit him again. Do you want to see me in prison? Is that what you want? But they'll... Your pregnant girlfriend in handcuffs. Stacey, love, we sharing a cell with some junky lesbian scumbag. But God, I hate you! She turned her back and stormed over to the hole in the wall, making the whole caravan rock on its windy down legs. Come on, Pooks, don't be like that. Her shoulders came up. Don't you Pooks me! Danny turned his swollen squint on Logan. I dinna know their names. Got introduced by a friend of a friend. Logan held up the handcuffs again. No deal. Honest, I dinna remember. It's how's the face? Logan stepped forward and peered at the bright pink skin. Looks sore. Shrug. Soapy water's helping, but it's... Logan reached out, placed the back of his thumbnail against Danny's cheek, then raked it downwards. What the hell was that? Danny's swollen eyes bugged. He gasped, then went, "Ah!" clutching his hand over the new scarlet line down his face. Deep breath. Ah! He plunged his head back into the sink, sending soap suds spattering up the walls, across the working surface, and out onto the carpet. Gurgling and glubbing. Stacey turned, sniffed, then thumped herself down on the bench by the table. Serves you right. Burns, doesn't it? Logan settled back against the wall. That's why you're not supposed to rub. It opens up the capillaries and lets the capsicum oil in. Disco Inferno. Danny surfaced, dragged in a deep breath, then dived in again. Logan grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and hauled him out. Who loaned you the money? My face. You're a Christian, right, Danny? Feel like turning the other cheek? Logan held his thumb up again. No, I'll... It was these two new blokes with posh accents. Angus Block put us onto them. They was in the snug at Dodgy Pete's. Names, Danny. Mr. Thumb's getting itchy again. Gallagher and Yates, that's all I know. I didn't get first names. Please, Logan let go and he splooshed into the sink again, sending another mini tidal wave crashing to the carpet. Stacey folded her arms under her swollen breasts. And if you think I'm cleaning that up, Danny Saunders, you've got another thing coming! Logan looked around for something to dry his hands on, but all the tea towels smelled of yogurt. You better be telling the truth, or I'll be back for the pair of you, understand? Stacey just stuck her nose in the air. Logan let himself out. He hauled the car up onto the pavement behind a dented blue skip overflowing with battered kitchen cabinets, swathes of plaster, and a stained mattress. A street light washed the road in sulphur-yellow light, like God had peed on everything. The back of Logan's head stung if he touched it, and throbbed when he didn't. It felt as if there was a rat gnawing on the back of his eyeballs with sharp little teeth. He clambered out into the cold, dark night. No point locking the car. A, there was nothing there worth stealing, not even the car. B, the passenger side window was missing. C, it was a piece of crap ancient brown Fiat, and if anyone was stupid enough to nick it, they'd be doing him a favour. Fat snowflakes drifted down in a slow-motion ballet. When they touched the tarmac, they disappeared into off-brown sludge, but it wouldn't be long before they started to lie, and the whole city ground to a standstill. He turned up his collar and lurched up the street through the snow. Bucksburn was one of those strange little self-contained areas of Aberdeen, stranded out on the northeast corner of the city, on the end of Ochmill Road, the kind of place people from Blackburn, Kemney and Inverurie drove through on their way to a long delay at the Horrigan roundabout. This side of the dual carriageway was lined with little shops, most of them closed for the evening. The lights flickered off in a newsagent's as he passed, the owner rattling down the security grill over the window. A few doors down, the smell of garlic, frying onions and sesame oil wafted out from a Chinese takeaway. Logan's emptied stomach growled. A little alleyway led between two of the shops. He lifted the catch on a wrought iron gate and stepped into orange-tainted gloom, feet squelching through puddles of slush. A light was fixed to the wall above his head, but it couldn't seem to muster much beyond a faint glow. He skirted a cluster of wheelie bins, past a featureless metal door with reggae music thumping out from somewhere inside, and turned the corner. The pub sitting at the end of the alleyway wasn't called Dodgy Pete's. Not officially, anyway. The sign above the chipped red door said, The Burning Buck, complete with a demonic Monarch of the Glen illustration. Logan pushed through into the muggy interior. At least it wasn't one of those places where everyone stopped talking and turned to stare when someone new entered. No one in Dodgy Pete's cared. It was a traditional old-fashioned Scottish pub. Cracked vinyl seats, a dartboard, a puggy machine in the corner flickering away to itself, a cigarette machine with an out-of-order sign sellotaped to it, a short wooden bar, and a smell of stale beer and damp dog. Logan levered himself up onto a bar stool. Quiet tonight, Pete. The barman looked up from the copy of Private Eye he was reading, grunted. His chest-length white beard was flecked with little grey streaks of cigarette ash, the hair around his wide mouth stained a dirty yellow. Large nose with red veins capering around the tip, a shock of unruly white hair, half-moon spectacles. He looked like Santa Claus after a particularly nasty divorce. Usual? He was already reaching for the Stella tap. Logan licked his lips. Prove it. Go a week without getting hammered every night. The DIs are fed up with you complaining all the time and stinking of booze. Maybe you're angry with her because you think she's right. Damn. Make it a fresh orange and lemonade. Pint. Pete raised a snowy eyebrow. Oh, you're on duty. He shuffled off to get the drink. Logan turned his back to the bar, scanning the low room. A couple of old men were slumped over a game of dominoes by the fire. A young woman in a Royal Bank of Scotland uniform was getting herself outside a pint of Guinness and a packet of prawn cocktail, while a bloke in a soggy hoodie tried to chat her up. No sign of Danny Saunders' friend. Angus Black about? Pete squirted lemonade from the gun into a pint glass. What do you reckon to Scotland's chances in Antigua then? Dad says 3-0, but you know what he's like. I need to have a word. 3-0. Pfft. Daz wouldn't know his cock from a bicycle pump if he didn't keep yanking the damn thing. What about two posh-sounding blokes, Gallagher and Yates? Supposed to be new in town. Caught him having a tug in the ladies' bog last week. Logan swung back round to the bar. Come on, Pete, I just want to talk to Angus. Nothing serious, just a quick word. The big man stuck the glass in front of Logan, foam dripping down the side. I mean, Daz is okay, you know, for a registered sex offender, but... He shrugged. Got anything for a headache? Pete stuck his hand under the bar top and came out with a small blue packet, placed it next to the glass. Logan reached for his wallet, but Pete gave him a broad smile. Nah. On the house, officer! And in the mirror behind the bar, Logan saw a man framed in the open doorway to the gents freeze, eyes wide, then disappear back into the toilets. Angus Black. Logan took a sip, then knocked back a couple of Pete's paracetamol. Bog windows still got bars on them. Another shrug. Logan picked up a beer mat and stuck it on the top of his pint glass, then turned and wandered across the sticky linoleum to the sign marked Bucks, stopped for a moment outside, then pushed the door open. Chapter 25. The toilet door creaked open in a dark room. Blink. Bzzz. Blink. The fluorescent lamp never got past the start-up phase, sending out little flashes of dim light. Bzzz, blink, blink, bzzz. A short stainless steel trough ran along one wall, the tiles beneath them shiny with poor targeting. Two graffiti-scrawled cubicles, one with the door missing. Toilet seat was gone too, and there was no way you'd want to expose your bare bum to whatever lurked in the bowl. The drip, drip, drip of water in the cistern above the urinal made a dark heartbeat in the gloom. Blink, bzzz, blink. Logan stepped into the eye-biting nip of old urine and let the door swing shut behind him. Jesus, Pete, when did you last clean this place? Drip, drip, drip. Bzzz, blink, bzzz. It was like standing in the middle of a horror movie. Come on, Angus. I know you're in here. Pale orange light oozed in through dirty windows, slowly bringing the shapes back into focus. The door to the second cubicle was closed. Not wanting to touch anything, Logan raised his foot and gave it a shove. Locked. Blink, bzzz, blink, blink. Daz? He tapped the graffiti-covered chipboard with the toe of his shoe. That better not be you in there having a wank. Silence. Logan pulled back his foot and gave the door a kick, springing the lock. The boom reverberated around the narrow, stinking room. Someone gave a little yelp. Whoever it was, they'd managed to get their top half out of the narrow window above the toilet. One foot on the cistern, the other waving about in the air, backside wiggling, rucksack stuck in the small opening. Angus? The thrashing stopped, then started again, feet swinging about madly. Logan crossed his arms and only just stopped himself from settling against the cubicle wall. It's okay. Take your time. The legs went limp, then started up again. Should have taken the backpack off before you tried to sneak out the window. A muffled thunk. One last kick, then everything sagged. I'm stuck. Really? How about we cut a deal? Sorry, Angus, it's against Grampian police policy to negotiate with people's backsides. What's in the rucksack? Pause. Stuff? You put Danny Saunders in touch with two loan sharks.
I'm getting snowed on. A pair of blokes called Gallagher and Yates. Another bout of wriggling. I'm catching my death out here. Good. Now tell me about Gallagher and Yates. This is police brutality. Can I at least come in out the snow? No. Talk. Fucking CID. Sigh. They're two new boys, okay? Pair of big bastards up from Edinburgh looking for investment opportunities, you know? Who do they work for? Look, I'm losing all sensation in my arms here. Come on, Angus. Are these guys freelance or part of someone's crew? Where can I find them? Silence. Fine. Be like that. Logan grabbed both of Angus's ankles and pulled. Fuck! He came clattering back into the cubicle, hands grabbing at the window frame. A skinny wee man with a face that was all nose and no chin. His legs scrabbled, but Logan wouldn't let go. Where do I find them, Angus? And then he fell, bashing his face on the top of the cistern, one hand hauling the toilet roll dispenser off the wall. Logan let go of Angus's legs, and the man tumbled to the cubicle floor, groaning, swearing. Oh, fuck my head! Pause. Swear. Moan. Oh, it's all damp down here! Logan hauled the rucksack off him before it got covered in whatever was all over the floor. You want to stay here rolling about in it, or you want to go back to the bar? They took their drinks into the Snug, a tiny room at the back of the bar just big enough for 2 bench seats, a small table, and some dark red wallpaper. It was like sitting in a blood clot. Angus sniffed at his jacket sleeve, grimaced, then scoofed down a mouthful of dark brown beer. Covered in pish! The left side of his forehead was already swelling up, a thin smear of blood oozing out onto his pale face. Logan squeezed into the seat opposite and handed him a damp bar towel with a couple of ice cubes folded in the middle. Try this. Angus dabbed at his smelly sleeve. It's for your head, you idiot. Oh. He pressed it against his lump, winced, squinted, took another mouthful of beer. I should sue. For what? You were breaking and entering. I wasn't entering, I was exiting. Since when was breaking and exiting a why don't we take a wee peek in your rucksack? Logan flipped open the plastic toggles, then upended the contents on the little table. About a dozen iPod Nanos, still in their boxes. Perfume gift sets from Dior and Gucci. A couple of fancy packaged hair straighteners. I got receipts for all that, honest. There was something wedged in the bottom of the rucksack. Logan gave the whole thing a shake and a small padded envelope, about the size of a paperback book, thunked onto the pile of merchandise. Angus groaned. I've no idea how that got there. Sure you don't. Logan flipped the envelope over. It was from Amazon.co.uk, addressed to Mr. Thomas Black. Maybe... cough. You like music? 'Cause I got more iPods than I really need for Christmas, and you could... Don't be an idiot. Logan winkled the flap open and appended the envelope. A handful of little white packages fell out, held together with sticky tape, closely followed by 20s, 10s and 5s, all done up in drug dealer bundles. He reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a pair of blue nitrile gloves and snapped one on. Picked up one of the packets. Angus, Angus, Angus. Is this what I think it is? He shifted in his seat, licked his lips. Don't suppose you'd take cash instead? Angus Black was chatty enough on the way back to FHQ, and while the nice police custody and security officer photographed, fingerprinted, and DNA sampled him, and while they made themselves comfortable in interview room 2 with mugs of tea and stale digestive biscuits. But as soon as Logan switched on the audio and video recorders... Silence. Logan struggled on for half an hour before giving up and terminating the interview, and as soon as the tapes were off, Angus started talking again. Typical. He shrugged. Exercising my human rights not to incriminate myself, aren't I? So come on then. Logan led the way down to the cell block. Angus in the middle, PC Butler bringing up the rear, carrying the contents of Angus's rucksack and half a dozen evidence bags, as they clomped down the stairs. Where'd you get the gear? Wee Hamish? Off the record. Off the record. Angus made humming noises for a bit. Same place I sorted out Danny's loan. You meet that bint of his. Face like the back end of a Wellington boot. How the daft sod managed to get that up the stick is anyone's guess. Bag over the head and do her from behind. Butler gave him a shove. Chauvinist pig. Angus staggered down the last couple of steps. Hey, no pushing! Know what you buggers are like for people falling down stairs. Tell you, she's a human being, not a sex object. Bloody right she isn't. I wouldn't poke her with... Logan stepped between them. Enough, okay? These loan sharks / drug dealers, where can I find them? Angus laughed. No chance. You want that kind of info, it's going to cost. I'm not grassing those bastards up for free. They'll sudden kill me. Don't fancy ending my days as a big pile of dog shite. They handed him over to the PCSO who'd processed him in the first place, signed him back into custody, then headed back upstairs. Butler set off at a brisk pace, Logan struggling to keep up. He was huffing and puffing after a couple of flights, and by the time they reached the 3rd floor he was bent double, wheezing. Butler patted him on the back. You okay, Sarge? Just need a minute. Need to lose some weight. Get some exercise. Cut down on the fags. Lie down and die. He coughed for a bit, every hack making his head pound. Finally he straightened up, held out his hands for the evidence bags and told Butler to go see if they'd done a preliminary report on Steve Pullman's post-mortem yet. As soon as she was gone, Logan pushed through the double doors into the hallowed ground of the Identification Bureau, or the Scenes Examination Branch, or whatever the hell it was the Scottish Police Services Authority were calling them these days. It was a long corridor with a scuffed green terrazzo floor, lots of corkboards covered in posters, memos and holiday postcards, and a collection of wooden doors leading off into each sub-department. Logan made straight for the little lab, knocked on the door, then stuck his head in. The FHQ lab wasn't much bigger than a large kitchen, lined with worktops, chunks of machinery, and a couple of upright fridges. The room was in partial darkness, a single angle-poised lamp shining down on a set of golf clubs. The metal shafts glinted as an IB tech swabbed the striking face of a 9-iron with a cotton bud, headphones clamped over their ears, bum twitching in time to the music. Logan crept in and gave it a pinch. What the fucking hell, Rennie? Samantha span round, left hand flashing out. Logan danced backwards and the slap went wide. Whoa! She blushed. Oh, thought you were someone else. Her scarlet hair was stuffed into a baseball cap, the piercings in her ears, nose and lip glinting in the light from the glowing tabletop. She had a smiley face badge pinned to her My Chemical Romance t-shirt. Logan stiffened. Rennie comes in here and grabs your arse. Little bastard. So, where are you taking me for dinner? She wrinkled her nose. What's that horrible smell? I'll bloody kill him. She patted Logan on the cheek with a latex glove, talking in a flat, deadpan voice. Oh, yeah, you're so manly and butch. It really turns me on, etc. She dropped her hand. Told him I'd kick his knackers up round his nipples if he does it again. Why is he grabbing your arse at all? Don't be so jealous. She turned back to the light box. He does it, then runs away giggling like a schoolgirl. Don't think you've got anything to worry about. He was still a little bastard. Tiny wrinkles appeared between her eyebrows. Then she leaned in and sniffed again. It's you. Why do you smell of sick? Logan hefted the evidence bags onto the table. Any chance? Samantha groaned. Might have known. And there was me thinking you'd come to carry me off to a nice romantic restaurant. I didn't mean, what is it anyway? She pointed at the clear plastic evidence bag, the one full of Angus's little white parcels. Heroin. Hopefully. Ooh, these are nice. She picked up one of the boxed hair straighteners. 100 quid in boots. Make a good Valentine's Day present for a loved one, don't you think? You know, if you wanted to let them know you weren't a tight-arsed skinflint with no prospect of ever getting his leg over again. Subtle. She poked at the other bags. You want the iPods and perfume tested too? Might as well. She frowned at the bag with the money in it, snapped on a fresh pair of gloves and pulled out one of the bundles, unfolding the origami shape till it was a stack of battered-looking 20-pound notes. Jesus, these things are everywhere. Logan leant against the central unit. You wouldn't believe the kind of day I've got to admire the workmanship. She flicked on the light box and held a note against the glowing surface. The metallic strip showed up like a malignant shadow on an X-ray. Clydesdale Bank issue Robert the Bruce 20, circa 1994. Still in circulation? She opened a drawer, took out a jeweller's glass and squinted through the magnifying lens at the note. Real money, you've got about 85 different inks, all printed one after another. These are CMYK. Resolution's amazing, though.
Logan picked one of the notes out of the bundle.
Looks okay to me.
She straightened up.
Paper's too white. They don't make the original stock anymore and it wasn't available for public sale anyway. Whoever's making them's faked up the watermark pretty well, but the trouble is making them look old enough. So they stick them in a cold tumble dryer with a bunch of tea towels or socks or something, and squirt in some stewed tea every now and then. Softens them up and makes them all sepia. Good enough to fool the punters.
She delved into the bag and took out another bundle.
They're doing 5s now too. How cool is that?
Logan smiled, pulled up the bill of her baseball cap and kissed her on the forehead.
If I'd known counterfeit cash got you this excited, I'd have brought some home ages ago.
She pushed him away, smiling.
Cheeky. Give me a couple of minutes to finish up.
Samantha pointed at the 9-iron.
D.S. Taylor got herself a murder. Wife paid a couple of blokes to teach her cheating husband a lesson with his own golf clubs. They kinda got carried away.
Lucky old Doreen.
You know, maybe we should skip the restaurant, grab a curry, go home and climb into a nice hot bath. Get all soapy.
She stepped in close, chest to chest, and kissed him, running her hands through his hair. Logan flinched back, hot shards stabbing out across the back of his head.
Ow! Not still sore, is it?
She grabbed him, turned him around, then Logan could feel her fingers working their way across his scalp.
What the hell did you do to yourself? Got another lump like a pickled egg back here. You collecting them?
Like I said, it's been a bad day. He forced a smile. Now, tell me again about getting all soapy. Chapter 26.
Come on, Sparks. Just a wee one, eh?
She flutters her eyelashes, big, thick black things like mouldy caterpillars.
Please?
Sparks turns his back, gives her the hard shoulder. Or is that only on motorways? Fucked if he knows. Shouldn't be parking on the hard shoulder. No. Dangerous. Saw this bloke on that CCTV camera show getting his piece of shit Mondeo squashed by an 18-wheeler. What kind of car is called Mondeo, anyway? What, some marketing cunt couldn't come up with a better name than Sparks? Come on, it's fucking freezing out here. Big Eleanor's right for a change. It is fucking freezing. Big bastard flakes of snow coming down like dandruff or something. She sidles up, gives him a smile with that bullet-hole mouth of hers. Give us a cuddle. She snakes her arms around him. Big, chunky things like a fucking anaconda. Ooh, you're all warm. She lays a padded cheek against his neck. Cold pillow of flesh, nuzzling in. Deeper. Sparks is always warm. Got one of them internal thermostat things, like central heating. Always up full crank. Roasty, toasty, fever fun. Come on, Sparks. Just a wee wrapper, yeah? Do you a favour for it? Big Eleanor's hand drifts down his back and into his trousers. She wraps her cold fingers around one bony arse cheek and squeezes. Runs a wet tongue up his throat, scritching through the stubble. Sparks wriggles free. Fuck's sake! Leave us alone, you horny fat cow! She steps back, bottom lip out, wobbling in the piss-yellow light like an epileptic slug. Big Eleanor sniffs. Don't be like that, Sparks. I only want a wee... No! She sticks her hand down the front of his trousers, rummaging about till she's got hold of his cock. Squeezes, steps in close again. Just one wrap, couple of rocks, just to keep the cold... Will you fuck off? He shoves and she stumbles back, goes sprawling. Lies there with her wee black skirt up round her thighs, spotty, shaved minge on show. Sparks wipes a string of spit off his chin. Doing business here! Big Eleanor gets to her feet, pulls her skirt back into place, stamps her strappy high heel down on the pavement and gives him the finger. Wanker! She storms off, slipping and sliding on the snowy pavement. Silly cow. Like he's going to do her a freebie. Fat chance. And he's no a wanker. No got time for wanking. Got a beautiful girlfriend to keep him company. He licks his lips. She's whispering from his jacket pocket, telling him she wants it. Love him long time. He shifts in his little spotlight, looks up and down the street, clears his throat. Never touch the merchandise. Never. No like Shaky Jake, silly cunt. Lot of good it does you when you're on your back in intensive care with fucking gravel for ankle bones. Mr. Mowatt's people don't like sales staff with sticky fingers. Sparks checks his watch. 8:53 and 14 seconds, 15 seconds, 16 seconds. Looks up, makes sure he's standing right under the streetlight. Gotta be keen to be seen. 18, 19. Time is money. Yeah, but money's no time, is it? Otherwise all them rich cunts would buy more of it and never have to die. Fucking profound, that is. Sparks twitches, jitters, keeping time to the beat no one else can hear. Okay, so he likes a wee smoke every now and then, the odd pipe, a wee syringe or two, but who doesn't? No his fault, is it? Nah. Mam was an alkie, wasn't she? And Dad was a junkie. That's genetics. Genetic. Talk. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Stand still, you daft bastard, and concentrate! Force the twitches to stop. Stand dead still under the streetlight. A car goes past. A seagull screeches. More silence. Fucking cold when you're standing still. The car does a three-pointer at the end of the road, then heads back towards him. Big black fucker, headlights for eyes, staring, making all them snowflakes shine. Sparks' knee twitches. The big car stops by the curb right in front of him and the window slides down. Woman looks out. Blonde. No bad looking. If Sparks wasn't spoken for, he'd probably do her, you know? But his girlfriend's a jealous bitch. Blondie says, "Looking for someone." Sounds posh, doesn't she? Like something off the telly. English. Nothing wrong with that as long as she's got the cash. Yeah? Who? Sparks tells his knee to stand the fuck still, but it's off on its own, taking no prisoners. Charlie about? Might be. Who's asking? She reaches into her jacket pocket and pulls out a couple of notes, holds them up and peers at them. Charles Darwin and Sir Edward Elgar. Sparks curls his top lip. Fuck's that supposed to mean? 30 quid. Nod. Yeah, that's more like it. He does a quick calculation in his head, totting up the number of wrappers and the change from 30. Always shite at arithmetic at school, you know? Much better now, yeah. Like Carol fucking Vorderman with the old arithmetic. Fractions, and shite like that. Teachers want to make kids better at maths. Learn them how to do a decent drug deal. Wee Johnny has 1/6 of an ounce, and Sarah wants 1/8. How stoned will she be? And how much change does she get from 20 in a hand job? Blondie's looking at him, like he's supposed to know the answer to some fucking question he wasn't even listening to. Sparks spits a chunky lump of yellow into the snow at his feet. 30 gets you 2. Not really. 30 gets you 3. It'll be 2 for Blondie and 1 for Sparks. Market economy. Thatcher and Blair's fuck you, Britain. The door cracks open and Blondie steps out into the snow, holds up Elgar and Darwin. How do I know it's any good? He sniffs, spits again. Calling us a lying cunt? Blondie looks back over her shoulder. Am I calling him a lying cunt? Car's back door opens and fucking Elvis steps out. Looks like a lying cunt to me. Elvis with a Geordie accent. Why, aye, man, I'm all shook up like. Big bastard, though. Sparks takes a step back, but Blondie's already there, right behind him. Bump. He gives a wee squeal, flinching like a spaz. Calm the fuck down and take charge. Sparks clears his throat, turns round and gives her the evil. Asserts his authority. 30 gets you 2. Blondie nods, reaches into her pocket and comes out with a pair of leather gloves. Doesn't want to touch the merchandise, doesn't want to get her English bitch hands dirty. While she's doing it, Sparks steals a good hard stare at her tits. Not bad. Elvis taps him on the shoulder, but Sparks ignores him, keeps his eyes on the perky prize, licks his lips, thinks about his girlfriend snaking her way through his bloodstream, bringing the good times with her. Something hard bumps into his back, just above the waist of his trousers, and then the pain stabbing out from his right kidney. Waves of jagged ice, throbbing fire. Knees give way. But a thick arm whips around his throat, squeezing. Spark's dirty fingernails scrabble at the leather sleeve. Blondie draws back her fist and slams it into his belly. Breath splutters out of Spark's mouth. Then she does it again. His stomach muscles scream. It's like being sick 1,000 times, all in one go. Sparks tries to say something. Threat, plead, prayer. Doesn't matter, something. His feet skitter on the slippery pavement. Then Elvis's arm loosens off and Sparks drags in a broken glass breath. You fucker! Blondie pats him on the cheek. Who'd you get your stuff from, Sweaty? Sparks' eyes flash left and right. No one. Not a fucking soul. Where's the bloody plod when you actually need the cunts? I don't... His voice comes out all hoarse and squeaky. I'm no Sweaty. I've got a thermostat thing and... This time her fist snaps his head back, fire and pepper exploding in his nose, knives digging into his face. Fuck's sake! Bleeding all over me jacket! And then Sparks is on the ground, coughing, spluttering, blood-making Ribena stains in the white snow. Jesus, that hurts. Something sharp cracks into his ribs. A boot. Then another one. They're going to kill him. The fuckers are going to kick him to death on some shitty street down the docks. Every breath is like glass slashing across his lungs. Sweaty, says Blondie, panting. Sweaty sock. Jock. Honestly, how ignorant are you? And then her boot cracks into his ribs again. Tony watches Julie kick the living shit out of the stick-thin junkie. Doesn't know when to leave well alone, that one. He's not moving anymore. Not on his own. Only when Julie slams a foot into his ribs. A twitch. Reflex. She bends double, hands and knees, back rising and falling, breath whooping out in big steamy clouds. She points at the body on the pavement. Check his pockets. Puff, pant, puff, pant. Neil frisks the guy. 8 wrappers, couple ounces of blow and about. He rifles his fingers through a small bundle of notes. 100, 120 quid. Julie sticks a hand out. Give me a wrapper. She stands up straight, unfolds the little tinfoil package, peers at the contents, then marches over and thrusts it through the open car window. Tony? Sigh. He takes the wrapper. Looks like it could be anything. Flour, ice and sugar, rat poison. Tony licks the end of his pinky, sticks it in the powder, then sticks it in his gob and rubs the stuff along his gums. Fuck's sake! It fizzes up, bitter and frothy. Tony spits out the driver's window, leaving a seagull stain that bubbles and drips down the black paintwork. House. Spits again. He's got that familiar teeth-numbing buzz, but it's barely there. Another gob spatters into the snowy tarmac. Fucking bicarbonate! Julie sticks the boot in a couple more times. You water this shit down yourself, or did it come pre-fucked? The junkie can't say anything. So Julie tries to break a few more ribs with those cowboy boots of hers. Thump. Thump. Last chance, Sweaty! But Tony stopped listening. He's got that old, familiar feeling. Might start with froth and spitting, but it ends up like a warm hand cupped round your balls. Probably won't last long, it's been cut so much. So Tony checks Julie and Neil are still busy with Junkie Boy before scarfing the last of the wrapper. He licks the tinfoil clean. Doesn't matter that it froths up in his tongue, just gets it into the bloodstream all the quicker, doesn't it? Tony settles back in his seat, grips the steering wheel, belches, lets it all wash over him as Julie and Neil get to work on the guy's arms and legs. Well, every job has its perks. Chapter 27. D.I. Steele slouched through the door to her office, carrying a cup of coffee in one hand and a bacon butty in the other, tomato sauce making a jaunty little goatee on her chin. She froze, staring at the weedy, pointy-nosed bloke digging away at her window lock with a Swiss Army knife. What the sodden hell do you think you're doing? Angus Black looked up and shrugged. Breaking and exiting. The side of his face was a swollen, angry bruise where he'd bounced off the toilet cistern in Dodgy Pete's. Logan leant back against the filing cabinet. Call it an early Valentine's present. Angus gave one last grunt and the window sprang open, letting in a rush of cold air. Snow drifted down in the space between the buildings, big fat flakes that clung to the brickwork and piled up on the window ledge. 5 to 7 on a dark and freezing Monday morning, and for once Logan actually felt human. No hangover. No feeling queasy. His head didn't even hurt. Well, as long as nothing touched either of the lumps. Maybe laying off the booze wasn't such a bad idea after all. Angus creaked the window open and closed a couple of times. Told you. Now, we had a deal. Logan produced a packet of Benson and Hedges. Ace! Angus helped himself to one, then frisked through his pockets. Got a light? Oh, no, you bloody don't! Steele dumped her coffee on the desk and snatched the packet off Logan. If anyone's having the first fag in this office, it's me. She lipped one out of the pack, pulled a Zippo from her pocket and sparked it up. The sweet tang of raw petrol was drowned out by the curling smoke. The inspector sighed, eased herself gently into her office chair and stuck her feet on the desk. Ah, besto. She slumped there, with a cigarette sticking out of the corner of her mouth. Laz, make sure the door's locked, yeah? Angus shuffled his feet. Come on, I'm gasping here. He promised. Steele took a long drag, aimed smoke at the ceiling tiles, then tossed the pack over. Knock yourself out. Ta! He fired one up, making post-coital noises. Long night in a cell when you've got no smokes. Shouldn't be a nasty wee drug-dealing turd-burglar then, should you? Logan locked the door. Tell the inspector what you told me. Angus blew a lazy stream of smoke out into the snow. What's it worth? Steele frowned at Logan. What's what worth? Mr. Black here wants paid to tell us where he got his drugs from. Get bent! Well, no, I'm saying sod all otherwise. These bastards will kill me if they find out. You gotta make it worth the risk. Logan pulled out his notebook and flipped back a couple of pages. Dog shit. Angus shook his head. No, it isn't. You haven't seen them. They're fucking huge. No, you idiot. Dog shit. You said you didn't want to end your days as a big pile of dog shit. Oh, right. Yeah. Their boss has got this massive Rottweiler. They could have your hand off like that. He snapped his fingers, sending a tumble of ash to the carpet. So it's cash up front or no deal. Steele waved a hand at Logan. How much we pick him up with? About $1,000's worth of heroin. Wasn't mine, I was just holding it for a friend. Aye, right. Steele took a bite of her butty. McNabb's on the bench today, Angus. How many times has he done you for dealing? Word is he's looking to set an example. Only way you're going to see the sun again in the next 7 years is if you dob in your suppliers. The old ones are the best ones, eh, Inspector? What's next? Gonna terrify us with poof their cellmate stories? Angus grinned. Done my time before. Can do it again. At least I'll still be alive when I get out. The phone on Steele's desk started ringing. She peered at the little LCD display. No one important. She hit the disconnect button. Start talking, Angus. Not till I see some cash. Steele took her wallet out and slapped 2 tenors down on the desktop. 20 quid. Take it or leave it. 20 quid? You're taking the piss, right? Logan shifted against the filing cabinet. The smell of Steele's bacon butty was making him feel hungry and nauseous, all at the same time. It was getting cold in here too, all the heat disappearing out of the open window, along with the cigarette smoke. He let them haggle for a bit, then pulled a clear evidence pouch from his pocket and gave it a shuggle. £300. What? Angus curled his lip. 3,000, maybe? That's how much you had in you when I picked you up. £300 in counterfeit notes. He stood there with his mouth hanging open. It wasn't a good look. Counterfeit? I sold my bloody car to buy that stuff. 4 grand that crap cost me. So where's the rest of it? Pause. Rest of what? You had £1,000 worth of heroin in the rucksack. Where's the other 3? The phone started ringing again. Steele raised an eyebrow. Little Miss Popular today. She hit disconnect again, settled back in her seat and stuck the smouldering cigarette between her teeth. Laz, get a search warrant. We're going to do Angus a favour and tidy his house before he gets out. Maybe we could come to some sort of understanding? You like iPods, right? Logan clapped a hand down on Angus's shoulder. Not your day, is it?
You try to do a bit of business and what happens? Everyone screws.
A thump at the office door. Then the handle jiggled up and down a bit. Someone outside called,
Steele? Inspector? Are you in there?
DCI Finney. Steele sprang upright in her seat.
Arse!
She flicked her cigarette through the open window, grabbed a file off her desk and started fanning like mad. Angus obviously wasn't as daft as he looked. He followed her lead, hurling his fag out into the snow, then, while she was busy clearing the air, grabbed the remains of her butty and crammed it into his mouth.
Inspector?
She ripped open a pack of extra strong mints and crunched one down, then waved at Logan.
Door! Door! Door!
Logan unsnibbed the lock, just in time to catch Finney turning away. Sir? The head of CID stared past Logan into the room.
I hope you aren't indulging in some sort of orgy, Inspector. Ha ha! Very funny, sir.
She made a show of rearranging a stack of paper on her desk.
Just having a quiet word with Mr. Black here. He fancies the glamorous life of a paid informant.
Finney sniffed.
I would have thought you had other more pressing matters to attend to today.
Steele shifted in her seat, looked from Finney to Logan and back again.
Oh, aye?
Oh, aye, indeed.
He pulled a folded newspaper from under his arm and slapped it against Logan's chest.
Do the honours, Sergeant.
Logan unruffled the front page. It was a copy of that morning's Aberdeen Examiner, with a photo of Richard Knox on page 1. Not the old stock photograph every other paper was using, but a new one, of Knox kneeling in front of his granny's grave. Oh no! The headline screamed, Sex Beast Lives in Aberdeen Street Shock.
Exactly.
Finney pulled on a thin smile.
Perhaps you'd like to read it out for the inspector.
When the residents of a quiet Aberdeen street went to sleep on Wednesday night, little did they realise that they'd be getting a new neighbour the next morning. But now the Aberdeen Examiner can exclusively reveal that notorious sex beast Richard Knox is living at 35 Cairnview Terrace in Cornhill. Steele closed her eyes and swore. Finney nodded.
Now, the first thing I'd be asking myself, Inspector, is where the media got their information from, considering the whole operation's been on a need-to-know basis, supposedly under your supervision. Arsing cock biscuits. And the second question I'd be asking is, what's going on at 35 Cairnview Terrace right now? What do you think? Ticker tape parade? Bake sale? Auditions for the X Factor?
Steele scrabbled out of her chair.
Lads, get Angus back in the cells, then find us a car, blues and twos, and a couple of uniform.
She grabbed her coat and threw it on.
Why did no bugger tell me about this? I've been trying to call you for the last 5 minutes.
She didn't even blush.
Must be something up with the phones.
She paused, then stared at Logan.
Well, don't just stand there. Get moving!
Logan sat in the back with D.I. Steele, holding his breath and the grab handle above the door every time PC Butler threw the patrol car into another corner. The council gritters must have been out in force overnight, but every now and then the whole car lurched sideways as it flashed across a ridge of dirty slush. Blue lights strobing, freezing snowflakes in mid-fall, the electronic hee-haw of the siren clearing a path through the early morning traffic. Steele poked at the newspaper, jabbing her finger into Richard Knox's face.
How the hell did they find out where he's staying?
She thrust the newspaper into Logan's lap.
Call him!
Logan looked down at the photo. What, Knox?
No, that greasy wee journalist mate of yours, Colin Buggering Miller. I want to know who told him where Knox was, and I want whoever it was buggered with a traffic cone.
PC Guthrie turned around in the passenger seat.
I suppose it's pointy. They'd have time to get used to. Are you looking for a slap?
Guthrie faced front again. Logan stuck his